Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Where's your, does that say Volusia Dogs? Volusia Days.
Volusia Days. I
You
mean, yeah.
didn't get your sticker.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw those, so sure.
Morning.
Hey, you're back.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Test. If I could get everybody to find a seat, we'll settle down and get ready.
Yeah, that's good.
It's okay. No. Go sit right here. Don't be fun.
Okay, it's good to see everybody here today. It's always good to see the chambers filling up. We want to hear from the public, so we're glad you're here. And the person I'm waiting for just walked through the door. Good morning, sir. So we will call the July 11th, 2023 meeting to order at 9:03. And let me just give you a few brief instructions of how we start. We will, in just a minute, I'll ask everybody to stand up for an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. You can stand if you care to. The invocation is open to all faith groups of Volusia County. If you would like to participate, just send an email to K, the letter K, Green, at volusia.org. This is K Green over here, Carissa, and she will get you lined up, tell you how we do it. It's pretty simple, and you're welcome to participate. We enjoy that. And then we'll go straight into the Pledge of Allegiance. This morning we have Pastor Joshua Owen, with Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church in Port Orange to lead us in the invocation. Pastor, if you come forward, and please stand.
Glad to be with you. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, our Father, hallowed be thy name. We thank you for the blessing of freedom that we enjoy under a government of laws and not the mere whim of a man. As you have given your only begotten Son for the life of the world, grant that our county and country may flourish, walking in the light of truth, doing justice and loving mercy with all humility before your face. And as you have given your Son the nations as the reward of his obedience and sacrifice, grant that we may honor him as Lord of all in word and deed. We thank you, Father, for these council members, as all earthly authority is appointed by you for our good. Grant them wisdom for each decision, grant them charity for every disagreement, and bless their labors for our earthly and heavenly good. As they and the several county staff devote their time and energy for the civic good, we ask your blessing upon their families. May you protect and prosper them for their souls' good. We thank you also for our law enforcement officers and other first responders. May you watch over them and bless their service. Now we ask for your favor upon these proceedings, that we might be the better for them. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson, Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So we have a full attendance, a quorum today, and before we start, I'm going to give a little bit more instructions and really for the council and for us. If some of you may have noticed, sometimes our meetings go quite long, and we have set rules to try and constrain that meeting. For several years, Vice Chair Danny Robbins and I and previous council have tried to get a nighttime meeting so that we'd have more public participation. But I noticed that nobody's here at 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're trying to compress that. And so I'm going to ask two things. I'm going to ask as you come to speak, you will have 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you to hold that to 3 minutes, and I'm going to require you to do that. We want to get everybody to have the ability to speak this morning. I will also, this council has asked me to make sure that our rules are enforced, and I'm going to do that. So I'm just going to remind the council that when we go to items, we will hear from staff, and then each of us has an opportunity to ask questions. I'm going to ask, including me, Jake, I'm going to ask that we make that a time of questions and not of comments and statements. We'll keep it questions. And then we will go into debate. Each of us has an opportunity to speak twice, 10 minutes apiece, which is a long time. And I'm going to ask that we stick to that and then use that as a debate, not to go back for more questions. And then if we don't succeed in keeping the meetings a little bit more succinct, briefer. Then I'm going to ask, at the next meeting, I'm going to ask the council to consider reducing the time that we speak from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. You'd like to do that this morning? You can make that motion, sir.
Motion to keep our comments to 5 minutes per bite.
Second.
How, did
all
everybody second
I
that?
think we did.
Several of us did.
Okay, 5-minute comments.
And
Who
then
wants to claim this? I think
give it to Matt.
Jake made the motion. Matt will get the second. Any questions or debate?
Just
Yes.
just a quick comment, and then in that same vein, because we had and it happens from time to time. It's I say a rare occurrence, but I don't know how that it is that rare. We have people representing clients, and they will come here, and it's an hour and 20 minutes long presentation when we've been given the material. So I would like for this council to talk about a time limit. If we're limiting it ourselves to 5 minutes, which I'm okay with, I was going to second the motion, then I think we also need to limit the presenter with how much time they have as well. Something for us to think about.
Okay. I think staff is doing that. You're talking about people that come in for particular items.
If
and
staff's doing it, we got to tighten that up as well, because we had a presentation, a meeting or 2 meetings ago that I was briefed on. I sat down for a briefing with our finance people, and then they sat and went over everything to us that I went through, and I did my homework, and it went on for over an hour and 20 minutes, that one, and I was shaking my head the whole time as to why this was happening. If we each got briefed individually, and I made it clear, I don't come in for the briefings, but for that one, I did, because they wanted to talk about that financial piece. So if staff's doing it, we need to tighten that up as well. So I'm just thinking about a hard time. Like, we're giving ourselves 5 minutes.
Right.
I don't know what time we want to give, but we had an attorney here representing a client last meeting, and they went on for over 45 minutes and started repeating things. And I thought, that's something that this council should talk about as far as really streamlining our process.
Okay. I think what I meant was, I think staff is trying to reduce their presentations. I think what you're referring to is the discussion on budget, which we do so that the public, that's one of the most important things the public wants to hear about, how much money we're spending, what their taxes are going to be. But your point's well taken.
And Chairman, I agree with you. It is absolutely one of, if not the most important thing that we do. But why did I sit down for a one-on-one and then get the exact same thing here? And if the public wants it, they certainly are welcome to that. Our staff, I'm sure George and his team would offer opportunities for public to come in and get that information as well. I don't want anybody to think that we're trying to hide anything. We're not. It's all public. You can look at everything. You're welcome to come in and listen to it as well. But those presentations, if we're going to be serious about tightening this up, which I think we are, I mean, I'm really pleased to hear what you came out of the gate with this morning, then I think we need to be serious about it and just make sure everybody that's involved knows the rules. I loved hearing you say today finally, you get 3 minutes, and at 3 minutes, that's it. We're going to stop. I'm as the chairman, I'm going to stop you, because we need to be streamlined. It's an important thing, because you're right. These meetings are for our public, and they're not here at 2 a.m. And I don't blame you one bit.
John Dempsey.
How long was that?
I was going to.
Under 5 minutes. Under 5 minutes. I'm against any type of limitation. I mean, if we weren't, then maybe we shouldn't have taken this job. I mean, we're dealing sometimes with hundreds of millions of dollars. And to sit here and say that we've got to have an informed debate like the flight of the hummingbird is I think, improper. We don't have a chance. You've said this countless times. We can't, because of sunshine laws, we can't talk behind closed doors. We can't say, hey, Jeff, your expertise seems to be in environmental issues. Well, if there's a big environmental impact that we're about to vote on, I want to hear from you. I want to hear your insight. and you may not be able to get all the important information across in 5 minutes or less. I don't think in the 6 months I've been here that there's been more than a few times that any of us have gone 10 minutes. So I think we should leave it the way it is and let Jeff kind of police the time.
Okay, thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's validity to what Councilmember Dempsey is saying. However, I think there can be a hybrid of that, right? I think the 5 minute is a guidance, and I certainly leverage think that the chairman should have discretion as an individual member of the council. If you felt like you wanted to, we use the word take a bite of the apple, right? I think as a council member, if you feel compelled that you've already done or you want a few more minutes, I think you should be entitled to that and just, hey, by the way, guys, I just want a few more minutes to talk about this. And I would always respect that of any council member, and I think most of us would. So it's the chairman's to run the meeting, and you use discretion, and I think that will probably be rarely used. So I think sticking with the 5 minutes is a guide, but if you want more, my friend, I'm going to say give them more. And I think we should all support that.
Jake Johansson.
Motion on the floor is to limit our debate to 5 minutes. I say call a question.
The motion on the floor is to limit debate 5 minutes 2 times. You get 2 bites at the apple, as it was said. We can, Mr. Santiago is exactly right. We can always set aside the rules in an important debate. But nevertheless, this is why the meetings are long. So these are important discussions, and every member up here takes it seriously. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. So the motion carries 6-1 with Don's comments duly noted, and I will keep that in mind as we proceed in debates. That brings us to our first item, which is the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for discussion or for vote? Danny, did I miss a comment from you?
Getting ready to make a motion to approve
Okay.
consent agenda as proposed.
Before you do that, yeah, I do have a one.
All right.
Okay.
I'd like to pull item M for a vote, and I'm going to briefly speak on item CC.
Mr. Brower, we need public participation first.
Yes, we do. This is unusual, but we do have somebody from the public that would like to speak on item B. So I was getting there, just
Before consent, you would have your public participation of the morning.
okay. We have who? That's for consent. Okay. Danny, hold your motion. We have 4 people that would like to speak at the opening public comment period. This is a time when you can speak about anything that you care to talk about. Jake, did you have a comment? Okay. Becky Mendez, you come up and you'll have 3 minutes. Just try and make sure the microphone is close to your mouth, and tell us what area of the county that you're from, please.
DeLand.
Thank you.
Becky Mendez, 730 North Ridgewood Avenue, DeLand. First, I'm going to put my glasses on because I can't read. First, please accept my apology for my attitude at the last meeting regarding the Sun State Fernery Comprehensive Plan and PUD rezoning. I am a hothead, as some of you here may know, but my behavior that night was unacceptable. Second, let me introduce myself because we only had 3 minutes, so we didn't get there. Moved to DeLand in 1994 to become my dad's office manager at Dr. Bill's place. If you know the dentist office with the white tooth fence, my dad built that fence, and it's still a dental office today. He sold the practice in 2000, so I went back to school, received my degree at political science at Stetson University. Dr. Wayne T. Bailey helped me get an internship with the Daytona City Manager's Office. That's when City Hall was still on the top floor of the old bank building on Providence. That was good times. Stayed with the city of Daytona for 8 years. Worked here at the county in the planning department for 8 years as well. And 8 years currently at the city of Orange City as the development services director. We've lived in various locations throughout West Volusia over those 30 years, the longest being in Daytona for 16 of them. Finally found our forever home in DeLand in 2020. My point of telling you this is simply to give you context. We're not strangers to West Volusia. We're part of the community and have helped you shape it. Third, and this is the point of me being here this morning, is to let you know we have not heard a peep from Mike Woods and we're out of time. Please give us the opportunity for input into the design of the new residential subdivision that will be constructed behind our house and in our rural community. And the only way to do that is for a member of the prevailing side to request a rehearing of the PUD. We're not requesting a rehearing and will not contest the future land use comprehensive plan amendment, but we are requesting a rehearing of the rezoning in accordance with 772-381 of the county's land development code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Richardson?
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. Back in March, both the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate unanimously passed a bill to declassify COVID origin intelligence, and President Biden signed into law. Last month, we finally got that report, and surprise, surprise, it was comically brief summary and no actual intelligence report. The conclusion of the summary is that they don't know where it originated from, despite outright proof of multiple scientists working at the Wuhan laboratory getting sick right at the start of the outbreak. Why do I not believe this report? Because President Biden is bought and paid for by the Chinese Communist Party. This isn't a conspiracy theory because we have hard proof of corruption here. Last month, an IRS whistleblower released a WhatsApp message from Hunter Biden to Chinese oligarch Henry Zhao, which read, "I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand, and now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or a text from anyone involved in this rather than you, Zane, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability forever to hold a grudge that you regret not following my direction. I'm sitting here waiting for a call with my father." Henry Zhao is a CEFC official. Within 10 days of Hunter Biden's WhatsApp message, a CEFC subsidiary sent two payments totaling $5.1 million to accounts linked to Hunter Biden. No one, and I mean no one, has disputed these series of events. With that in mind, it's no wonder why President Biden allowed a Chinese spy balloon to fly over the United States uncontested and is doing absolutely nothing about the alarming plans of Cuba building a Chinese military base just 90 miles away from Florida. It's not a surprise that China is allowed to continue the murder of the Uyghur minority, to use slave labor to put American manufacturing out of business, and to threaten Taiwan with invasion without President Biden's condemnation. To top it off, it is understandable that President Biden is doing everything in his power to excuse China's murder of millions just so that they, and many unethical scientists here in America, can play God with gain-of-function bio research. It is for these reasons that President Biden needs to resign from office, and I once again call on lawmakers, either on the federal or state level, to make it a felony to fund or conduct gain-of-function bio research. May God bless Volusia County and God bless America.
Thank you. Alec Redner.
How y'all doing? The U.S. needs to sue for peace with Russia over Ukraine, or we will have a nuclear holocaust of total annihilation. The Chinese Communist Party owes the United States trillions in debt. Is the Chinese Communist Party Janet Yellen of the Treasury Department bailing out the Bank of China? Is the United States going to be under China's BRICS central bank digital currency social credit score? I see that we have a new Mother Gaia agricultural and food systems extension agent for Volusia County. She seems like an agent of the UN, World Economic Forum, Chinese Communist Party's Health One policy of trying to control all carbon-based life forms on Earth to reach net zero carbon. She seems like a Bolshevik communist spy for the CDC and Homeland Security. And we all know what happened in history under the Soviet Union and China under collective farming. Hundreds of millions of Russians, Chinese, and Ukrainians starved to death because of collective farming. The UN Chinese Communist Party COVID-19 operation that we just went through for the last 3 years is a Maoist genocide and Holocaust of Europeans worldwide. Diversity, equity, inclusion. The Chinese Communist Party wants to rule the planet through central bank digital currencies, and the UN World Health Organization, Bill Gates, protocols, you know, the guy that went to Epstein Island. Bill Gates, that's the guy who really needs to be prosecuted. I think Martin Luther King was a communist, and I don't care much for the Civil Rights Act. This whole diversity, equity, inclusion, affirmative action, I think we should just abolish it all. I believe that the Chinese Communist Party collaborated with the CIA's artificial intelligence Palantir company and Google AI, that's all on your smartphones, to censor COVID-19 information, vital COVID-19 information, such as ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and they also censored information on the war in Ukraine. Could there be Animal Liberation Front, Earth Liberation Front, First Earth Battalion, terror cells within NATO, the UN, CIA, Homeland Security, or U.S. Special Operations Command collaborating with Chinese Ministry of State Security agents and PLA agents to attack U.S. domestic infrastructure like power substations and food processing plants to prepare a Chinese Communist Party invasion of the United States? The Chinese Communist Party runs the United Nations, and they all want us in these 15-minute smart cities to track and trace our carbon usage, when actually CO2 is good for the atmosphere. CO2 brings lush plant life to the earth, and it's very good for the food supply of animals. I still think Sheriff of Volusia County Shitwood is not investigating the vaccine deaths or the remdesivir deaths, and I believe he should be recalled. I have a petition over there if anybody wants to try to recall him. I think he's a terrible sheriff, and I think there could be a better sheriff in this town. That's it.
Valeria Manning.
Can I hand these out?
If you could, okay. Here, just hand me the rest of them, and I'll get them out for the sake of time. Thank you. Thank you.
I come before the council today as Valeria Manning was with the Temple Learning Center Summer Camp. I've had this camp now for about 12 years, and as of this year, they went about a different process of signing children up. The process that they have parents that are grandparents that are helping to raise their children because incarceration of different parents or parents have died from COVID. And these grandparents that are helping to raise them do not understand how to fill out information on these computers or on your phones. And so they're left out of the loop. Out of the 30 children that I have right now signed up in my program, I had like 50, but some of them had to leave because their parents just could not even afford to have them there at all. Out of that, these parents they just can't afford it. And with me going through the process of trying to explain to them how to do this, I was able before to bring information in and give it to the summer camp people. But now they're telling me that I can't do that, which makes it really hard for these grandparents, people that do not understand technology. I'm hoping that we can go back to the system that we had before, where they could come in and fill out information, and at that time they knew that they were qualified. With this, our program is set up with the county. I have to pay insurance, and I'm paying for all of these kids that are still with me on these field trips that we're taking, and all of the different people that are coming in and providing information to them to take and help and make them a better individual, helping them in school. I have a great program, and the parents really appreciate having them there. I'm asking the council if you would please consider giving our program monies to help us this year. There is only 2 children out of all of them that were able to actually sign up, leaving the other ones without. And there also no way that they can sign up because there is a time limit and block. They have it blocked where they cannot even sign up.
Thank
So
you.
I'm asking if you all would consider, please,
Okay.
providing us with some
Thank you
funds.
very much. We appreciate hearing from you. That concludes the public comment for the opening of the meeting. You will have an opportunity for comments on items as they come up, including this item 1, consent agenda. Mr. Kent has pulled item M for a vote, and another one for a comment. Was that B?
No, I'm going to make a quick comment on CC when we're finished with the whole thing. CC.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item M? Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve consent agenda excluding item M.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt. And before we vote on it, we do have a member of the public who would like to speak to item B, Tracy Barlow.
Good morning, Chair, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, we wanted to take this time to thank you, the County Council, and the participating staff for their contributions in helping develop the Southeast Volusia Regional Economic Development Strategy that you will be considering on your consent agenda. The Chamber began coordinating this process about 3 years ago by bringing together the Southeast Volusia Regional elected council members and to include the council members as well. And that included previous council members and currently sitting council members that participated in the project. Not only did the county council participate, but they also committed some staff members, such as your county manager, George Rechtenwall, was instrumental, as well as growth management director, Clay Irvin, Brad Harris with your economic development, some of your GIS staff, and then Michael Aldrich with your water and utility resources. And they provided instrumental knowledge and input through this process. Collectively, as a group, we were able to work with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council that obtained a grant that helped facilitate the process moving forward, as well as writing the plan itself. Your local V card also helped facilitate some of the process as we move forward, as they facilitated the most recent economic development annual meeting that some of you all participated in. The plan later also received the NATO Alice Wallenbrock Award, recognizing projects for their creative efforts in advancing regional economic development and improved quality of life. During the process, the electeds identified target industries that they wished to attract to the region. From there, they identified appropriate areas that would need focus for the consideration of future land use to help balance the jobs to housing land use in the Southeast Volusia region. Once that was completed, it was time to create the strategies to move the plan forward. Some of those strategies include initiatives such as working with property owners within the identified areas regarding the balance of future land use and implement joint planning agreements within the region. Creating a regional infrastructure plan in order to work towards the shovel-ready opportunity sites, identifying the key utility stakeholders for the needed infrastructure such as water, sewer, power, communications, transportation, gas, etc. Prioritizing the infrastructure projects to start identifying funding. Those are just a few of the strategies the regions will collectively be working on moving forward, furthering the plan in an effort to create a more diversified and better quality of jobs in Southeast Volusia. Once again, we wanted to thank you for your time and hope you give favorable support to that agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Troy, would you like to comment on CC?
Yes, just briefly, CC. I am a huge fan and advocate for anything reuse water related or water reclamation. And I just wanted to say I'm so pleased that this is happening. I believe this is in Mr. Robbins' district. But the expansion of the Southeast Regional Water Reclamation Facility expansion is a really good thing for our community and our environment. That's all.
Thank you. If there's no other discussion, I don't see any requests to speak. I'll call for the vote to approve the consent agenda, except for item M, which we will take up separately. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and that takes us to item letter M. A request for a lien, and Irvin.
Chairman, if it's okay, I don't need to hear from Mr. Irvin. I just wanted to talk to the council and just tell you all, kind of streamline this a little bit. Did we need a motion in a second to talk about it, or am I okay to talk now, Chairman?
To talk about it, we don't have a motion to approve it or deny it yet.
So just very briefly, council, I'll tell you, I'm not a big fan of these. I never have been. I don't suspect I ever will be. With a lien reduction, there were 11 instances where the county had to go and take care of this lot because it was an eyesore and someone wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing. So we use your tax dollars to go make it presentable. And I get all of that. And then there's interest accrued. Listen, it's black and white. This is what it is. And then someone comes up and buys this property at a deed sale. Excellent. Happy for you. Good on you. But you knew or should have known what you were getting into. And what you're getting into is you bought this property at a deed sale and there was a lien on it because the county took care of it and there was interest accrued. I do not blame this individual, and I have no idea who they are, for asking for a reduction in the lien for the interest. I would probably do the same thing, because if you don't ask, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But I'll tell you, I am that fiscal conservative, and I am that one that says this is the rules that we play within, and this is what you knew or should have known before you purchased it. I will be a no on this, council. I think we should receive the full amount, which was $20,422.04. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Troy, I'll tell you, when I did my agenda review, I was kind of in my head questioning this one also, but I knew you'd pull it, so I kind of, yes, I did guess that. And thank you for pulling it. So, I tend to support your position, council member, because this is not the average everyday buyer buying this lot. This is a sophisticated buyer that understands the tax deed process, and you would assume, and they should do their due diligence when they're doing their purchase. And when they do that, they should be aware of what the encumbrances are on the property. So, our fiscal position continues to change, and I don't think there's a reason to support a waiver legitimately for what I consider a sophisticated purchaser. And again, I don't blame them for asking either, but I don't think we should be in the position to do that. This is not, grandma down the street that had her lawn that, had to be cut a few times because she couldn't cut it. This is a commercial investor, and I think they should pay the fee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I kind of feel the same way, but I have one caveat. Again, sophisticated buyers, and they kind of know what they're doing. My fear is that with these tax deed sales, they end up being, is people are getting land pennies on the dollar, so they're already getting a good deal. Then in a majority of circumstances, they come here and get another good deal. And then they flip the property and get another good deal because they're going to sell it at top dollar. So my concern is that we have flippers out there that capitalize 3 times on a good deal. And I would entertain making the county whole, which it is here, and waiving the interest if the person is going to make the property good and live in it. If they're going to live in our county, I'm good. If they're going to invest and flip it and it's going to fall in disrepair again, or they don't have any dog in the fight, any flesh in the game, then I'm not kind of excited about giving them 3 good deals. So maybe if we put a you got to live in it for 18 months or 2 years, I'm inclined to do it, but I'm also not opposed to just disapproving it right now either.
Yeah.
So those are my thoughts.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things. I believe this is a commercial parcel. Can I get correction on that from staff?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. It's a 1.7 acre parcel on the west side of Shell Road. It's zoned R2. It's a residential property. It was previously owned, and as an investment property, there was a transfer of title, and then unfortunately the ownership did not repair or maintain the property. That's why we were out there 11 times.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and my final point here is I thought it was commercial, my mistake. However, I still think the merit of the investment in the class of buyer they're buying it. I move to deny the lien waiver requests.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to deny by Councilman Santiago, a second by Councilman Johansson. Any other comments? All in favor, and the vote would be to deny the lien reduction. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the lien reduction is denied 7-0. Okay. And that takes us to item 3. Item 2.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Kevin Captain representing community information this morning. Agenda item number 2 is comprised of 2 proclamations. One is Beach Safety Recognition Day. The other is Beach Safety and Coast Guard Heroes Day. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Vice Chair Robbins, I'm going to hand the Beach Safety Recognition Day over to you. I think it's I think it was well timed, and I'm glad that you suggested this.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Captain, did we have a video? Are we going to do it before or after?
Yes, sir. We have a video that will accompany the Beach Safety Recognition Day proclamation. So whenever you would like us to cue that up, it's ready to go.
Chair, you go with queuing it up right now?
Please. Yes. Daryl, are you in it?
I sure hope not. I'm chubby.
You might be.
Volusia County's lifeguards have upheld a legacy of dedication, protecting the millions who cherish our 47 miles of coastline every year. Those who have served are ushered into an elite group of individuals who dedicate a portion of their time on this earth to saving lives and helping those when they need it most. Over the years, things have changed. New techniques, certifications, and equipment have been embraced to stay at the cutting edge. But the dedication and passion of Volusia County lifeguards remain unchanged. The knowledge is passed down to those who have that passion to serve, to save. It's ingrained into the fabric of who they are and who they will always be, protectors. A moment comes when their training is put to the test. Life hangs in the balance. And the difference between survival and death lies with a Volusia County lifeguard. In these moments, time stands still and their reaction, second nature. After it's all said and done, life is saved and they return to that tower, not looking for accolades or praise, because it's what they do, who they are. The impact is immeasurable, happening every day, countless times a week, and thousands of times a year, performing more rescues than all other agencies in Florida combined. Today, July 11th, 2023, we gather to honor and proclaim the extraordinary work of Volusia County lifeguards. They embody the courage and selflessness that comes from standing at the juncture where the mighty power of the sea meets the enchanting beauty of our sun-kissed shores.
That was a great video. Thank you for doing that for us. You know, I just wanted to take a couple minutes here, or a couple seconds, just to recognize beach safety and what they've done, not just for me over the years, but for this community. I worked beside many of you guys when I was a police officer in Daytona Beach. You guys saved my ass on multiple occasions as my backup officers. Excuse my language. Saved my butt. And you know, your dedication and bravery is unmatched. And to be triple certified for so long, you know, that doesn't, and the responsibilities that go along with it, you know, those cannot be pushed aside. And I just want to recognize your unwavering dedication and bravery for decades for this community, for the residents and the visitors. And for that, I'm going to read proclamation. Whereas Volusia County's valiant lifeguards have been rescuing swimmers, providing emergency first aid, managing 47 miles of county's beaches, and conserving natural resources since the early 1900s. And whereas, in recognition of its high training standards, the Beach Safety Division is certified as an advanced lifeguard agency to the United States Life Saving Association. And whereas beach safety took an additional responsibility of providing law enforcement from 1996 May 25th, to May 25th, 2023, doing an outstanding job and earning Excelsior recognition through the Commission for the Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation. And whereas beach safety has 192 seasonal lifeguards with ocean rescue certification, 43 full-time personnel who are dual certified ocean rescue lifeguards and emergency medical technicians, and 5 administrative staff members. And whereas this world-renowned life-saving agency performs more rescues than any other agencies in Florida combined, and once partnered with the U.S. Department of Justice to assist the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in performing its tourism-oriented policing and rescue strategies. And whereas in a typical year, beach safety personnel rescue approximately 4,060 swimmers, respond to 256 major medical calls, provide first aid to 479 persons, treat 3,165 jellyfish stings, assist with 1,829 disabled vehicles, handle 927 environmental calls, find 34 lost children and adults, and take 61,151 preventative actions. And whereas during the 2022 hurricanes, beach safety personnel staffed and managed the evacuation recovery shelters, performed high water rescues, and took calls at the county's Citizen Information Center. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 11th, 2023 as Beach Safety Excellence Day. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. Chief, it's all yours.
Thank you for that. You know, I want to thank Community Information for the video they put together, and Dave Hunt. I know he didn't want to be called out individually, but he really captured what it feels like to be a lifeguard in that video. And he almost got me the first time I watched it. I'm glad I watched it a couple hundred times to desensitize myself to it. But in reality, you know, we have done a lot of cool things, you know, and when I came into this job, I came at the beginning of that crossover, and I got to ride that ride all the way through its completion. But through it all, the backbone and the core mission was always that lifeguarding. And the one scene in that video that stood out to me was that lifeguard walking back to his tower after the rescue. I remember that walk very well. Every one of us does. You know, as you're walking back, you're tired, your adrenaline's pumping, you're excited, you're nervous for that next rescue, you're trying to watch your water, you're taking this all in, and you're thinking about the impact that you just made on that family. And you're thinking about the fact that you stood in between death and somebody's loved one, and that you made a difference. The one thing you're not thinking about is the impact it made on you. That comes much later. And that's the thing, when you realize that impact, that's the thing that keeps every one of these folks that I work with coming back every single day. And I appreciate working with this team. And I will, as long as I can, continue to do that. And I want to thank you all for this proclamation. It means a lot to me. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, for the second proclamation, we have an additional representative here today with the United States Coast Guard, and that is Machinery Technician, Second Class Antonio Gonzalez. Have him come up as well, and then we'll do pictures after the second proclamation is read.
Okay, very good. Thank you for joining us this morning as well. I'll let you speak in just a minute. Okay. I'm gonna let you be nervous for a minute. Danny, that was an excellent video. You've got to be really pleased with that. I'm proud of our communications staff for pulling that together. And Director, I relate to what you say. I wish I had the chance to see it before today. It's very good. It brings back a lot of memories. You know, being a lifeguard is one of the most enjoyable things I've ever done in my life. But as that video just showed, everything can change like that, and your life is on the line. And you do it because somebody else's life is on the line. I want to add one other thing to what Danny said and what this video said. And for all the things that you add, for the importance of the job of saving lives, you are part of the economic development of Volusia County. Without you, without your fellow men and women keeping our beach safe, we don't have a tourism industry. We don't have people coming here. And so you are critical to the economy of Volusia County. And we need to recognize that in the way that we treat you, the way that we pay you, and the way that we honor you. I'm so glad that Danny has chose to honor you this morning, Vice Chair Robbins. I'm sorry for the familiarity. And it's interesting that we're both doing it on the same day. When I heard about this rescue that the Coast Guard was involved in, it literally sent chills up and down my spine. I spent a summer at the inlet by myself in an Army surplus Jeep with a metal buoy, and I didn't even have a surfboard, a rescue board. But I didn't have to do what you guys did. We did have some help from the Coast Guard in a inlet rescue. It happens all the time. Coast Guard would help us with many things. And to see the team spirit and the camaraderie which the Coast Guard and the lifeguards worked together was just nothing short of excellent. It's what's supposed to happen. You're not timing me yet, so I'm gonna just end with this. I put myself in that lifeguard's position when I heard what happened. You train these men and women really well, Director Andrews. They're ready to go. But when something like that, when somebody's getting attacked by a shark, when there's lightning, when there's something that you know, my life and their lives hangs in the balance here, and I don't know what the outcome's going to be. Training is important, but there's one other thing that you can't train for, and that's courage. It takes courage where you set fear aside and just go. You run into that water. This rescue at the jetty, with the rocks, with the barnacles on the rocks, with the sharks in the water, with the waves swirling the water around. You don't know where you're going to go. It's, I can't imagine, but it still gives me chills to think of it. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then is DeLand here? Is Mr. Outlaw here? Okay. You should come up. You, sir, are a hero. Please just come up and join your fellow. And Thomas, you're here. Is it true that you were his swim coach? Where?
For Spruce Creek.
For Spruce Creek. What did he swim?
In middle distance, 205.
That came in handy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
came in handy.
Yeah. Your hero. There are people alive today that might not be. Had you not had the courage to run in the water, had you not come there with, how many people were with you on the boat? 3 others. Thank you for working together. We read the proclamation, and then I'll give you a chance to say something. You don't have to, but this is a time for real courage to speak in front of all these people. Additional courage. Whereas 2 Volusia County beach safety employees and 4 members of the U.S. Coast Guard put their rescue training to the ultimate test on June 15th, 2023, when a sudden severe storm caused 2 adults and 2 children to become stranded on the slippery rocks of the Ponce Inlet Jetty, where they were pounded by heavy waves. And whereas a Good Samaritan, whose name we do not know, was able to rescue one of the children, and whereas despite lightning, 5-foot swells is putting it, these are 5-foot crashing waves and major wind gusts, Volusia County beach safety and U.S. Coast Guard employees immediately sprang into action to rescue the 3 remaining victims. And whereas during the 25-minute rescue operation, lifeguard DeLand Outlaw swam to the victims and delivered them one by one to lifeguard EMT Thomas McGibney, who secured them on his rescue ski and brought them to a nearby Coast Guard boat. And whereas Volusia County lifeguards are trained in the use of rescue skis and complete physical training every day so that they are always in top physical condition, while Coast Guard employees undergo intensive and constant training to perform daring rescues at sea, and whereas Volusia County Beach Safety and the U.S. Coast Guard have a strong working relationship and have collaborated on many emergencies over the years, now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 11th, 2023 as Beach Safety and Coast Guard Heroes Day in Volusia County, and urge residents to join us in commending lifeguard EMT Thomas McGibney, lifeguard DeLand Outlaw, boatswain's mates Corey Walsh and Colin, is it Milne? Mill. Machinery technician Antonio Gonzalez, seaman Kenneth Gill DeRubio, and the anonymous Good Samaritan. Do we know who the Samaritan is yet? No. For risking their lives to save others, dated this 11th day of July, AD 2023. Congratulations, you're all heroes, and we honor you today. Before we take pictures, DeLand, are you full-time?
No, sir. I'm actually part-time on the beach, and I just want to correct. My name is Declan Outlaw.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
This is pretty embarrassing. Declan
Yes, sir.
Outlaw.
Yes, sir. But no, sir. I'm only part-time at the beach, and it's the best job I've ever had. I've worked a few other jobs, but I just keep coming back. The pay is decent, but I don't really do it for the pay. I just do it because I love the job and I love helping people. And for this right here, it really means a lot. from all you guys, seriously.
What went through your mind before you ran in along that jetty?
Not much. He was like, "There's lightning," but I was like, "I just want to go get him." You know, I didn't really think about it. And it doesn't happen a lot to get an opportunity for rescue like that, especially as a part-time guard. So I was like, I want to do this. Like I was there for the action, but I just wanted to, you know, get them home safe. So, but yeah, not a lot. If that's your question, not a lot.
And which member of the Coast Guard are you?
I was the boat engineer.
You were-
Engineer on board, sir.
Okay.
Yep. On behalf of the coxswain or the boatswain's mate that was actually operating the vessel during the rescue, and the other two members, who Colin Milne and Gilday Rubio, they both transferred to different stations. But on behalf of Corey, who couldn't make it, myself and the other two members, thank you for everything. And thanks to these two gentlemen right here. Without them, our job would have been increasingly more difficult. It would have been, I don't want to call it impossible, but it would have been much more difficult. So thank you to these two.
Yes, well said. Coach, would you like to say anything?
This is my 30th summer working on the beach full-time, and this is probably one of the most technical due to the weather conditions and the climate and everything, and one of the best rescues I've ever been on, and I'm glad everything worked out the way it did with the circumstances with the victims. There's a little bit of a language barrier, so Declan and I, it wasn't a textbook, but something that you learn we had to adapt and overcome due to the situations that were presented to us at the time. During those conditions were pretty rough. So glad everything worked out, and it's an honor to be here today, and I appreciate it.
Declan, how old are you?
I'm 19, sir.
Are you single?
Yes.
Okay, the women of the world paying attention. All right, let's get some pictures.
Almost up that way.
All right, let's have everybody in this picture. Get a family. Okay, let's do this one here.
We'll get a quick shot of you guys all together, and then one with just beach safety.
Oh. For you, when you leave. Yeah, but, oh, no, not.
Before you guys go, Councilman Santiago would like to say something to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have another photo.
Great. Awesome, let's get him in.
And so we can get an angle shot.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
This is the island right here, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, should I share my comments now?
Please.
It's going to be real brief. I just wanted more so for Chief Etheridge, if he could hang around. He usually hangs around to the end of the meetings, but today, can you hang around? Because I want to share some comments and some ideas with the council regarding beach safety, and I have some questions. I'll put you on notice. I'm going to ask a little bit about junior lifeguards, so maybe you get some time to get together for that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're going to do that on your comments?
Yep. Okay. At the end of the meeting.
Okay. Are you waiting for the next one?
I'm ready for item 3.
Okay, I thought you might have something else on item 2. Thank you
Mr.
for
Chair?
help. Yes, ma'am.
We'll need a motion and vote for the proclamations.
Okay.
Motion to
We can
approve.
do a motion and a second for both at the same time, can't we? Jake, was that a motion to approve?
I think Danny made the motion. I'll second. Somebody will second.
Okay. Vice Chair Robbins makes a motion to approve, and the second was by
Second.
Matt Reinhardt. And did you want to, that's just, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. It's approved. Okay, and that brings us to item 3, confirmation of appointment to Mr. Michael Ryan to the position of Director, Community Information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're going
Kevin
first.
Captain, representing Community Information. Item 3, as you mentioned, is the confirmation of appointment of Michael Ryan as Community Information Director, a position that I'm somewhat familiar with. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Mr. Ryan's background.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. It is with great pleasure I'm bringing forward today Michael Ryan for your confirmation. Just a little background here. As you know, when Kevin announced his desire and took the position over for EMS. We immediately went on a search to fill that very important position. It was actually a nationwide search, but we sometimes you find what you're looking for a lot closer to home than you think, and we were able to get to meet Michael Ryan, and Michael has more than 20 years of experience in communications and marketing. He has a bachelor's degree in journalism and communications from the University of Texas at Arlington, and he started his career as director of communications for City there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He then served as director of communications for St. Johns County, where he led a multi-agency crisis communications team during the 3 hurricanes and the COVID pandemic. In addition, he's worked as a communications and marketing consultant throughout Northeast Florida. I've gotten to know Michael from some previous contacts and then in this process, and I'm very pleased to bring him forward with a recommendation for approval for his confirmation.
Thank you.
Chairman, sub move. You looking for a motion, or you want to wait to hear from?
Well, Matt's up here. I was wondering, were you going to make a motion? Okay.
That's okay. I withdraw mine. Let Matt do his.
Matt Reinhardt makes a motion to.
Also to tell him David Santiago and I are big fans of your barber.
Thank you.
And the second was by Councilman Kent. Please share with us. We're glad you're here.
Mr. Chair, Council, I just wanted to take a real brief moment to thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald and Ms. Conchin, for this opportunity. I very much enjoy public service and look forward to serving the community and joining what is already a stellar communication team, as you could see by the video earlier. So thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. You do have a lot to work with, and I think they probably told you that when you get emails from Vice Chair Robbins or myself at midnight on Friday, you don't have to answer them until Monday.
Like someone else did.
I was told Sunday morning, but we can work on some time frames.
So you were informed, okay. Yeah. All right. Are you done? Okay. Jake Johansson.
I have a quick question for you. I noticed you live in Elkton. Are you going to maintain residency there or come closer to Daytona? What's your DeLand?
Commissioner, my wife is actually in the audience. She is from Volusia County, and I'm waiting right now on an offer on a house. We have an offer. We've been negotiating for 2 days on an offer, and we have another one in our sights if this one doesn't work.
Got it. Yes. Thanks for sharing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? And we have a motion and a second on the floor to confirm the appointment of Michael Ryan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are confirmed unanimously, 7-0. Congratulations, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you again for the opportunity.
Okay, I don't know if item 4 is of any interest to anybody in the room. Ordinance 2023-25 enacting a pilot program allowing dogs on the beach between Milsap Road and Rockefeller Drive in the Ormond Beach area. Vice County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
Good morning, Council. Suzanne Conchin here to discuss dogs on the beach, and we have prepared for you an ordinance to enact a pilot program. I'm going to just breeze through the PowerPoint. As I think everyone is well aware, we spoke on this topic in February and March. At that time, we were looking at a stretch of beach in the North Peninsula of Ormond when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service indicated that that natural beach area would require amendments to our permits on the beach. So we quickly pivoted at the March meeting and recommended an alternative pilot location in the city of Ormond Beach, bounded by Milsap Road, which is the north side of Andy Romano Park, and Rockefeller Drive, about 0.6 miles north of that point. That is a transitional area where beach driving is permitted, and we did finally receive on April 24th confirmation from the Wildlife Service that that area would not require any amendments to our permit, and we could proceed as proposed with this program. So on the screen is the map of that area, and I'll point out that there are 4 beach access points available to the public along that stretch. In addition, there's more than 250 off-beach public parking spaces. I point that out because when the beach is not available to cars before a certain time in the morning or in the evening, or when tide influences, we do have great public access along this 0.6 mile stretch. We do have a public crosswalk at Cardinal, and I'm happy to report that the Florida Department of Transportation is under construction now with a series of pedestrian enhancements along this stretch of A1A and an enhanced hybrid beacon, particularly at Rockefeller, where we have an off-beach parking lot on the west side of the road. The council did ask in February and March a lot about our signage program and ways to keep the public apprised. So we included in your packet a pretty detailed presentation of where we would post signs and some of the typical signs that we use at the inlet that we would modify and propose using in this stretch. Ones that would clarify the rules that apply to the public with dogs, as well as some informational signs regarding heat exhaustion for dogs. We know in the summertime, in the heat of the day, we want everyone to be safe. So as I noted, we did get direction from you in March on some key points, which is included in your draft ordinance. Some of the key provisions are on this screen. We're proposing dogs be permitted from sunrise to sunset, an 18-month period for the pilot beginning November 1st, a 6-foot leash requirement, and a proof of rabies vaccination, and that handlers pick up after their dogs. We did have discussion in March about enforcement. The ordinance is referencing changes under Chapter 14, which covers our animal control rules, so they can be enforced by an animal control officer or law enforcement. And we do have a suggestion of a potential animal control officer being dedicated to this stretch. They would work 40 hours a week, and some estimated costs have been provided for you. A very prolific proposal for dog waste dispensers and bags are included in the proposal, with over 26 stations we would put into place, and we would also make sure that the toll operators along this stretch have bags to provide people in cars who may not have them with them. As far as costs, we do have with us in the audience today both the Lohman family as well as members of the Daytona Beach Incorporated, and I see that we have a typo on the screen, and I apologize for that. They have very generously offered funds to cover the cost of this pilot program. Nanette McKeel-Petrella in particular has been in contact with me a number of times. She has a program that we support at the staff level to have either families or businesses sponsor a dog dispenser, and we would envision they would be able to put a sticker recognizing the sponsor as part of that program. We'll also plan to work with them and their volunteers who I think would like to be out on the beach as good ambassadors to help educate people about the rules to make this a successful pilot. So with that presentation and a very, I think, complete packet material, I'm available for any questions. I have members of the team here from Coastal Beach Safety and Animal Control if you need their assistance.
Okay, Council, we'll start with questions. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you elaborate a little bit on enforcement? Are we making any changes to fines, or what are we going to be looking for there, the animal control officer, and what authorities do they have to enforce it?
I am going to ask Mr. Soria to assist with part of those questions, but as I mentioned, this is under our animal control ordinance, so the fines would be as provided under that ordinance.
So, for example, if someone had their dog on this particular part of the beach, or any part of the beach, without a leash, what are the consequences of that?
I don't have the adopted animal control fine with me, but a previous council did revise its complete chapter 14 of the animal code, including some updated fines. So anything that would be a violation in this section that would correlate to a violation in chapter 14 would be subject to the same fines. Those fines range from $150 to approximately $250. Alternatively, this council could adopt a resolution, for fines that are specific to these particular sections. We would do that kind of at a later hearing. You just adopt it by resolution. That's what we do with all of our fines. And because this doesn't go into effect until November 1st, we've got plenty of time to discuss what is an appropriate fine. And the imposition of a fine is a legislative decision, because you're trying to prevent a bad action from occurring.
One more question, Mr. Chair. You mentioned something about the sponsorships of, I think you mentioned the bags. Was there any potential, maybe just sponsoring the dog park in general? I don't own any pets, but there are some pretty big brands out there. I don't know if that's opportunity.
Janine Jennings with Business Services has been working with our consultant on sponsorships, and I know they've been focused on some of our larger facilities. I'll certainly work with her to see if some of our other dog parks and the inlet beaches may be candidates for sponsorships. But I think what we have, a commitment from Daytona Dog Beach Inc. here, is to cover the dispensers and bags along this stretch of the beach, and I think that's a great first step for a program like this.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple quick questions. The animal control officer, you said there would be one present during the times that it's open for the dog beach, correct?
Well, actually, one full-time officer would work 40 hours a week. Of course, with the beach being open 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset, we wouldn't be able to commit to an officer out there all hours that it's open, but a substantial number of them.
Okay.
Another strategy that we'll be working on is perhaps offering incentive pay to beach safety officers who are willing to become certified animal control officers, and they may be able to lend a hand. Of course, we have the sheriff's office out as law enforcement. I'm sure they'll assist as well.
And that being said, with regards to enforcement, because I had heard that with the animal control officer and the sheriff's office, have we approached the sheriff's office with regards to any of the enforcement, that this may be a potential duty for them as well, being aware of that stretch of beach, that they would have the ability and therefore enforce those ordinances?
Well,
so,
are
they aware of it? So.
Yeah, I mean, we have been working closely with the sheriff's office on the operation of the beach countywide, obviously, and they are already in the position of enforcing the prohibition of dogs on the remainder of the beach, and that will still fall under the beach code. And they are aware of this proposed pilot program and the enforcement components.
And I love the sponsorship idea. That's good news to hear. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Suzanne, hi. So basically, half of the time this park is open, it's not going to be it's going to be unmonitored, correct, by any type of law enforcement?
Well, as I mentioned, we will have, the sheriff's office already monitors the beach, and we may have some beach safety staff who can assist, but we would only have that dedicated officer approximately 40 hours a week, focusing their time on the weekends and the heavier use days.
Okay. What is the closest dog beach north of here?
Well, as we discussed, I believe in March, the closest beach would be Flagler County.
Correct. And that's how far?
I'm sorry, I should have measured that since you asked me that question before, and I hate to project, but it is approximately 8 miles north, I want to say.
Okay. And is it fair to say that predominantly,
It's more than 8 miles,
all
way
right,
more.
predominantly though, all of Flagler is dog friendly and they allow dogs on the beach in Flagler, correct?
Except for the 20-block area, 10 blocks north and 10 blocks south of the pier. That is not dog-friendly. The other remaining areas are.
Okay. Do you have any idea why Flagler has chosen to make those 10 blocks north and 10 blocks south of the pier non-dog friendly?
My understanding is because that's the most heavily concentrated beach use area in that county.
And how many times is this issue going up before the council before us?
Well, this is our third time in 2023, but there has been at least 2 other times where prior councils have debated this question.
Okay, and they were both shot down in those previous councils?
They did not change the beach rules, other than for providing for the 2 inlet beach parks that we have in New Smyrna and Ponce Inlet.
Do you happen to remember what the votes were?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thanks. Thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins? I'm sorry. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne, does the ordinance account for an additional ACO?
Well, that wouldn't be necessarily part of the county code and ordinance. That would be a directive of council in terms of adding that level of service.
Outside the vote today. Got it. If we hired an ACO, would that be a temporary hire?
I would presume we would make that a temporary hire. It would be dependent upon the pilot program timeline and whether or not the council renews it at its conclusion.
Got it. What is the detail of enforcement for some of the proposed violations? Do we have to catch the person in the act, or do ACOs have the same level of how to prove something happened? Paulo? Somebody?
Alicia?
Can we do a, hey, that gentleman over there allowed his dog to defecate on the beach and he didn't clean it up? Would that be enough for a warning, or if he's a repeat offender for a ticket or a fine?
Good morning, Alicia Deese, Interim Director of Volusia County Animal Services. Yes, sir, we can issue a citation on a first offense. Animal Services does practice a written warning to start off with these type of circumstances, because it is a new addition, for example, to the beach. So we want to educate them first. We will note them in our computer system. We will know who these folks are. And if we have a regular ACO, obviously, we're pretty familiar with faces. So we would be able to identify who they are if they repeat again and write them a citation.
So if our volunteers are out there and they see a repeat offender and report it to the ACO, who may or may not be in that general vicinity, can that ACO issue a citation, or does the ACO need to see the event happen in order to give the fine?
We can collect a witness statement.
Got
it's
it.
notarized.
Thank you. That's all.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this pilot project, and I would like to include in the motion that the county handles all aspects of it, minus the donation from the Lomans. I believe we can talk about maybe handling that separately outside of county government, if that makes sense.
Let's make sure that it makes sense to me. The county, motion to approve, the county handle all aspects of it outside of the Lomans contribution. What about the bags being donated by Daytona Dog Beach?
Yeah, that's fine. I just,
Okay.
if the Lomans, my point was, if the Lomans did want to contribute, we can hook them up with Daytona Dog Beach as a 501. They can do that separately.
Perfect. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Okay, so I think we're past the, do I have a second to that motion first?
Chairman, I'm happy to second it. I just wanted to hear from the public first
Yeah.
before I did any of that. I was just going to hold off. So I'm happy to second it. I'm just going to wait a moment.
And I would suggest, and we already have a couple names up, we're getting ready to go into debate. We have about an hour of comment. We have 3 minutes each, 20 people. I think it would be wise to hear from the public first before debate, so because it might help us form our questions. Is council good with that? Go ahead, Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd encourage the public to watch everybody else's comments, and so we can get to this vote, either which way it goes, so we can get to it quickly. Everybody has right to speak, but repetitive stuff often doesn't make a difference. So out of respect for getting you a vote, I think we can get it quick.
I was going to ask a question to that regard. It's one of the most, one of the things Americans fear the most is speaking in public. He is right. You're welcome to speak. I'm going to ask everybody that is in favor of this to stand up. Just give the council a, okay. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. So when I call your name, you can come speak. You don't have to. We know that you're for it, but you can come and say, I'm for it. But as Councilman Santiago said, you don't have to repeat everything that, that Nancy might say. So, so here we go. Pam Cooper. I'm sorry. It says number 1. The ball's in your hands.
That's it. I appreciate everything that's been said before.
Can you pull the mic down to you so we can hear you?
I appreciate everything that's been said before. I just wanted to make a couple comments, a couple of notes. One is that we do allow dogs in our county, state, and city parks. And we do have doggy waste bags. We have all that. That's already been done, and it's safe. It's proven. We don't have officers to police Fortunato Park. We don't have officers to police our dog walking. It works. People know what to do. There's so many reasons to enjoy the beach with dogs. Tourists, social interaction, so on and so forth. One thing I would like to point out about the Inlet Park Beach, they do not allow dogs. They do not allow dog walking on the ocean. You cannot go on the ocean area with your dog. You can go to the river. That's the beach. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Fernandez. And tell us what area of the county you're from, too. I can see it, but the rest of the council doesn't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council. Appreciate the time that you're taking with this. My name is Randy Fernandez, 159 East Granada. I own Naughty Pets, which is a grooming and retail store in Ormond Beach, beachside. I also live beachside, and unfortunately, it's kind of frustrating for me because I can't even take my dog down to the beach to walk. So I appreciate the fact that you're doing this. Just remember, you don't want to punish the good dog owners and the good dogs for the transgressions of a few. And I understand there's an enforcement action, but the vast majority of people are good people along the beach that just want to enjoy it. So thank you for your time. God bless you and the decisions that you make.
Thank you. Kat Wenderoth? Catherine.
Hello, and thanks for doing this. I just want to say that it's about time that northern Volusia got a dog beach. South Volusia has two. I live in DeLand, and I don't go to New Smyrna, I go to Daytona. And I think they should be well aware that the tourists that bring their dogs would also like to go to Daytona and not schlep down to New Smyrna. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Dennis. For or against? Mike Dennis. Trevor Lewis. Followed by Nancy Lohman. So make it good.
I've lived in Volusia County for 72 years. I've lived in my residence in Ormond Beach for 50 years. I've had probably 10 or 12 dogs in that time period. I have a dog now. I walked my dog on the beach for decades, and then I was told I couldn't. And it's a liberty that's been taken away from me and my dog. I used to walk my dog on the beach in the morning, used to walk my dog on the beach at night. I've always been responsible. I pay taxes, I vote, I clean up my dog poop. I think it's a liberty that's been taken away from us, and I think it's about time we had a designated area where the dogs and the people can go and enjoy the beach. It's a big beach. It's 30 miles of beach, I think. And it's just a little small portion of beach. And if people don't like dogs, stay away from that area. Don't come there. There's a lot of places on the beach you can go. You don't have to come to that place. Dogs poop. People are supposed to take care of their dogs. They're supposed to clean up after their dogs. I'm willing to, if you let me walk my dog on the beach, I always take my bags with me. I am willing to clean up other dog poop if I see it on the beach. I want to take my dog to the beach. Please let us do this. Thank you.
Nancy Lohman, and you will be followed by Barry Kugas.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of Snowball, Snowflake, and me, I'm speaking, and Lowell Lohman. We currently have over 50 hotels that advertise themselves as dog-friendly. We have over 20 restaurants that advertise themselves as dog-friendly, all on the beachfront. We have on our Convention and Visitors Bureau website a comment that says, for some families, vacation feels incomplete without your four-legged friends. But there are two other national websites. One is bringfido.com and gopetfriendly.com that quote unquote say this: Daytona Beach is not pet friendly. Pets are allowed on the inlet and intercoastal beaches, but Volusia County does not allow dogs on the Atlantic Ocean beaches. Another comment on another website: pets are never allowed on Atlantic Ocean Beach. So that affects our economic impact. And whatever this costs in terms of animal control is more than offset by the economic impact of not being pet friendly nationally. And the other big reason for us to encourage you to have a pet friendly beach area is that pets are good for our health, and we're supposed to be helping everyone live better lives here in Daytona Beach. One of the things that makes a big difference for people is that they're not going to go to a public place without their dogs. I'm not going to the beach because I can't bring Snowball and Snowflake. If I can't bring them when I'm relaxing, then I'm not going. So I go to parks and other areas, but I'd love to go to our beach, but I don't because it's not dog friendly. 47 miles of beach, and all we ask is for a small section. And to Mr. Dempsey's point, one of the things I love about the staff recommendation of going from having Milsap to Rockefeller is that if you're at the cornerstone or the center of our city, let's just take ISB and the intercoastal. Rockefeller to Milsap is great for everyone. It's a happy medium. But sending us up to Flagler, I mean, that's easier for me, and that's still a 20-minute drive, and I'm in Ormond by the Sea. But sending me up in someone else's tax district for my dog, I don't think is what we want to do. I think we want to be good to our citizens and not make us leave our own county. Thank you. Thank you. I walked this area. I walked it last 2 weekends ago. I walked from Milsap to Rockefeller. It's plenty long, it's beautiful, and it's plenty wide. There were cars, there were us walking. We could have easily had our dogs. There were pop-up tents. Interestingly enough, each one of those tents seems to understand that they need to be a certain distance from each other. And so they could have all had dogs underneath their tents. There would have been plenty of room for everyone. I encourage you to vote yes for this. Please give it a try. And I can erase this and make Lowell give more if it takes more. But no, just kidding. Okay, that was just a little joke for my hubby. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I bet he's really pleased. Barry, are you here? And then Barry will be followed by Leslie Lee.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. And it's a hard act to follow, always.
Did you bring a check?
Yeah, it's in my car. I'll be right back. I just want to say just a couple of things. In previous meetings, there was some opposition that was noting as far as, we have one in New Smyrna and there's one in Ponds Inlet. It's kind of like saying there's a gas station in New Smyrna. Why build one in Ormond? It comes down to convenience. People have to have convenience to use these facilities and take care of their animals. And I don't think it's going to upset, it's a very small section of beach. So as far as the birds and the turtles, I don't think they're going to be infringed upon or hampered. I think it should be a really good deal. I hope you guys go ahead and vote for this and get it done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leslie Lee? Okay.
For me to get up here is hard. My name is Leslie Lee, and I've resided in Ormond Beach for 24 years with my husband, Warren Z. Barth. We're really strongly in favor of the dog beach, and we're committed to sponsoring one of the dog stations every year. It's such a joy to walk in the sand and watch the ocean with your canine friends. We actually spend a lot of money traveling around the country to other dog beaches, and I would rather take the money and spend it here in Volusia County and stay home. And I think there's a lot of your constituents, and I think there's a lot of your, the tourists that, would be strongly impacting the economy here. So I think the hotels, the restaurants, and I hope that you strongly vote for this. In all of our experiences at dog-friendly beaches, we've never experienced aggressive dogs, and people have always been incredibly conscientious about picking up after their pets. It's already on a drive beach, and it's not going to be impacting a wildlife area, and all we're asking for is 1% of the entire county beaches. With the Lowen family and with the Daytona Beach nonprofit spearheaded by Nanette McKeel-Petrella and numerous private donors, I think the financial impact would be negligible to you all. I think this will only benefit the hotels, restaurants, or the tourism in Volusia County, as well as your constituents, and then hopefully yourselves. Thank you.
Well done. Linda Kaladian, followed by Jill Stevens.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I'm Linda Kaladian. I live beachside on Peninsula Drive, just a few blocks from this location, and I've been there for 23 years. Thank you for your service to a community. One of the things I just want to add to this is that my nephew comes to visit his mother who's in a facility here. He goes all the way. First he went to Flagler, and then he went to Brevard County to stay and spend money because of his dog, which he drives down with. So let's get up to speed with the rest of the country and bring the doggies to the beach, because dog friendliness is here and growing. Thank you.
Jill Stevens, followed by Paula Flug.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jill Stevens. I reside at 585 Ocean Shore Boulevard. I am the second home south of Anston Beach Approach, so I think I have a unique perspective. I grew up on the ocean at 2801 South Atlantic Avenue. My family lived there for 40 years. Some of my fondest memories growing up were time spent with my dogs on the beach. We need dogs on the beach. I see dogs every day behind our home. They're not supposed to be there, but guess what? It brings me joy. I'm those that could be impacted by dogs on the beach, and guess what? It's a positive impact. Dog owners are responsible people. Dog owners are loving people. Give us the chance, and we're going to prove to you that one day, every single mile of Daytona Beach, I hope, will be dog friendly, because every community that represents dogs represents a positive financial impact. Look at some of the most affluent communities in our state: Naples, Palm Beach. These communities welcome dogs everywhere. So I encourage you. I am fortunate to live in Volusia County. I am blessed to live on the ocean in a home. And I am so proud that you've given us the opportunity to speak this morning, and please make us proud by doing what's right for dog owners of Volusia County. Thank you very much.
Paula, is Abigail with you?
Good morning, council members. My name is Paula Flug, and I serve as the Vice President of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. I wanted to express my gratitude for your willingness to listen to all of your constituents, regardless of their stance on this object. Initially, I wasn't sure what I was going to discuss today, considering you've already heard all the reasons why we want it done. My daughter here wants to speak, and she's up next. But what I saw when she wrote, that changed my mind, and when I came across that, it struck a chord with me. Regardless what the outcome of the vote is today, my hope is that I have instilled a valuable life lesson with my child, to stand up and fight for what they believe in, but in a positive manner that benefits the environment and supports their cause. Today's rapidly changing world, negativity seems to be all around us, occasionally punctuated by a heartwarming story. It is crucial for our children to witness that positive change can occur without causing significant harm to those who oppose it. And that's precisely what we have accomplished here, I believe. Standing up and fighting doesn't entail responding with hostility when faced with rejection. I must admit, the last time this issue was voted down, it would have been easy for us to resort to negativity. Nevertheless, our organization chose a different path. We remained positive, focused on the environmental cleanliness, organized constructive rallies, and called for a change. Today, I hope we receive just that. I genuinely appreciate your time, and I am immensely grateful to all of the individuals who have sent emails and spoken and will continue to speak in support of this cause. I urge you to vote yes for a small section that will bring joy to numerous constituents while having minimal impact on those who oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail?
Hi, my name is Abigail.
Can you make sure the mic is down by her?
Hi, my name is Abigail Flug. My mom is the Vice President of Daytona Dog Beach. We have been helping for 2 whole years cleaning the beach. We do this because our dogs are part of our family, and we want them to enjoy the beach too. Dogs make people really happy, and they deserve to be happy too. We are just asking for a small space for our furry family members, and it would make a big difference. If a 9-year-old can pick up after their dog, then everyone should be able to. If I see someone not cleaning up after their dog, I would pick it up myself. It might be yucky, but this is the right thing to do. Leaving your dog at home while having fun is really tough. All of my dogs have been to the beach. 2 of them have been to Flagler Beach, and 1 went to Daytona Beach for special people and paused beach cleanup. Here's a picture of it. This is a picture of my dog, Maggie. This is a picture of my dog, Zoe, and that's a picture of my dog, Chase. I feel safer and happier when I have my dogs with me. I know they can't go everywhere, but I believe they should be able to enjoy the beach and other places too. Except they can't do that here. I hope that changes soon. Thank you for your time and listening to me.
Well done. Laura Foster? And Laura, you will be followed by Tiffany Jubert.
Hello, I'm Laurie Foster. This is my dog Bo, Beach Bo.
Oh,
Awesome. I moved to Daytona Beach last year, and I didn't realize that dogs were not allowed on the beach because all the other beaches I visited in the past, and I come from Gainesville, so I'm not that far away, all the places were dog friendly. And I'm appealing to you from a different perspective that has not been presented. I am recovering from a brain injury, an invisible illness. My dog is my emotional support animal, not quite a service dog, because one, I couldn't afford it, having to have quit work coming.
About that just moved me. I am here to talk to the people who
are wondering what's going to happen in the future. The Community Foundation United Way is here to support Dog Beach Inc. And we would do that by supporting them by helping to speak to donors to open up an endowed fund. What this would look like is something that would be in perpetuity. How can we pay the ACO further down the line? How can we continue to get sponsorships when it comes to the doggy poop bags? I would be the philanthropic advisor that would be helping to handle this. It's been proven that high-end donors are looking for a modern vehicle in nonprofits. They're looking to make sure that we are in perpetuity. The Community Foundation has a mission to work to help places and things and people to put in place to further this. So by helping the dog beach would help our community. I also think that bringing people in from other areas, maybe like New York and other places, when they see that there's a nonprofit that's helping this, they're gonna wanna support it, even if they're not a part of our community, but they'll keep coming back in our community. So what that would look like is the endowed funds would come in from donors and we would invest, and then the money would come back and we would reinvest and we would take a 1% fee off of the top of that. And we would help to continue this grow, to make this grow. Thank you.
Jamie? And tell me your last name, because I'm sure I just slaughtered it.
It's a tricky one. Jamie Gallegos.
Gallegos.
Yes, it's tough. So good morning. My name is Jamie Gallegos. I am here speaking as a resident and as a business owner. I have been in Volusia County basically since 1984, minus some college and internships. And this is Bubba. And you can see Bubba's on a boat here. He's an outdoor dog. And I think I almost yielded because most people said what I was going to say, but our animals are family. We want to take them to the beach. We want to be active with them. He's on a boat and here he is at Disappearing Island because it's pretty much the only place we can get to easily to take him to the beach. For 2 years, I took care of my dad with ALS, who was in a big power wheelchair, and taking my dad to the beach with a dog was virtually impossible. There was either no access, little access, or very difficult access. Whereas on the hard-packed sands between Milsap and Rockefeller, there are things that we can do. There are ramps, there are platforms. We can tent over the van. So there's things that we can do. My other unique perspective on this is one of the businesses that I own is a real estate brokerage. And I talked to some of my realtors. I have about 20 agents, and I brought this issue to their attention. Every one of them has had to deal with people that want to move to Florida. We've got 1,000 people moving here a day. They're choosing Flagler. They're choosing St. Augustine. They want to be near dog beaches and dog parks. And I think that's something to consider. You know, I love Flagler and St. Augustine, but we don't want to lose future income and future residents. It does have an economic impact. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening to all of us. And I just ask that you vote yes to enact this pilot program and give us a shot at this. Thank you.
Judith Steen, followed by Missy Herrera.
Good morning. My name is Judith Stein. I own a condominium in the Symphony Beach Club, located at the corner of A1A and Rockefeller Drive in Ormond Beach. I'm here as a voice in the wilderness to oppose allowing dogs on the beach from Rockefeller Drive to Milsap Road. I love dogs. I've had several dogs in my life, and they were always much-loved family members. I'm not opposed to the idea of dog parks, just the proposed location. The area you are targeting is a pristine stretch of beach, frequented by families and often the setting for special occasions like weddings and family reunions. It's home to many turtle nests also, with almost 1,500 nests found last year in Volusia County. You've already heard from a veterinarian regarding the many diseases carried by dog excrement that can be transmitted to humans. This stretch of the beach includes 452 condominium and timeshare units and 438 hotel rooms, a total of 890 hotels and condos units. If dogs are allowed on the beach in front of our buildings, we believe our rental and property values and potential will be adversely affected. Turning this stretch of the beach into a dog bathroom assures that families will not want to lay their blankets down, and if you walk there, you'll be walking through dog urine. Despite the current illegality, people often bring their dogs to the beach right now. They do their business and are often let off their leashes. We've seen 2 instances of large dogs attacking smaller dogs right in front of us. This could be multiplied if the practice becomes legal. If allowing dogs on the beach is a foregone conclusion, then I'd appreciate the answers to the following questions. How will the rules be enforced? The person you said will be monitoring the beach, if my calculations are correct, they're only going to be there half the time. The rest of the time, the beach will be unmonitored. What authority will they have to enforce the regulations? Will there be a penalty if the rules are not followed? Will there be a regular assessment of the success or failure of this endeavor? Who will do the assessment? How will it be shared? What is the cost of maintaining and cleaning the stretch of beach? How will that cost be paid? What if we or others witness the rules being ignored by dog owners? Who do we call? What will they do? If you must allow dogs, we implore you to find another stretch of beach, one that will not adversely affect the environment, the public's enjoyment, and the sale and rental of so many condos and hotel rooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Missy Herrera? She's still here? I don't see Missy here. So Lawrence Rutledge? Give them to the lady in the end, and Lawrence will be followed by Laura McGinnis Rutledge.
Pass these out to them. You do it now? Okay. Got a few questions I'd like you guys to consider before you make your vote. You may already made a foregone conclusion, but let's just think about this a minute. The purpose of doing this is to get the emotion out of this, and let's look at the facts. Usually emotional decisions are not the best. Some have said it's a right to walk a dog on the beach. Is it a right when it infringes on someone else's rights? Is it the best decision to make it when it's a small group of people that want it, something when it affects the majority that don't? If this was your backyard, would you vote yes? It is our backyard. I have Disney and SeaWorld executive clients. I've talked to them about this, and they don't allow dogs in the park there. Haven't for over 30 years. There's been no reports published either that it's affected their attendance. Not one bit. People still come. If something is made legal, does past history show that people are more compliant? For example, it's illegal now. Illegal. And no one is handing out citations or doing anything about it. I'm out back every day, right there at Rockefeller, more than anyone on the beach, I'll just about guarantee you. And I don't see them doing anything. I've got 12 photos, videos of dogs running on the beach with no leash, jumping on people's blankets, lifeguards driving right by and doing nothing. So again, just because it's legal is not going to make people say, oh, now I can really obey the law. Not sure. What's the monetary incentive here? Is the corporate money promised? We've heard rumors of that. Some corporations want to donate money if it's dog friendly here. This would be a major change that would affect the world's most famous beach playground for visitors, families, and all the local people that live on the beach or in the community. This includes people who own dogs, myself, my family, we own 7. They don't feel this would be a good change. What will be done when dogs come on to private property? Specifically at high tide. If you made a T-chart, we've all done this, you make a T-chart, pros and cons. Would the pros outweigh the cons? Dogs used to be allowed on the beach. They're not now. What's changed? What will be used to determine if this is working or not working, if it's put in place? What's going to determine that? Why not put it
Thank
on
you.
the ballot and let's let the community vote on it? Why are we not getting to vote on it, the whole community?
Thank you very much.
Is that three already?
Yes.
You
Time-
guys can read the last two for yourself.
Time flies. Laura Rutledge.
Hi. I feel a little bit like David going up against Goliath here. A lot of people did not show up today because they heard about what was going on with the Fish and Wildlife. Bear with me. Nerves and allergies. So they didn't show up. So I'm here to speak for those of us that would. I grew up in a small town in Ohio. I'm one of 6 children biologically, and we adopted a 7th from foster care. So I grew up in a large family. Dreaming of going to the beach was everything I ever wanted. To think of ever living on it, I never thought I'd be that lucky. And yet I have lived on the beach for 34 years. In those 34 years, and you and I have talked, Jeff, and I've talked with Suzanne, and I've talked with Nancy, and no taking away from the incredible people here that love their dogs and treat them as family and take care of them. In 34 years of living on that beach, day in and day out, watching the people come onto the beach, even though they're not supposed to. And by the way, they are legal to bring people, dogs can come in if they are service dogs. Never once have I ever seen somebody pick up after their dog. Not one time. 34 years. I have seen them take after birds, take after children, take after other dogs. I've seen them take after people. I've seen them take after everything you could possibly imagine. And just last month, we watched a dog take after a woman immediately got to the beach, let the dog loose, went after a poor tourist on this towel, unprovoked, and went right after that guy. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. That is, they don't pick up after them. I'm sure everybody here would. And I'm sorry that the rest of them don't. But in 34 years, not to once see somebody have the courtesy to pick up after their dog, it has to make you think, now, once it's legal, how are they going to change that? They're not. You cannot have a fine that is not commensurate, as you know, Danny, that's not commensurate with the infraction. You simply cannot fine people enough to make a difference to them. $150, $250 isn't going to matter. Or if they're from out of town, they're not going to pay it. They'll leave. So how do we fix that? The other thing is that on Flagler Beach, they've already recognized it in the busiest part of their beach, which is the 10 miles or 10 blocks south and 10 blocks north of the pier. They don't let dogs. This is the busiest part of our beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Persis. You'll be followed by John Nicholson.
Hello, everyone. I've been listening to the conversation. First of all, I just want to say I want to commend all of you for wanting to consider doing something that this past county council members didn't want to. That takes courage on your part, and I want to commend you for it. I want to commend Commissioner Kent there for kind of like taking the lead in this. I want to commend the city of Ormond Beach for not coming out against this. I think that's great. I want to commend Commissioner Robbins. I was coming here really to actually say what you said. I think that this is this program, this pilot program, is really a initiative of county government. Doesn't need a contribution from the Lomans or a contribution from really anyone else. This is your program. It should be funded by the county. Your whole idea of having a pilot is just that. And I think you guys got to take some time to consider, as a previous speaker spoke about, how are you going to determine whether it's working? And then what measures will you take, in the interim as you get your data back? Like, hey, we have a little issue here. We need to fix that, address that. Those are the things that you have to do, rather than just kind of wait until it's over and say thumbs up or thumbs down. I think in just the fact that you want to try it, you want to make it successful. So keep your eye on that. Again, I think it's great. I don't have a dog, so I don't know how it's all going to work. But I do know this. I am very familiar with that area. I have walked it many, many times. I think you've picked an absolute perfect spot for it. And I think those businesses, Troy, that are across from it, I think they're going to benefit greatly. And I think what may happen is other businesses are going to say, hey, you need to make another section dog friendly so that so we can benefit from it too. I think it's the right thing to do. And as Martin Luther King once said, it's always the right time to do the right thing.
John Nicholson, followed by Nanette McKeel-Petrello.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Bad person to follow. Couple of things. I oppose it. I oppose it for historical reasons. This is not the first time it's been brought forward. It may not be the last one. If you turn it down, it'll come up again like a bad penny. There's some problems with this, and you know it. You've heard it from everybody. And you were not here for the other 4 meetings that we had and turned it down. Mostly dog owners oppose it. Dogs are natural. You can't tell them, don't poop here. Don't take a whiz here. They won't listen. All right? They'll chase birds. They'll chase people. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way of predetermining how they're going to behave. Personally, I like the idea of north of Centennial Park. There are no houses. There are no people to bother. The dogs can do whatever they want. We have 2 locations that are convenient if you live in New Smyrna Beach or Daytona Beach Shores or Port Orange, but not for the rest of the county. So there needs to be something north. I prefer way north. But in this location, if the Lomans are going to donate money, it's not going to cost you guys a dime, won't cost the county a dime. That's a benefit. 2, it's temporary. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You've lost nothing. If the people of Ormond, and if you've asked the people from Ormond, you've heard from the condominium owners, 1 or 2. How many do the rest of them feel? How do the people that live across the street feel? Because technically, I know it's a county beach, but it's their beach. That's where they go. They're not going to walk down by me. I don't walk all the way up there to go to the beach. They're not going to walk all the way down to my end of the beach to go if their dog's there. So it is technically their beach. It's the closest place, and you have to consider what the residents in the area and the businesses in the area want. If they want it, although I say no, fine, try it. It's not going to cost you anything. Once it's done, if you find a way of determining good or bad, then make your judgment. It's not going to cost you a dime. Try it if you will, but I would prefer that you don't open Pandora's box. It's been voted down, I think, 4 times now. I would prefer to bury it, but I know it's coming back. It's a hard decision, but I'll abide by whatever you do. Thank you.
Nanette Petrella.
Well, good morning. My name is Nanette McKeel Petrella, and I come here with Mac, Samson, and Delilah. I'm a resident of Daytona Beach. I live a block from the beach, so I guess it's my beach, as was just said. I'm also the president of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. Our organization continues to grow, and we are now at 1,340 members. Our petition for a dog-friendly beach, as of the other day, has received 2,290 signatures. In 2021, those who supported a dog-friendly beach walked away with a no vote from the previous council. Daytona Dog Beach took that no, we translated it into not yet. We spent the last 2+ years listening to the community, residents, tourists, businesses, and government representatives. We did our homework. We gathered the facts. We tested our supporters' resolve, raised funds, and prepared for today. Today is the day to turn not yet to a yes vote. So we ask, has the growing demand and support for a dog-friendly beach been demonstrated? I say yes. How many others? Please. Have the many benefits of a dog-friendly beach been communicated? Yes. Have we proven our ability to bring volunteers together to keep the beach clean? Yes. Have we collaborated with county staff on a plan to provide for a safe, environmentally sound, and courteous dog-friendly beach following Florida Fish and Wildlife's guidelines, Dogs on the Beach? Yes. Have we adequately addressed the potential concerns related to the incidental take permit and the habitat conservation plan to the satisfaction of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife? Yes. Have we provided the funding source to cover startup cost and ongoing cost into the future? Yes. Our organization, community leaders, and the community at large have come together in a positive, enthusiastic, and collaborative way to get us to yes. Allowing for a dog-friendly beach will bring us together and make us a better community. Give us a chance to prove it. Please lift your yes paw prints and vote to support this opportunity. As president of our nonprofit, I am proud not to ask you for money, but to donate funds to the citizens of Volusia County and present our check, which will cover startup cost and supplies for the dog-friendly beach. And here it is. And I have the real check that you can cash if this passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've asked questions, we've heard from the public. Now it's time for the council to debate this, hash it out, and we will start with Commissioner Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I am blown away in a positive way by a couple of things. First of all, the public showing up today, the emails, the yes stickers, the commitments from many, to have a formal council member who publicly spoke against this make the motion to approve it. I'm blown away. Gentlemen, we have an opportunity to make history in Volusia County today. History that hasn't happened in 37 years. For the first time, we have an opportunity today to give our residents a piece of your beach back to you. As a little boy, I'm 48 years old, as a little boy living beachside, a street away from where I grew up right now, we would go to the beach with our Dalmatian, and it was a great time for my family, and the memories that I had with our family dog were just fantastic. This is a win for all of Volusia County residents. We are talking about 1% of our beach becoming dog friendly legally. Because what I loved about what I heard from most of you is that you're honest people that want to do the right thing. You don't want to break the rule. You won't take Snowball and Snowflake to the beach because it's not allowed. I won't bring Miss Daisy and Bad Boy Dudley because it's not allowed. But when it is allowed and it's legal, then I will, and so will many of you. There was a question about the sheriff. So I asked the sheriff, I said, Sheriff, will your team help enforce this? And his response to me was, of course. Of course he will. And his team will. I want to thank each of you for showing up for or against it. You're right, it's not an easy thing to get up and speak. And you made the effort to show up to DeLand. Many of you sent emails. Just being here is hugely impactful. And thank you for those of you that spoke for or against it. I appreciate hearing your thoughts on the issue. I want to thank Daytona Dog Beach Incorporated. Thank you for not going negative. That turns me off, I can tell you. So thank you for not doing that before this council was seated and staying positive and trying to work towards a yes. And thank you for stepping up and putting your money where your mouth is and offering to pay for the dispensary areas, the dispensers, and all of the bags, at least for the first year. And I believe you said you would continue to do that afterwards. Thank you to Lowell and Nancy Lohman. Thank you for stepping up with that generous offer to say, hey, we want to help you all do a pilot program to see if this works. Thank you. I apologize. I should know your name, but for coming forward and saying that you and your husband would sponsor a bag station every year. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you for those that said, and the vice president's daughter of the Daytona Dog Beach, who said, I would even pick up if it wasn't my dog. I think her words were, it's icky, but it's the right thing, is what you said. You know, I heard a current council member, Mr. Dempsey, say at one of our former meetings, listen, there's one of these in Flagler. So if you want, drive to Flagler. And I loved hearing today about keeping the dollars right here in Volusia. And I know that some of my fellow council members want things on the west side. They want more recreation. Well, I'm not the guy that's ever going to say, hey, they've got it in Seminole County. Tell your people to drive there. Hey, we've got it in Ormond. Tell your people to drive to Ormond. That's just wrong. I wouldn't do that. I'm going to say, what can I do to help make this happen right here in their neighborhoods? Because you're right, it's a convenience thing. I am 100% for this. I will definitely support it. I do agree that the county should own this, but I also am not going to kick a gift horse in the mouth, and I'm going to say thank you. Yes, I will accept the donation on behalf of the county residents. Yes, I will accept the donation on behalf of the county residents. I've got to tell you, I don't know that we have to hire someone for this area. I think we can do it without that piece. So I'm anxious to hear what the others have to say. And with my last 5 seconds, I'll just second the motion that was made by Vice Chair Robbins.
Councilman Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I've...
Time.
And that's it. No, somebody, Nancy, did you pay them to do that? I think I've said before, when it comes to government, I'm kind of a Reagan guy. Whenever we can get the government out of somebody's business, it makes things go smoother. When you put government into it, it costs 3 times the amount of money, and it's much more painful. I'm thinking about dogs on the beach and everything that comes with that, and all the problems with dogs on the beach. I mentioned when we first started, on this conversation that I went to the dog parade in DeLand, where people were very crowded on the streets, and people were walking their dogs on leashes back and forth and back and forth. I'm like, there's no dog problems here. And then Mr. Dempsey said, but in my front yard, in my business, there's dog problems all over the place. So, you know, because that was the only place for dogs probably to do their business, and we probably didn't provide enough bags to take care of their own business. Somebody mentioned today Disappearing Island. I've been going to Disappearing Island for a couple of years since I've been here, and I don't know if anybody's ever got bitten by a dog. Never when I was there. The dogs aren't on leashes. I've never really seen a dog acting properly out there. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I've never seen it all the times I've been out there. I go to Jimmy Hula's. I go to Hooligans. I go to places outside that serve food, that allow dogs. I've never seen a dog eat a kid in a restaurant. I've never seen a kid sit in dog poop in a restaurant. People seem to respect the whole thing when the dogs are there. So I'm with Councilman Kent. I want dogs on the beach. I don't want to pay for another animal control officer when we've got all these beautiful people who are willing to pick up OPP, other people's poop, and you know, that attitude is kind of infectious, by the way. If we start treating each other with respect, then it's like, well, darn, I feel pretty bad leaving the poop there, and they'll pick it up themselves. Or hey, can you bring me a bag? You know, but yes. And the last thing I'll do is leave this analogy. I put a animal control officer out there, and it's only going to be for 40 hours. So the poop's going to be left at the other times when they're not there. It's kind of like cops on the highway, right? When you see a cop on the highway, you're going to go 55, but when there's no cop looking, well, 70. When there's no cop looking, you're going to bump it up to 80. So I don't, but I've seen people who do. So I think you know where I sit with this right now. I'd love to do it. I'd love to leave it in the hands of the volunteers and the responsible people that kind of help the people that are not responsible, and keep it out of our government hands to the best of our ability so we can make it work. So thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Thanks for reminding me about the West Volusia stuff, Troy. But I can tell you this, if we had Little League fields within 8 miles of DeLand, and we had places to go off-road riding within 8 miles of DeLand, I don't think it'd be a problem for us either, whether it's in our county or elsewhere. What we have here, I mean, my kid was practicing Little League in a stormwater retention ditch. That's how bad it is over here on the west side. And we only had 2 appropriations out of 32 to Northwest Volusia on the ECHO fund. So I don't know if that's fair to compare us when you guys get all the funding on the east side. Well, regardless of that, I might be a yes vote on this if there was no place for people to go. But when you literally have a dog beach 8 miles to the north, and you've got whatever it is, okay, 20 miles, a 20-minute drive. Half an hour. It's it is all uphill, you're right. Okay, regardless, I've had my time cut by my cohorts here. So I've got to get my point across. If we had ample mileage for, if we didn't have it, I could see doing it. Okay, because you're talking to a guy who has 3 German Shepherds and a Corgi. I just went out this past weekend and bought a recliner so my 2 Shepherds can sit with me while I watch TV. Our Shepherds sleep in our bed. Okay, I volunteer at Halifax Humane Society. I've done work for them. Okay, so it's not like I'm anti-dog. And I just don't think it's fair to people like the Rutledges who have, you know, beachfront property. They come down here, and I forget who the realtor lady was, but she's saying, well, there's some people choosing to go to Flagler because they want to live on a dog-friendly beach. Well, look at the flip side of that. Maybe there's people who have come down to Volusia, like the Rutledges, who don't want dogs in their backyard. And you're just imposing your desires on the people who maybe bought beachfront property where dogs are not allowed. You know, as much as I like dogs, I don't know if they belong on beaches. And if we're going to take this to its logical extent, we've got 4 horses. Okay, we love riding horses. Are we going to allow horses on the beach next? Because I'm sure I could pack this place with a lot of West Siders who like horses on the beach. So I don't know if it's fair to disrupt what we've already got. We're all here in Volusia County because we like the way it was when we moved here. I don't think it's right to change it. It's kind of like the people that come in and live near an airport. They buy a house near an airport, and then they complain about the noise. I mean, I don't know if that's right. I don't think it's going to be properly enforced. I don't even know if there's a chance of, if a dog does bite somebody or there's a dog fight or something, does this now open us up to a lawsuit? Which I would think it might. Mike, do you have any input on that?
I don't think, yes, there could be lawsuits. We could be brought in as claims. I think if we follow our rules, and then we would defend and say we as a county were not negligent, but certainly if somebody wants to try to sue us, they can try.
Right, okay. Because I don't have the same, I mean, I do think there are problems with the DeLand dog parade. There are a lot of feces left in the grass areas. I've heard of fights with dogs, so I don't know if it's as simplistic as what maybe Mr. Johansson's saying. I think we're asking for a lot of problems, and I don't think it's necessary when we have something so close by in Flagler that you guys could easily go up to Flagler in your car and enjoy the same thing. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilmember Dempsey, I respect your point of view and your position on that. I think it's a legitimate thing to bring up and discuss. And I think my position is pretty public on where I stood on this last week. And that hasn't changed, you know, where I'm going to be today. And it looks like we're going to be okay. However, Mr. Chair, part of that discussion more for parliamentary procedure for my colleague and for others on this board, I would ask that when the audience engages one of our council members that we address them to their time has been discussed. And there shouldn't be, I respect all of you, I want you to know that, but I also respect all of these gentlemen up here. They all stood quiet during both sides of the debate, and I asked for some cordial discussion on this. Again, I'm for the vote, but I'm also for the proper process. So I just ask you to respect the process and all of opinions. And Mr. Chair, if you could keep that mindful watch for that for all of us. You know, I want to talk a little bit about enforcement, because we received a ton of emails on both sides of this issue. So there are several people that do not want this to occur. I want to acknowledge that. It was part of the consideration back during when we first discussed it and directed staff, and I think it's part of the consideration today. But as I stood back a few weeks ago when I supported going back to staff to create a process around that, I felt also that you all should have a say and a participation in this and have a part of the beach. Because I started as a no, turned into a yes, and I'm still a yes. And I think the enforcement piece is what's important, because if we're going to do this, I'm a strong advocate to make sure it gets done right. I'm supportive of the animal control officer because I want it to be done right. Remember, this is a pilot. The last thing that we want in 18 months for the room to flip, or we have to use another venue of people saying that these were all the problems that we had. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but enforcement protocols and procedures is to make sure that you continue to have this after 18 months. That's my motive, and also to protect everybody else on the beach. So I think as staff continues to prepare this, they'll work on some of that and some of the fines that go along with that. And so I look forward to that from a staff perspective. And to the Daytona dog parks and to the Lomans, classic example of putting your money where your mouth is. Troy, you took my words. I had it written down. 30 minutes ago, but you beat me to it. But so thank you for your involvement. Oftentimes we get folks here that want money from the taxpayers. So money where your mouth is, I think, is welcome, and it shows your commitment. And lastly, I think we're going to pass this thing, Troy. So I think you made it a campaign issue, and I want to congratulate you because I started as a no, right? And I felt that as a colleague, I should flip that. I should always start as a yes with a colleague. How do I get to a yes? Yeah, any one of the 7 of us, right? And if I can't get to the yes, it's probably a core principle that I can't violate. So I felt that it was a campaign issue, and the public ought to know that this guy fought hard, took some punches probably along the way, and I appreciate your courage, and I look forward to a favorable vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Robbins. Thanks, Chair. Initially, my number one concern was beach driving, our take permit, and the environmental or potential environmental issues. All those alarms have been dispelled with information that we received from staff. Ms. Conscian, thank you, and how it wouldn't affect them. If many of you are familiar with our most popular dog beach, Smyrna Dunes Park in southeast Volusia, New Smyrna Beach, you'll know that it is highly popular. We have a congestion problem on Flagler Avenue. We have a congestion problem north at Peninsula, and really with all those non-issues now that I was hung up on before, this would actually help possibly some congestion issues down there because we can keep them up north. And New Smyrna would probably be happy with that. I frequent Smyrna Dunes Park quite a bit, fish the dog beach area. I see some of our maintenance workers doing their thing as they should. Haven't really seen a whole lot of problems. I'm in support trial period where we can track our expenses. I'm in support tracking any complaints or enforcement taken. That way we can kind of read and feed on how we go forward in the future. I'm with Mr. Santiago, where we need to definitely look at the enforcement, and if we're going to do it right, and that's what it comes down to. The sheriff's office is on board. Ideally, my number one concern in trying to get to this yes was trying to find middle ground for folks just like this. I'm going to support it regardless. My number one suggestion would be maybe up north where it's a little less congested, but I'm also in support of Mr. Kent and his initiative and consensus with this council if this is what they would like to do. But, we can what if everything we do to death. Just in closing, in reality, we can sue a potato or a rock out in the parking lot nowadays, and it is what it is. But that's why we have our legal team. So I'm good with it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to the entire council. I just want to add a couple things without repeating everything that's been said. There's been some, I want to commend the 4 brave people that came in here and spoke against us, knowing that you were walking into a room for it. That's part of what makes America the greatest country in the world. You have the freedom to express your rights. I think like every council member here have put a lot of thought into this. For me, it's not an emotional issue. It's a liberty issue. I worked on the beach for 10 years. You could have a bonfire on the beach. You could roast a pig. You could bring a keg onto the beach. There was alcohol everywhere. It was then wide open fun. Since that time, there's more things that you can't do than you can do. We've taken a lot of the fun out of the beach because we're concerned about safety. We outlaw alcohol, but alcohol is consumed. If you go to spring break, those Coke cans don't necessarily have Coke in them. We never had a problem with dogs when I worked. I never once had a call for a dog bite in 10 years that I worked there. For me, I think we have taken a very responsible approach on this, and that approach was to reach out to the residents of this county, and you step forward. You step forward, you heard the complaints, and you didn't want to just say, well, that doesn't matter. You came up with answers to meet those complaints with dog stations with bags. You're not even relying on the public bringing their own bag. Daytona Dog Beach is providing that. The Loman stepped forward, said if you need money for enforcement, we will pay for it. Personally, I don't think we need to hire enforcement people. For me, this is a liberty issue. I'm not looking to add one more law that the sheriff's department, lifeguards, whoever, can't keep up with the thousands of laws. Now, does that mean I don't care about safety? It doesn't. This is a pilot program. If we see there's an issue, a problem somewhere, we can come back, as we have to November already, we can come back and add further restrictions. I just don't think that's going to be necessary. Private property rights are important, but we are a republic. The beauty, the gift of a republic is that the minority, their rights are protected too. We stop slavery in this country because we're a republic. We lift up the individual. We lift up minorities because we're a republic. This is a liberty issue. Let's allow the people to have just a little bit of their liberty back, and if you're not responsible with it, it's going away. This is a pilot. It will go away. So be responsible, and I just believe that you will. Last thing I'll say is safety. We've heard about possibility of disease and worms and things. I have a farm. We have a lot of cows, and cows use the bathroom in the pasture. I've learned a long time ago that one of the things we're blessed with in Florida is a lot of sunshine and solarization. And that solarization kills parasites. It kills so many different things. We rotationally graze cows for that purpose, that when they go back on the pasture, it's clean. There are more birds on our beach than there are people, and every one of them. I've worked there. I used to have to put up the umbrella when Johnny from Pennsylvania came and started throwing popcorn out, and all the birds fly over. You put up your umbrella so you don't get poop in your hair. It's all over the beach. We're not getting sick from it. We're not getting bird flu and bird virus because the sun, the solarization processes. I just think we've been very responsible. This is 1% of 47 miles of beach. Let's let you have a little part of your beach and to go back and enjoy. I'm a hard yes on this, but I'll watch it. And I'm depending on all of you to keep your word to help make this a responsible section of the beach. Troy, I hope that you win this. I commend you for bringing it to the council, and I hope you get to keep your campaign promise with a win.
No.
Okay. Councilman Reinhardt.
Carissa does not want me to talk. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I don't understand the whole poop in the hair. Oh, you don't need it?
It would be worse for you.
It would be worse. It would be worse. As everyone's aware, I was against this in the beginning. And I'll tell you after hearing everybody. And no, I don't want to make it on emotion. Absolutely not on emotion. I want to make it on fact, and the fact that it is a pilot program. And I think it's been said without repeating everything, because I'm a firm believer in not repeating things. One thing came to mind, and there was a bigger issue. Once the incidental take permit issue was addressed, and I was okay with that. Once they designated that area beach, I was okay with that. And then the safety issue, because I'm a safety, I like taking that into account, people's safety. And somebody brought up about dog bites, and the attack of dogs. I don't know if my colleagues like to, but I'm Home Depot is like my candy store. I can take my dogs there. You can walk into Home Depot. I don't, because my dogs hate your dogs. They just do. I don't know what it is, but we got them from a rescue. They were abused, but they're our family, and we love them. But I know not to take my dogs there for that reason. So I'm praying that people, I'm a yes on this, but I'm praying that people will take that into account and know and understand, be responsible dog owners, not just pick up after your dogs, but take the fact of people's safety. As far as the beach safety officer is concerned, or not beach safety officer, I'm sorry, animal control officer is concerned, I'm kind of on that side because I don't want to I think lifeguards are there for a purpose to take care of the safety of the people that are at the beach. But I'm okay with law enforcement, when they're down there. But just an idea, just thinking of it, Mr. Johansson brought up I don't do that either. I see others speed all the time, by the way. Jake, I'm right next to you. So, people will avoid those areas if there's a law enforcement presence. If there are people that want to break the rules, will avoid those areas if they see that presence. So maybe alternate the hours. You don't know when they're going to be there. If you have a 40-hour-a-week person there, alternate the hours. So when I work, and you guys are going to laugh, I brought it up, the jail, we would alternate rounds for that very reason, so people won't get, inmates didn't get aware of when we were coming by. So the same thing applies, I think. It's just food for thought. But no, I'm in support of this as well. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
I am sitting here absolutely humbled that I've heard 6 of us say that we're in support of this today. We are going to make history in Volusia County, and 3 of my fellow council members have switched from a no to a yes. I am absolutely blown away. This is my favorite type of partnership, which is a public-private partnership, where you, the public, have said you will help and assist to make this wildly successful. I'm going to publicly just state Nanette McKeel Petrella, her birthday is tomorrow, so early happy birthday. And to my son Wyatt, who 17 years ago today came kicking and screaming into the world, it's his birthday today. And I tell you all that because change is hard. It's not easy. And, Vice Chair Robbins and Councilman Santiago, thank you for those kind words. Change is hard, and you take heat, and you take daggers, and you take pops. And my son last night, I was in saying goodnight to him, and I thought it would be 2 minutes. It turned into 20 minutes because I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "Dad, big day tomorrow." I thought he was talking about his birthday. I said, "Yeah, you're going to be 17. He said, "No, you've got dogs on the beach." And I said, "I do." And he said, "Are you nervous?" And I paused, and I said, "I am a little." And he said, "Dad, sit down on the bed. You're never nervous." And he said, "You've got this." And he said, "Dad, you've given clear points as to why this is the right thing to do. Your fellow council members respect you." He says, "Dad, I just have a good feeling about this on my birthday." So change is hard. The sheriff is on board. We have a public-private partnership. Our staff says the location has great public access. FDOT, anybody living beachside Ormond frustrated with the 1 lane on A1A? I'm frustrated too. That's because they're putting in better enhancements to cross A1A to keep us all safer. So those are all really, really good, positive things. And with that, I'll just say thank you.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Pardon the pun, but I guess I'm the lone wolf up here because I'm a no vote. And again, I mean, like I said, if there was nowhere to go for people, I would understand this. I'd probably be a yes vote. But when, whatever the distance is, I don't want to get into that again, 8 miles, according to Suzanne, maybe more, according to y'all, regardless of what it is, I think that's a less of an inconvenience to have to continue to do what you've obviously been doing because you're not allowing dogs on the beach. You're not taking your dogs there now because you're all law abiding. So asking you to go 20 miles, whatever it is, to pacify your desires to have your dogs on the beach with you at the inconvenience of maybe the minority, which are the Rutledges and whoever else is in opposition, and all the emails that we got in opposition of this. You are now, these people have potentially been there for decades, 3 decades for the Rutledges. You're now asking them to take their dream homes where they could go in their backyard, go to the beach, and not have to worry about dogs, dog feces, or any of that. You're asking them to undo their 30-year homestead, their dream, because you guys don't want to go an extra 20 miles, which you've been doing. Y'all have chosen to live here in an environment that doesn't allow dogs on the beach. But because you don't want to go 20 miles, you're asking the Rutledges now, deal with it, because I don't want to go 20 miles. I can't see that. If we didn't have someplace so close, I could see it. But we do. So why do we have to deal with it? Flagler doesn't have driving on the beach. If Flagler residents want to drive on the beach, we don't tell them, no, get out of here, go build your own beach that you can drive on. No, they come down here. How about we let the Flagler people drive on the beach, as we've done historically, and let's allow the Dog Beach people to go to Flagler and use their dog beach. That, to me, seems like the fair resolution. So I don't think that's too much to ask for, is for y'all to just go a little north and pacify your desires. Like I said, I mean, it may be coming that horses on the beach are the next thing, because over here on the west side, we love our horses. My daughter races barrels. She's 6 years old. I could come up here with a picture of my daughter on her barrel horse. She'd love to ride her horse on the beach. Is that what's next? Okay, because maybe I'll be making that move. I don't know.
Please keep your comments down.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm running out of time here, but I'm just trying to make a point.
She gave you a second 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think she feels sorry for me. So that's the only reason why I'm doing this. Like I said, I have 4 dogs of my own. I've always had dogs. I've worked with the Halifax Humane Society as a volunteer. I'm just a no vote on this, because by asking you guys to go a little bit what you've been doing, to ask you to continue what you've been doing when you chose to live in Volusia as opposed to live in Flagler. You chose all to live here. You could have lived in Flagler and had your dog on the beach decades ago, but you chose to live here, and now you're pushing your desires on these people who don't want it. And I don't think that's fair, not over an 8-mile difference. So, and I've got a real question about this ordinance. And I don't think it's even going to be enforceable, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but this is going to be enforced under 14.32 in the ordinance. And if that's the case, I'm an attorney. I've been doing criminal work for over 30 years, both as a prosecutor, defense attorney. I've prosecuted and defended citations such as these, and I could see loopholes in this all day long, because there's a out on 1432 that says if you cure the problem, the charge is dismissed. So if the ordinance says you have to pick up your poop, cop comes, writes you the ticket for picking up the poop, and you pick up the poop right there in front of the cop, you've complied with the last paragraph in 1432, and the charge has to be dismissed.
We seek for compliance. If someone's picking it up, the problem is, I guess, solved.
So there's no deterrent. There's absolutely no deterrent, because if the fine is...
Can you hold 1 second? We've had questions, so I'm going to let you finish, and then we'll let Paulo answer all the questions you have.
Well, I'm just saying, well, here, I'll just point this out. Okay, 1432 says, notwithstanding any other provision of this article, if a person cited for this violation pursuant to this article may have a citation dismissed if positive proof is shown of compliance. So the ordinance says a person has to pick up his poop. So when the officer comes over, the 1 in 1,000 that actually get caught by an officer actually letting their dog poop, while that officer's standing there, the savvy violator is just going to say, oh, here, I'll pick that up, officer. Well, there's your compliance, and it's dismissed. So there's literally no deterrent to anybody letting their dog poop, because most of them aren't going to get caught. And the ones that do get caught, all they got to do is pick up the poop and everything's dismissed. They don't even have to pay a fine. So I'm a strong no on this because there's no deterrent. And I know Mr. Santiago was concerned about a deterrent. There's no deterrent if they pick up the poop after the cop writes them a ticket. Thank you. That's all I
Okay.
have.
You want to answer his?
I mean, that's the goal. The prohibition isn't to that your dog can't poop. It's that if it does, you pick it up. And I suppose that if they fix something, before the officer issues the citation, I mean, that also goes towards compliance, because that is the ultimate goal of our code enforcement ability and putting in these rules. When you're dealing with code enforcement, you want compliance rather than your first step being punitive or purely punitive, or as a revenue generator. We can remove that section and put in an entirely new provision for more strict penalties. That is the option of the council, but this is targeted towards how our animal control officers already deal with how animals misbehaving in the unincorporated areas of the county. So they know how to do that. It's in everyone's best interest to not change how they function. So we cite to the process they're familiar with.
And if council, this would be effect in November, take effect?
Yes.
So if council wants us to, it's your ordinance. So if you want us to change your ordinance to not allow someone the opportunity to come into compliance before they have a penalty, we can do that, and we have time to return something to you.
Okay. That starts another whole round. Vice Chair Robbins.
No, I think we can put this to bed with respect to Mr. Dempsey. I see what you're saying, but like a 316 statute for traffic violations, like 10, your fix-it tickets, your VS1 line, even your seatbelt, officer can write a ticket, right? Just like that, just like Mr. Dyer's saying, it's enforceable. You hit him with the fine. If we have to modify some language, great. But let's go ahead and put this to bed, and I'd like to call for the vote.
Yes. Good. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
A huge yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago. Mr. Brower.
Yes, and the ordinance passes 6-1. All right, thank you all very much, and now we'll see the chambers clear, I bet. Item 5 is a rezoning of 6.28 acres at 1445 Flomich Avenue, Daytona Beach. Clay Irvin. Thank you all for coming in. Have a good day.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a rezoning request put forth by Habitat for Humanity.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can we ask people to celebrate outside, please, so I can
Yes.
hear? Here. Now?
Thank you.
Yep.
God. Yeah. You'll need you'll need security tonight. Okay, we're going to continue with the meeting. If all of you that are exiting, if you would just keep it down to a dull roar, we've still got the better part of 3/4 of our meeting. If we could rein in Mr. Kent.
Clay. I can't hear, so sit down.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Irvin, we will try it one more time. Item 5, rezoning.
Yes, sir. Before you today is a property that is approximately 6.28 acres in size. It's located between the cities of Holly Hill and Daytona Beach in the unincorporated area, hence why you're hearing the rezoning request. The subject area has a land use of urban medium intensity. Here's the location map that shows you. As you can see, it is a vacant piece of land. It is wooded towards the south. On the north, south, east, and west of it, there are single-family homes. This gives you an idea of the aerial, and it shows you, again, the city boundaries of Daytona Beach and Holly Hill. Gives you an idea of the lot layout. As you can see, there's a variety of single-family homes and a variety of lot sizes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I really apologize. I wear hearing aids. I can't hear when there's background noise.
Okay.
I very much apologize, but I
That's
cannot
okay.
do this until those folks are done.
That's okay. With everybody in the back of the room, would you please take the conversation outside so we continue with our meeting? I know you're excited. We're excited with you. We need to have a little respect for everybody in here. Can you speak up?
Sure. Again, showing the lot layout as we see. Again, just to go over it quickly, 6-acre parcel between Daytona Beach, Holly Hill. This gives us an idea of the land use or current zoning. The land use is urban medium intensity. The proposed rezoning is to PUD. The project is for Habitat for Humanity. This is a area where we are working with this group. It's a 501c3 not-for-profit organization that provides affordable housing to the area. The area could develop to a maximum intensity of 48 units. They are proposing 40. The reason why it's a PUD is it's a mixture of different uses. It will have single family, 8 total units, towards the north end. You can see that here on the plan. This is where they're going to be having the 8 single family dwelling units. The remaining area will be developed for duplex units, which are allowed under the current zoning. I want to reiterate, the R6 zoning allows for duplexes to be developed on that property. Also down here, we can see the stormwater and open space. There's also a 15-foot buffer around the perimeter. The reason why we bring this up is that we did have a speaker at the Planning and Land Development Commission meeting who is concerned about placement of duplex units. I can tell you that the applicants have done everything they can to ensure that the look of the project will be consistent with the surrounding properties. So as you're driving on Flomich, you will see single family homes. If you turn into the project, you will see that the duplex units resemble single family homes, and the way they are positioned on the lot to the adjacent property owners, they would look like single family homes. Also, there's a 15-foot buffer that's between them and the existing single family homes. Staff reviewed it for compliance with our comprehensive plan, for compliance with our zoning requirements, and determined that it met all the criteria and made a recommendation of approval to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission made a similar recommendation of approval to you as well. What we're also identifying in this PUD is something that was carried forward from last year's Affordable Housing Initiative. Many of y'all who are on the council remember that we spent 3 years going through a very exhaustive public outreach process where we identified methodologies for enhancing our affordable housing. And again, affordable housing is not always for those who are extremely poor. It's for our working people. And this is what this targeted area is. I know the applicants will go in greater detail about that. What they're requesting is a deferral and ultimately a waiver of building permit fees and impact fees for this project. The way it is set up is similar to what the recommendations we had back in July of last year. What we would see is that there's basically an obligation to pay those recorded on the deed, be it a lien, be it a covenant and restriction. What will happen is if the property is ever sold during the first 15 years after CO for a rate that does not make it affordable, then they would have those fees repaid to the county. If, however, it goes 15 years without it being sold or it maintains its affordability, then those fees would be ultimately waived. Staff is supportive of that request because, again, it is consistent with what we discussed as part of our affordable housing initiative. I'm going to sit down now. The applicant is here. Also, I'm not certain if there's anyone from the public. There was someone at the PLDRC, as I referenced earlier. Again, their main concern was the type of housing. And I want to reiterate, regardless of whether this is developed by Habitat for Humanity or private for-profit companies, duplexes are allowed on this property by right.
And before we begin, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have any ex parte to declare?
I do. Mr. Chair, I had the meeting with the client via Zoom.
A Zoom meeting with the client?
Johansson met in person.
Okay. Nobody else? Okay. Do you have questions for the
Mr. Irvin? Yes, sir. Clay, are we giving, this actually may be a question for Don, but are we giving them, Habitat, any other breaks in terms of, we did a project probably about 6-8 months ago in Daytona Beach where we were paid like X amount a month for X amount of time. Are we doing anything else like that? Are we donating land or paying other supplemental to help these folks out?
No, there's no additional county revenue or assistance other than the deferral and ultimate waiver of the fees.
Do we know what portion of these are actually affordable and what's going to be at market, or are they 100%?
I'll let the applicant explain how they address the affordability, but basically everything is sold at market rate, and they buy down a soft second, so that way it's affordable, but they'll be able to provide you those details.
I think my questions will be better directed, and thanks, Clay. Chair, is that okay?
Sure. This is a question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Brower and council members. I'm Lori Galuli. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Volusia. Standing with me, I know you all know Jessica Gow of Cobb Cole. I also want to introduce a couple of other people who are here in support and partners of our program. Matthew Welsh, who is with Cobb Cole and also serves as our Habitat for Humanity affiliate general counsel. Our board of directors president, Jeffrey Beck, who is with Top Build. Our immediate past president of the board, Jessica Hauser of NASCAR and Clash Endurance. Our board of directors and finance committee member, Dr. Dan Petrie. And Pete Zahn of Zahn Engineering, who is our general partner in our construction committee, but also our important partner on this development and a member of our finance committee. We're very, very excited to bring this Legacy Woods development plan to you. Ms. Gow will speak specifically about the PUD and the plan with you and answer your questions. But I did want to give you a little bit of background and just some highlights, what we do. You're looking at a short video that we've put together for you. Most of it is self-explanatory, but we do comply with everything that is certainly all equal housing opportunity and federal mortgage regulations. We require our homeowner candidates to go through a very targeted series of financial literacy and homeowner education classes. Our Habitat homeowners are people that you count on every day in this community. We're often talking about workforce housing, and our homeowners hold jobs that are really important in this community. Our volunteer groups come from all segments of the county. From the Amazon Distribution Center to people from Halifax Health to Top Build employees. Here's just some pictures of organizations that have helped us throughout the many years that we have served this community. We've been a Habitat affiliate since 1986. We pride ourselves on sustainable, quality construction of our houses that are easily maintained. We hope that you might join us for a dedication at some time and see the quality of the houses that we build. Our homeowners work with us directly on those houses. This is some photos of the Legacy Woods. This is an important slide, which we believe, a very important point, as Clay brought up, that we sell these houses at appraised value. What we then do is we provide a zero interest mortgage to our homeowners. We don't give the houses away. They buy the house from us. We provide a zero interest mortgage. And if they aren't able to afford more than that appraised value, I mean, not more than the mortgage, we make a soft second that we don't intend to collect on. It's forgiven over time as long as they faithfully pay their mortgage. And that's how we manage that. But by selling the house at appraised value, we not only maintain the value that's already in that neighborhood of property values, but what we do more often than not is improve the value. The other thing that we see is, because we have been building infill for most of our history, down the street, somebody starts painting, someone else cleans up their property from maybe, adds landscaping. We absolutely become a positive force in the communities where we build. These 40 units will probably add $9.5 million to the Volusia County tax base. And our homeowners pay property taxes like every other homeowner. They pay for homeowners insurance. We escrow all those payments. We service all the mortgages that we hold. We have served 189 families, which translates to 400 children who now have a safe, quality-built, and affordable home to call their own. And again, these are people that are holding essential jobs in the community. They work in healthcare. They work in hospitality. They drive school buses. They work as teachers' assistants. They work in manufacturing. These are important individuals in this community who, without Habitat for Humanity, would not be able to afford nor qualify for a conventional mortgage. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Jessica wants to present the actual plan to you.
Good afternoon. I had to check the time to see if it's morning or afternoon. Jessica Gallo, Law Firm, 149 South Road Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm really excited about this project. You saw the aerial from Clay. I've got a snippet of the plan as well, just to touch on a few points because I think staff covered it really well. You guys all know for the past over 2 years, we've been going through affordable housing master planning. I'm happy to have been a part of it as we've gone through this process. And this is the first PUD that's come forward that says, how do we use those tools that we've been putting together for 2 years? A quick clarification, the building permit waiver is a complete waiver. The impact fee is a deferral. So at 15 years, that building permit lien would go away. The impact fee deferral stays in place in perpetuity until the property is sold for a market rate. If it happens 30, 45 years down the road, in which case that impact fee would be paid back. So that is a straight deferral and not a waiver there. Troy is not here yet, but I wanted to say that your last item, he noted that you could make history today. I think you can make history twice. You've heard that 158 homes have been, finished by Habitat so far. This is 40 in one go. So this village concept has an economies of scale for the home builders, for volunteer hours, and for our community. And so we're really excited to be a part of it. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. I think Lori has a closing slide.
I wanted to mention to you too, you asked about the property, and this property was donated to our Habitat affiliate by a man named D.S. Patel. And again, we are an organization that is very attuned to the needs of this community. The people that we work with, the people that become our homeowner candidates, they go through an objective application process. They have to meet 3 main criteria. It's housing need, ability to pay, willingness to partner. They are part of the solution to their housing needs. And as I know most of you have spoken publicly about the need for affordable housing in this community. Habitat believes in affordable home ownership. There's great need, of course, for rental units that are affordable, but our program is about affordable home ownership and people having real investment in what they're doing. They build these homes themselves. They are working on their homes alongside volunteers and our construction staff. They take the responsibility as they make their mortgage payments every month. They have not only immediately changed the quality of their life and the future of their children, but now, through their mortgage payments, we use that cash flow to build more homes with the sponsors that we have in this community. A house sponsorship is $80,000. We've already begun to raise funds from our supporters for the infrastructure of this. And so we are very hopeful for your approval, but I am very ready to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, let's start there. Any council member that has questions for staff or the presenters here, Vice Chair Robbins.
Yeah, I think Clay and the director had answered some of the questions that I had here. Have we done this model anywhere else where we waive all this stuff?
We have currently in our comprehensive plan and in our implementation ability to waive the impact fees. We've done it on here or there one-offs for the various habitat chapters. That's really about it. We've not done this level of planning for this magnitude of units.
Have we, or is it practiced? I'm not, I don't know the answer. I don't want it to come out mean. Have we waived any impact fees for regular homeowners at market rate? You know, Joe Smith that are just building their home, or have we deferred?
Our policy is this, is if you have a bona fide affordable housing project, you have the right to petition for waiving of the impact fees. State law has made that easier now for local governments. Prior to that state law being passed, we could not get rid of it. We had to actually transfer money from the general fund into the appropriate impact fee fund. Now, with the changes at the state level, a local government can waive impact fees for bona fide or for bona fide affordable housing, and they do not have the financial responsibility of taking it from one fund and transferring it. So that change there helped out from a fiscal impact to the local government when they do this. We've had similar projects, but just not of this same size. If a homeowner, if a builder came in and said that they are targeting certain properties for affordable housing and worked out the deals with us in regards to certification, how do we ensure affordability, et cetera, we would definitely be able to apply this.
Okay. That answers some of my question, but I'll wait before I make a statement. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to Councilman Robbins' question, Clay, about the state law, when did that state law go into effect? 2 years ago, right? And it was just with regards to affordable housing?
Yes.
And we're not talking about waiving, we're talking about a deferral, correct?
No, the state law allows us just to waive it outright.
But we're talking about a deferral, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then also, I know this answer, but I'm doing it because I did take note of the fact that, you know, we all didn't have the opportunity to meet with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know that I asked the question during that meeting about an HOA to,
Yes.
you know, in case there were issues about how the maintenance of those homes.
Yes.
Okay, so there was in fact, or there is in fact going to be an HOA to enforce that, correct? Okay,
Yes,
and so
that
they
will
will
be
have
created and developed.
covenants or whatever that they have to abide by, correct?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
And then could you do me a favor, and for the assistance hopefully will help my colleagues, sweat equity. Could you explain that to me? Because I was taken by that. I thought that was a great idea, by the
Right.
way.
As I mentioned, the three main criteria are housing need, ability to pay the mortgage, and then willingness to partner. And part of that willingness to partner is a sweat equity component. And each of our homeowners must complete at least 300 hours
300.
of sweat equity. And that includes working on their home and others during the process. And another point I hope to make that I think is important is all the funds that we raise here in Volusia County to support our affordable homeownership program, the building of these homes, we then spend here in Volusia County. We hire subcontractors. You know, we work with local electricians, plumbers, masons. We have a number of suppliers that we use. Of course, we buy our materials here in this county. We hire subcontractors in this county. We work with a lot who donate to us and also provide discounts to us. But I do want you to know that we're an economic driver in that too. And Councilman Kent mentioned public-private partnerships. I can't think of a better one than this. Working with the County of Volusia as a partner and making all the private funds that we bring to the program and this donated land from D.S. Patel makes for a very, very, I think, significant achievement for you as a council for providing affordable home ownership for essential people in this community. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yes, hey Clay, how much money are we talking about waiving or deferring in impact fees?
Approximately 12,000 a household.
So
But it depends on the size of the house and the type of housing, because our recent changes to our impact fee schedule differentiates between single family and attached, and also differentiates by the size of the home.
And how many projected homes are there?
40.
40.
8 single family, that would be closer to the 12,000 number. So there you're at roughly $96,000 there, and then 32 duplex, which would somewhere be around $8,000.
Okay, hold on, let me make sure I got my math right here. How many were the $12,000 impact fee?
That's for the 8 single family.
8, okay.
And then 32 duplex units at approximately $8,000. So 256 and 96.
All right.
$52,000.
Thanks. And then the lady who's in charge of the project, I forgot your name, ma'am, I apologize.
That's okay. Lori Galuli.
Thank you, Lori. Is there a reason why we're not doing these all as rentals as opposed to home ownership?
Well, Habitat for Humanity is a home ownership program, affordable home ownership.
And when you say affordable housing, what exactly, like, let's just say a husband and wife make a combined income of like $100,000. Are you saying that those people will get a discounted price on these houses?
Actually, we serve people who earn between 40 and 80% of median income here in the county.
And that would be
And
what
that
number?
translates to, for a family of 4, 31,480 as a minimum, 40%, and up to $62,960 for for 80%. We don't serve above 80%.
Okay, so that would be 80, what's the median income that is the target here?
It's about 72 right now.
72,000. So if you have a family that's making 80% of 72,000, they qualify?
Yes, sir.
Roughly 60,000?
62, just under 63,000.
And how much of a discount would that, let's say the house is worth 200,000. What kind of price range are they going to be getting these houses for?
So what happens is, by our own policy and Habitat for Humanity International, we have to sell them at appraised value. What we do then is base their payment. So then we take the number and then we figure out what their escrow payment has to be every month for their taxes and insurance and a termite bond that we require. So then we take 30% of their income, and that is what is based on what they can afford, okay? So say that we also see what they can apply for, what they might qualify for down payment assistance through the County of Volusia.
Okay.
So say for example, the house was $200,000. Let's say it appraised at $200,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And they could afford a mortgage that was $125,000, and then they got another $25,000 in down payment assistance. Right, just as an example off the top of my head.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then we would take the additional $50,000 that was left, put it into what we would call a soft second to protect the equity in the house, but not hopefully never collect on that. That would be our donation in essence to them, our support for them, and that would be forgiven over the 30 years that they paid their mortgage, if they faithfully paid their mortgage. Does that make sense, the way I explained it?
Over 30 years, or what's the amortization rate?
It typically now is 30 years. Yes.
And who does these appraisals? Is that in-house or?
Oh,
outside
no,
company?
actual professional appraisal company.
Okay. I guess, when I was starting out after law school, I mean, I was in a pinch. And
Sure.
I was poor and lived in a trailer, stuff like that. But obviously, as you get more experience, you make more money. Owners start up businesses are suffering in the beginning, and then they end up, Lord willing, prosperous later on.
Sure.
I understand rentals. I totally get that. I understand helping people when they're in a bind. But what happens if these people become successful in their job and let's say 5 years down the road, now they're making $150,000, $200,000 a year combined income in his household of four? I'm assuming it's husband and wife, 2 kids, what we're talking about.
Right.
So are they getting
What
kind of a
happens-
windfall? So if they're making $200,000 a year, let's say, they basically have a windfall that they have gotten to purchase a house with a $50,000 donation given by the government?
No, it's not given by the government, sir. It's totally private through Habitat for Humanity.
I understand
Through private donations to donors who understand our program.
That's great, and I think that's awesome. I just worry about the government giving out donations because we're basically giving out other people's money. So I guess, is there any safety net to that scenario where these people, okay, they've gotten their startup, but how do we, I mean, I guess asking to waive all of these impact fees is asking a lot when these people are getting a $50,000 donation from y'all and getting a very good, they're getting down payment assistance at $25,000, they're getting a $50,000 donation at the end. Now we're doing impact fee waivers on top of it from the government.
They may, and let me say a few things, which is the homeowners qualify at the time that they get their home. I agree with you that our hope is that they then exceed that income level, that they have a stable environment where they can grow as individuals, have the stability that comes with owning their home, knowing that their lease isn't going to run out. They're not going to have those changes. It is proven time and time again that having a stable home impacts your health, your safety, your welfare. That's what we want. This is structured as an impact fee deferral so that the risk of spending public funds on affordable housing that doesn't stay affordable in perpetuity, like some rental projects, is a lower risk, because once this property is sold to someone who doesn't qualify for that affordability level, the $12,000, if it's one of the 8 or a lower fee, is paid directly back to the county. The county will have a lien on this real property that they will subordinate every year until the end of 15 years for the building permits and in perpetuity for the impact fees.
Is there a way of structuring this to make it that if their income level reaches a certain amount, that we could accelerate that repayment of the deferred impact fees?
I don't think that that matches the program's intent, I will say this, and I can't speak for the county, you guys do that, but I was one of the volunteers in many of the affordable housing workshops, is that your comprehensive plan contemplates the waiver of impact fees entirely. And there is arguments and pros and cons on each side, and we could talk about it all day on whether we want to subsidize affordable housing if it's a public need and a public service, and what that level of commitment is. We've worked with staff, with Donna and Clay and Trish and Steve and the whole gang to put this together in a way that we think works and is a low risk for the first project to see how it works out. We don't want to penalize our future homeowners for succeeding when that is our goal for them.
Thank you.
I'd
Oh,
like
go ahead.
to
Yes, ma'am.
clarify, if I might, too, Councilman, that some of our homeowners are able to afford the entire mortgage, okay? So I gave you an example where they couldn't, but I'm trying to make the point, too, that we're selling the houses at that market value, and that's what's on the books. That's what you would look up on the property appraiser site as for what that sale was. So that's why it is always a positive for the neighborhood. It does not pull the neighborhood down. I also want to tell you that, yes, like Ms. Gao said, we hope our homeowners can achieve and do better. We've had a number of people go from being CNAs to once they had the stability of the home, and we even have a scholarship program. So some of them have become nurses. It's wonderful. It impacts them, their families, and this community. But I have been in my job for 22 years now, and I will tell you that most of the individuals that we serve in the jobs that they have and the jobs that they can do in this community, while they are essential jobs, they are not making a lot of money. And they probably are not going to be in a different strata of income, not appreciably, Do we hope so? Of course. But for the most part, the service jobs that they hold are not going to make a lot of money. So yes, they are qualified at the time of application. And yes, again, like Jessica said, we hope that they do better. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, to continue with questions, David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually going for a motion. Habitat for Humanity is a proven concept, and I think this lowers the entry barriers that have accelerated in the price of homes for people to get into it, and it follows the work that we've directed our staff to do, and it has plenty of checks and balances with it to ensure we protect the public interest. So I move that we approve this item, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. Jake, did you have a question for staff?
I had questions, but I can turn them into statements.
Okay. Troy, did you have questions?
No, I just had a statement or two.
Okay, then we'll go into statements and debate. Don Dempsey.
Oh, you guys, I didn't mean to jump ahead of you. I just have a statement as well.
Their names all disappeared, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that we're competing with private industry here. I'm a very laissez-faire person. I believe that the government should not get involved in competing with the free market. If we're doing a development of 40 units, I mean, there may be a private developer who is now going to have to compete with them under conditions they just can't compete with. I really think that a lot of times it's left to the market. I think it's awesome that we have charities like Habitat. I am a full supporter of charitable organizations helping the community, churches, your organization. I mean, it's wonderful what you've done. I know you've done some houses in DeLand over the year. It's a wonderful organization. I just don't know if I like the fact of the government giving these types of waivers when another developer of a like type of project has to pay them up front and doesn't get the benefit of a deferment, and may very well lose some sales to people who otherwise may have bought from them because they're going to your project as opposed to theirs. So I'm always opposed to the government competing against private industry. I do believe that we should help people out when they're in a pinch, and that's why I'm in favor of rental assistance. I know that's not what you do, but I really am a believer in helping this whole affordable housing movement to help people who just need to get help getting on their feet. I just have a hard time stomaching the idea that a young couple getting out of college, starting a family, obviously we've probably all been there. We've all eaten beans for dinner at one point in our lives, but fortunately we're all able to pull ourselves up into a higher income strata. I'm just concerned about those people who in 5 years, let's say, are at an income level that otherwise wouldn't have qualified them for this, but now they're at that level. That concerns me, because then you got a lot of people who can afford it now living in houses that they got for a lot cheaper than they would have on the free market. So And just because of those beliefs, I'm kind of a no on this, and I don't mean to be the bad guy, because I really do love what you guys do, but I just don't know if the government should get in the involvement of a waiver of impact fees, because that's a good bit of money right there. And, you know, the rezoning or whatever we got to do to help you guys, help others through your private donations, I'm all in favor of. Okay, thank you guys.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, I concur with Councilman Santiago that Habitat for Humanity is a nationwide, well-intended nonprofit that does great work. I don't see this as the government being involved in competing with a developer. As a matter of fact, Lori, are you building the homes personally, or are you involving developers? Is somebody going to help you? You got a construction guy?
We are our construction guy. We're our own construction guy, but we're working with local subcontractors, yes.
Local subcontractors. So we have Habitat for Humanity, who's done things all across our county, building these homes. And oh, by the way, if Mr. Patel had given this property to a developer, they could come to us and ask us for the same impact fee deferrals in perpetuity. So the only thing the government, I believe, is given away kind of after 15 years, if everything goes well, is the permitting fees. That's what we won't get back, and that could be an issue. As Ms. Gow pointed out before most of us got on this dais here, they painstakingly went through affinity groups, affordable housing groups. I'm on the AHAC right now, and we rack our brains. We're coming up with how do we solve this problem, and here's a solution. I was going to ask what the failure rate of Habitat for Humanity homeowners are for properties, but I believe it's pretty low because of the communication and the constant care that these folks have. And I don't see this as a county risk other than the permitting fees, and it is in line with what we're trying to do. It's an undeveloped property. It's been undeveloped for quite some time, and it will add a little bit of life to that area. Granted, people have been using it kind of as a park of no parks, sort of, but it was private property really. So I'm personally glad to see it, and I'm hoping it flourishes. And I from my previous life, I know that Habitat Humanity has done great things in Port Orange that are going well right now. So I have optimism for this project as well. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. This is in District 4. This is off of Flomich Avenue. And Councilman Dempsey, I agree with the one comment you said about not liking government handouts. I'm with you on that. But Councilman Johansson brought up a great point, which is any developer that was doing workforce housing, affordable housing, could receive the same benefits and others as well, because that's what we have set up as a county and in different cities to help people get home ownership. And this is infill development. This is exactly when you talk about smart growth. This checks that box. I wish I would have spoken a little earlier, because Commissioner Galuli, did we serve together? Was it 6 years or 8 years? 5. Okay, well, I was giving us a few extra there. But I wish I would have spoken a little earlier, just to let the council know of my professional relationship with you. And you were the executive director of Habitat for Humanity that entire time. I attended many Habitat events. And my one recommendation to you, Lori, is after this, you probably are still doing it, but I just maybe haven't seen them. But our council up here, we need to be invited to those house openings, it's impactful. When you see the skin in the game that those families have and that they helped with the build and their kids helped and the community is there to support them, it is positive. And I've never met anybody more passionate about habitat than you, Lori. And, you know, I didn't want to interrupt, of course, anybody earlier. But one thing I always wanted to take away from my time working with you for the 5 years is it doesn't matter if you were talking to Mr. Johansson or you're talking to me. You are always with whoever you're talking to. Like, you haven't left my face one time right now. You are in it because you want to be able to respond to any questions I may have. And, you know, it's one of those things that I just, on a different note, wanted to tell you, I always valued that attribute about you. And you're still doing it to this day, all these years later. We haven't seen each other in a long time. That being said, yes, I've heard it up here on the dais earlier, and Habitat does great things. So I am going to support this today, and staff gives recommendation. Was Clay planning director in Ormond? Wait, gosh, look at this. Part of the band is getting back together here. So I'm hopeful that it's a positive vote for these families, many of them, and for Habitat.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Like I said, I think in our last meeting, staff gets it right 99% of the time. Hey, this is one of those 99s. That was a joke. I don't think you got from the last week. So I just wanted to address, I think the comment made about the income level, someone's income level rising. And I think, Don, I think your reasoning for pause or caution or concern, I think is a legitimate one. At the same time, I reflect back to saying, you know what? That's the intent, really, is for someone to come in and be stabilized and be a homeowner, right? The entry to homeownership is probably one of its worst points. It is at its worst point. Young people can't really get into homes right now. In many cases, moms and dads have to help their children, which has probably happened for years, but to get into a house, their first house. And not everybody has access to mom and dad maybe to help them get into their first house. So if their income level rises, I'm proud of that, right? Because the likelihood maybe of them moving on and making this house now available to another family because their income level rose to a point that they can go out and to buy maybe a bigger house or whatever it might be. So I've been out there volunteering on Habitat houses. One of the greatest greatest volunteer moments I've had, and being out there with the homeowner, because her and I were working together when we were building her house. So I think this is a good win, and thank you to staff and our boards to following in the paths that we've been pushing them to lately. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at the layout it's on page 31. You don't have to put it back, but it's a beautiful thing. I look at that, and I keep in mind, when I grew up, affordable housing was 3-story concrete barracks projects, no hope for the future, high crime, drugs. I look at this, and it's got great stormwater management. It's got one road that you're going to maintain. You're not handing me the infrastructure bill to maintain this road forever. That's completely different. It's single-family homes and duplexes that look like single-family homes. It'll be a neighborhood that does breed hope and opportunity. And if somebody rises up from that, from $62,000 a year to $200,000 a year, let's break champagne with them. It's hard to build affordable housing, and when I look at this deferred impact fees, then I look at the fact that I ask staff, well, how are we going to send Ben out there in Public Works to maintain the roads? They're not. Habitat does it. Habitat has a plan that's been fine-tuned over years, and it works well. Affordable housing is hard. The county's been working on it since I got here. It is almost 3 years. nobody's rushing the doors to build affordable housing because you still have the expense of building the house. The building supplies are still the same, labor's the same. You have to come away with a little bit money to go to the next project. This, I think, solves a lot of those problems. It's one of the best methods that I have seen to give people home ownership, not just reduce rent, but home ownership that does breed health and hope. I agree with you. So, and one of the things that I looked at, a lot of the affordable housing projects that have come to us, we haven't had that many. They're not storming our doors. But you hear, well, we're going to keep it affordable, whatever that means, for 15 years. Well, this is affordable as long as they own the home. We're not going to pull the rug out from under. I think it's a great system. I'm for it. I'm glad. I think it fits into this neighborhood. I think it'll be an attractive neighborhood, and I hope that it fills up quick. Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. No, and I hear everything. I'm in absolutely support. I've worked with Habitat before in my private sector. I'm just looking at really just one last question. And this is just in all fairness. I don't know if this has been done before. I know we had those, is it CDGB funds come in? You know, we have people pay these impact fees and pay permit fees, and I'm looking at it from a fairness standpoint. Can we use any of those federal funds to pay for it, to go towards it, covering any of these, covering the permit fees that we're going to end up waiving? This is just a
Clay's
fairness,
looking my way, so
question.
Well, I mean,
Does it make sense?
The large sum of money that we got from the federal government for the community development block grant disaster recovery are very much earmarked for those specific things. And I'm sure that part of those projects will be coming in for the discussion about either waivers or utilizing those funds for that. Donna's working on the plan on that right now, so it's a little premature, but that is one of the, either a waiver or utilization of those monies will be part of it.
I just, I'm looking at both things. I see what Don's saying and everybody else, and I agree with the majority. But also, too, in all fairness, how can we make things equal with everybody else? That was my only real question. Because we hear, does growth pay for itself? Well, what growth pays for itself and what doesn't? And I just want to take the questions out and see if we can get a little bit more answers. But I like it. I've worked with them before. I'm just looking for a consistency, maybe. Thanks.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm just kind of in line with what Danny's saying. I mean, okay, these 40 families, yeah, applaud, great. That's awesome for them. And when they hit the $200,000 a year mark in 5 years, awesome for them. That's great. But what about the other, who knows, about 50,000 families that are young starting out? I mean, is it fair to offer this to 40 people and not the rest of them? Are we ready to establish a precedent that anytime one of these projects come through that we're going to defer or forgive permit fees? And I don't know what kind of impact that's going to have on our fund where this money supports. I mean, but when the next group comes and the next 10 groups come, because I'm sure you can just swing a stick and find a family that would qualify for this and would love to get this. And that's great while they're in a pinch. My biggest fear is when they hit that plateau and they could pay it back and they don't. That kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I don't think that's right. I mean, if we get these people up to a certain income level and then make them start paying back these permit fees, whatever Habitat does, that's awesome. I love that organization. Whatever the private sector does and charitable organizations do, that's their business, and that's great. But I don't think it's a slippery slope when the government is taking everybody's money to give it to these 40 families. That's setting up precedent to be a big government giveaway. And remember, we're using taxpayer money. And for every bit of money we don't collect and permit fees and impact fees at the initial, at the onset of these projects, we're now having to collect more from people who are not getting the benefit of this. And that's what kind of just scares me. So that's why I'm a no vote on this. But I do think we should rezone their property so they could go ahead and do this project. I just don't think the government should be forgiving permit fees or impact fees. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll just wrap with, I think it's just a philosophical kind of approach or decision to decide, is it better for the community at large to have more people engaged in home ownership, right? And is that a value to us making decisions with tax dollars, right? So what is the overall long-term benefit of it? And then weigh that decision against those values that you said, right? The principles, which I think have great valid. And I use them all the time when I listen to things here and make decisions. But this one takes me to the point that I think it's a good investment to consider for a better societal benefit. With that, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Thank you. It's a quasi-judicial hearing, so I need to give you the opportunity to, for the final statement, if you would like it. If you don't feel it's necessary, then I'll ask for the vote. You're good? Okay. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
May I ask what the actual vote is? Because I'm in favor of the rezoning, but I'm against the waivers.
Well, the motion by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins, was for the recommendation as given to rezone 6.28 acres of this address at Flomich Avenue from urban two-family residential zoning classifications to planned unit development zoning classification, conditional waiver of impact fees and building permit fees.
What is the conditional waiver?
It's all in one motion.
Yes. So you want to know what the conditional,
yes,
the conditions of the waiver, and could you clarify that one more time?
In the planned unit development agreement, there are specific provisions that incorporate what Ms. Gow and I said in regards to how the deferral and waivers of impact fees and building permit fees will be handled. And again, it's tied to that 15-year time frame. So again, to summarize, the building permit fees will be deferred for 15 years. And again, as long as it's maintained affordable, then these will disappear. The impact fees will remain in place and will be repayable upon the sale of the house when it's not being used for affordable housing.
Okay, so it's just one vote as to two issues. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, and the rezoning passes 6-1. Thank you for coming in. Let's do before lunch. We have one more quasi-judicial hearing, item 6. I think it's not that complicated, but who knows? So let's try and get that one in, and then we'll break for lunch. It's 12:49. This is a resolution, a proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Beardsley, DeLeon Springs, map book 1. Tad, explain it.
Good afternoon, Tad Case, Bear County engineer. This is a petition to vacate a portion of the Beardsley, DeLeon Springs right-of-way. The petitioner, on behalf of the Dundee Revocable Trust, is requesting that we vacate a 60-foot unimproved right-of-way between two parcels owned by the trust. It's approximately 36,000 square feet. The county does not have any plans to pave that road section or open that road section. There are no requests from the utilities to keep it or any objections from the neighbors. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, any questions for staff? David Santiago.
Great presentation. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, wait. We have a motion to approve by Councilman Santiago and a second by Troy.
I've had no
Kent.
communication, Chair.
And yeah, y'all are moving so fast, I can't even get all my questions in. Anyone else have any ex parte to declare?
Negative.
Nobody. Okay. No questions, no debate. All in favor of the vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And carry 7-0, and it's 12:51. Why don't we break for lunch until 1:30?
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. This is David Hunt standing in for Kevin Captain with the county's Community Information Division. Thank you so much for tuning in. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors, the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Joining me today is our marketing specialist, one of our marketing specialists, and our resident social media guru. If anybody knows what's happening in the county, current information, what's going on, it is Heather Belden. She's constantly monitoring the county's over 30 social media outlets, so she really knows what's going on. Heather, what do we need to know going into this weekend? And in general, what are some events and things we can look forward to over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, hey Dave, nice to fill in. Today's a big day in the county. We actually have a really cool event. So we have the Veteran Stand Down as well as Hiring Our Heroes going on at the fairgrounds today. So if you are a veteran, this is such a cool opportunity from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. You can head down to the fairgrounds in the Hester building. They're doing free haircuts, clothing giveaway. They have career resources, like I said, with that Hiring Our Heroes event where you can go and speak with different divisions of Volusia County government. It's a event that we hold often, and just a way for us to give back to those veterans of Volusia County.
To all those veterans out there, thank you so much for your service. There's still time. If anybody's listening and you know a veteran, maybe send them a text message, give them a call, and just go down and check out and see what's available. You might not be aware. Just the talk about the event, how many resources are going to be available, how many jobs are available. You know, Volusia County has a lot of job opportunities, and we really value veterans, and we really appreciate everything they've done for our country. How about, I know there's more events going on. What else do we got?
Speaking of jobs, I mean, and more than welcome to have veterans come out to this event as well, but the Public Works Division is having a job fair as well next Thursday, June 15th, and that is from 10 to 2 in their Northeast Services facility. It's that brand new facility that they just kind of built recently out on 92 International Speedway. So again, Thursday, the Public Works job fair. You can go talk with people from all of our Public Works Division, so if it's ever something you were interested in. I know everyone in this room here works for Volusia County, and we can all attest to how great the benefits are, and you know, we all love what we do. So if you're looking for a job, we got you.
And the Public Works Department encompasses multiple divisions.
You're looking at coastal, traffic engineering, road and bridge, solid waste, and water utilities.
Yeah, so it's not just the person doing the road work on the side of the road you see driving by. It encompasses a lot. So if you don't really know, or you just want to get more information and see what's available, there's a lot of professional positions. You might not know how you could fit into a role and really help the county. And speaking of working for the county, the benefits are amazing. All that's amazing. But when I started working here, the breath of fresh air that I found was the leadership, top to bottom leadership. The managers and directors really looked out for their staff, and really there was an atmosphere where a team was moving forward on a mission and in a direction. Everybody's very competent, and it was just really a breath of fresh air. What are your thoughts on working for the county?
Yeah, I mean, I've lived here such a long time. This is where I want to raise my family. You guys can say the same, and it's just such a cool place. We have so much that we can do here living wise. So then to kind of be immersed in all the things that are happening in our local government, I think is a fun thing where I can go back to my family and I'm like, did you guys know that the county had this? Like, I talked to my dad about veteran services. Like, it's not the VA, it's services and things that you're supposed to be getting from the government because you serve for our country. So like, go talk to them. There may be a benefit you're missing out on. So, and if you were in the military, you served. We also serve on a level as well. We're here to help residents, get information out to residents, do our part, and I feel like that's tied to a lot of who we are and why our job is important and so fulfilling, because we are helping. It is. It's nice to be connected to the community. Like David had mentioned, I do the social media, so my friends will text me and say, oh, I saw you were in a video that was on the County of Volusia Facebook, and it's so fun to just go out there and show them a new park that they might not have known about, or a new program that they have available in Parks and Rec, or just little things like that, I think are kind of the cool part about our jobs.
Yeah, you're a shining example of somebody who will get on social media, and if you can help somebody in the comments, you will do your best, an individual person. I don't know if we should be saying this on air, as everybody might just start commenting and wanting to know information, but you do a great job of that.
Thanks.
Another thing that recently happened was the Daytona Beach International Airport got new flights to Connecticut and Delaware. This is new. It's a low-cost air carrier, and when this was first announced, I was like, oh, I don't need to go to Connecticut. I don't need to go to Delaware. But my wife is actually from Maryland. We do a lot of trips up to Maryland. So I was like, I'm going to check it out and see how far Delaware is to get to my wife's family's house in Maryland. So I looked it up, and it was only an hour and a half drive. So I was so excited. I texted my wife. I'm like, can you believe it? We can just go to Daytona, get on a plane, and go see your parents. And it's affordable. You get to go to Daytona Beach International Airport, which is absolutely amazing. It takes the stress away from flying. And when it was first announced, I was like, okay, that's awesome. But now I'm like excited. I'm going to start booking flights when that's available. I'm sure we'll have Joanne in the studio to talk more about it. A Velo, yes, a Velo flight. So it'll be amazing. Kate's over there. Kate Sark is in the studio with us today, marketing and communication manager with the Ocean Center. Kate, how are you doing today?
Good morning. Great. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes. Kate, interesting fact. Kate went to high school in the area. You are a?
I'm a Seabreeze graduate. Go Sand Crabs.
All right. And Heather, you went to school in Volusia County?
I am a Daytona High School graduate. Go Wolves.
And I went to Spruce Creek. So go Hawks. Caw.
What a great example of people who grew up in our community and have decided to make their homes and their lives and raise their families here. I think we're a great testament to that, guys. For sure.
I agree. It's awesome. I think Spruce Creek is the best, but I'll probably feel that way.
And my husband went to Pine Ridge, but we're not going to say go Panthers.
No, we can't do that.
Nope, sorry.
So what's happening at the Ocean Center? I know we recently suffered an unexpected loss at the Ocean Center. How are y'all holding up?
We did. So Tim Riddle, our director, passed away unexpectedly at the end of April. For those who don't know, Tim joined the Ocean Center team as the deputy director in 2017, and he took over as the director in 2020, right in the midst of COVID. And COVID was a big deal for convention centers and events because what we do is bring people together. We couldn't do that. And Tim worked really wonderfully with our team to find alternate uses of our facility. We worked with the county. We were a PPE area, distribution. We did a lot of different things so that our staff could continue to work and our building could continue to operate. And then when we were able to safely, we began events again. And under Tim's leadership, we recovered from COVID very quickly. By the end of 2022, we were back at pre-pandemic numbers, which is a huge testament to Tim's leadership. He is missed every day, but he empowered us and put together a fantastic, amazing, wonderful team who's able to do their job so efficiently and effectively that we've been able to continue to put on events and host people and do what we're committed to doing. And it's all kind of in memory and a testament to Tim's leadership. And we miss him every day, and we're continuing to do our jobs for him.
Well said. His legacy will live on through all those he impacted, I'm sure. Talking about legacy and history, you had sent over a super interesting document yesterday, and when I opened it, well, let me tell you what it is first. It is actually the history of concerts at the Ocean Center. I was blown away by the names on this list. Back in 1985, we had John Denver, the Beach Boys, Kenny Rogers, Jimmy Buffett. In 86, we had Willie Nelson, John Fogerty, George Allman. We had the London Symphony Orchestra, REO Speedwagon. And Britney Spears even.
I was at the Britney Spears concert. I can remember standing in line before Ticketmaster Online was a thing to get your tickets at the ticket counter for the box office. So, yeah, we have a long history of concerts at the Ocean Center, but there's a whole progression that's happened with that. So we get a lot of people say, why don't you still do concerts? And the building opened in 1985, and we were just the standalone arena. So if you've been to the building, and I'm sure we'll talk about graduations later, we have our arena that seats 9,300 people, and that's all we really were. And there were no other big venues in town. The Amway didn't exist in Orlando. The AMP was not operating back then. So we were the only people in the business for concerts. So we were doing concerts. That's what we were there for. And as we progressed and grew, we had a lot of great concerts throughout the years. In the mid-2000s, we underwent an expansion. We added on a almost 100,000-foot exhibit hall. We added on meeting rooms. And our building really converted from just an arena to an entertainment complex. And we were able to host conventions and other types of events that weren't just concerts. So our goal and focus shifted a little bit more on the heads and beds economic side of bringing in group business. Also in that time, the Amway opened, the AMP opened, these other venues began to open that were competing facilities for concerts. So we kind of shifted our focus a little bit and focused more on those group business. We still do lots of public events, but not traditional concerts per se. So that's been the story until recently. However, we recently worked with our leadership and got permission to adjust our booking policy a little bit. And without going into all the details, entertainment bookers and promoters look for a different kind of contractor deal when you're working with them versus someone who's renting a facility for a traditional private event. So we got permission to be a little bit more flexible with that. And we are now in the process of talking with different promoters and reaching out to try to get some more concert events at the facility. So it's very exciting. I don't know if John Denver will be back, but we're working very hard to get some names in there that people know and appreciate so we can have some more live entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds exciting, but like you said, it's so much more than just a concert. So I think we can kind of dive into like what is normal at the Ocean Center? What are you guys looking at? I mean, I think we can start with graduations. I know we, call it our high school grads here. We all had our graduations at the Ocean Center, so we're kind of wrapping that up now. So how'd that go?
Graduations went wonderful. It's a great partnership with the Volusia County School System. We hosted 13 graduations in a week. It's a crazy week. We do rehearsals in the morning because we have all of our high schools come in and they have to practice the processional and how they're going to cross in and walk across the stage. And then we do graduation sessions at night, and then through the weekend. Parking's always tough because we have thousands of people. Thankfully, we have several lots in the parking garage. But we hosted all of our graduations. We're really glad to have that partnership and to be able to be a resource for the community. And it's also a great opportunity for people to come into the facility if they haven't been in a while, to come inside, visit us, see the building, and then hopefully kind of check in with what's going on and possibly visit some other local open to the community events that we have coming up.
So my mom lives down in the Ormond on the beach side, and I was heading down there, and we were helping my sister move, and my dad called and said, the traffic's crazy down here right now. The graduations are going on, and you might not think that much traffic will be caused by graduations, but you really got to think about it. It's not just that person who's graduating. It's the family, it's the extended family, it's the friends. It's bringing in a lot of people to that area, and I remember, like, it's a clear picture in my head when I graduated high school at the Ocean, when I graduated high school at the Ocean Center. It was a big deal. Just being in that facility, looking around, everybody. I just felt important. I was nervous. It just kind of upped the ante on graduation. It made it feel super special.
Well, and it's always fun too, being with the staff. There's a lot that goes into it, but there's a part where we kind of put some ropes out, and all of the students process from the exhibit hall into the arena in their lines, and you get to watch them all walk by, and they're excited. There was a teacher for one of the schools who I think was a 6th grade teacher that was watching her students graduate and crying. I told Heather earlier, I believe it was Deltona, most of the schools play like the traditional processional march as they walk in, and Deltona actually played Sweet Caroline, and it was like you were at a concert. They'd stop the music, and you could hear everyone inside, and all the students do the bum bum bum. So it was very exciting to watch.
I mean, we're kind of cool like that.
But yeah, it's a really great time, and it's nice to be able to make such an important moment special for all of the students and all of their friends and family celebrating them.
Not to mention air conditioned. I mean,
right.
A lot of high schools do them out on their football fields. Like, and how special we are.
It's cold. We put out a lot of AC in that building.
What's it set at normally?
We adjust it, so when I'm upstairs, I know if we have events going on that I need to bring in a sweater because it's very cold. We usually do the square and round dancers, and they ask the rooms to be like at 65 or something. So if that event's coming in, then bring your mini heater because it's going to be a chilly few days.
So we talked a little bit about more public events at the Ocean Center. I saw on social media Cat Williams is coming to Daytona Beach.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that event? I thought that was pretty cool. In my mind, he's kind of a bigger star, comedian, somebody that a lot of people, at least in my generation, know. So it was pretty exciting. I saw it, and comedy's kind of making a comeback as well.
Yeah, comedy is a really big deal. If you look on Netflix, all the comedy specials that are coming out. So we're really excited to book Cat Williams. He will be here August 25th, and tickets are available right now on Ticketmaster. You can find them by searching, or if you go to our website, oceancenter.com/events. We've got all of our events on our event calendar, and you can link to it from there. But we're looking forward to having him. There's a lot of different opportunities, different ticket levels for anyone and everyone. And with our arena, we sit 9,300 people, but there's not a bad seat in the house. So good news is you can find a ticket in your price range and be happy wherever you are. We've got great concessions with our Oakview Group catering team, so it's guaranteed to be a fun event.
I had a request to ask, will Taylor Swift ever be coming to the Ocean Center?
Oh gosh, I don't know if we're quite big enough now. But maybe when she hits her peak and I don't know, maybe 40 years from now, I think she's on a roll for
like a private event. Maybe she could do an exclusive.
If anyone has an in with Taylor Swift, send them my way and I'll see what I can do for you.
What did she sell at Jacksonville Arena?
Yeah, I think, Tampa, I looked at,
nights.
was, I think 75,000 is their capacity, and she'd have 3 nights in a row. So, we're not quite there, but maybe someday.
Right. All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more about the Ocean Center.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
And hit the bell icon to know what's happening in your hometown.
There are so many great places to explore
and things to learn.
With over 1,000 videos available right now, the channel offers something for everyone.
Let's go!
Did you know we have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation? Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Or that we live stream important county meetings and workshops where leaders make decisions that can impact our everyday lives. Did you subscribe yet?
Or that we record our weekly radio show, Volusia Today, where we interview staff from the different divisions and departments across our great county, and they discuss the nitty-gritty of their field and expertise.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
We're back. I'm Heather along with David Hunt, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Great job on the bring back, Heather. I always get words scrambled with that one. So we were talking about Cat Williams when we went to break. What other big events are happening at the Ocean Center?
We have a lot in June. So actually starting today, we have the Atlantic Coast Classic, ACC. It was formerly the Bacon Beatdown. It is a functional fitness CrossFit competition. It's a 3-day event. It's really big in the CrossFit world. They just set up, it's pretty cool to watch them. They put up 25 lanes of their pull-up stations and ropes and all of these different things that they do. So that's today, tomorrow, Saturday. It is open to the public. Tickets are available at the box office, cash only, or you can purchase them online in advance. But we get a lot of local teams and the people who travel from all over the country. I believe this is the 10th or 11th year that it is going on. And it's a couple thousand attendees, so it's a good event. And then next week we have the Florida Truck Driving Championship, which is a little odd, but it's the people who drive the big commercial semis and those kind of trucks. My husband works locally and drives a truck, so I know how difficult it is. And they come in and they have competitions where they have to do agility courses with their trucks. It is free and open to the public, so it's a little bit different, but it's a neat opportunity to kind of see some people who you usually see on the road show off some really great skills. And then after that, the week after, we have the CEO Gaming Championships, which is another really large event. E-gaming has become really big. So they come in and they take over the whole building. They set up kind of an exhibitor hall, and then they have all of these screens. They stream live on Twitch, which is a gaming network, and all of these different competitors compete in online video fighting games. And then the last day, they play down to the final 2 who are named the winner. It's very interesting. They set up a 24-hour arcade in our ballroom, and there's games and video games and people doing stuff all night long. And that is open to the public as well. So it's a neat one. Even if you want to come get your fix of 90s video games, it's a fun thing to do.
That's cool.
It's interesting that you brought 2 things up that are super popular and might not have been events back in the day. That was the CrossFit and then also the video games. So I live in Port Orange. The rec center was recently opened, which was Echo funded. Echo had a big part in that, which is amazing. But in that facility, they have an indoor play. I don't know if they need the publicity, or I don't think they probably do, because every time I go in there, it's packed out. But they have an indoor playground. But they also have a room in there that is strictly for gaming. Computers, flashlights, LEDs, and the room is specifically for gaming. And the room is packed out. There's a lot of kids in there. They host competitions for video games. It's wild that's where we're at, and it's kind of exciting to see, and just how it's branching off, and the possibilities are endless for kids to get involved and get involved in something in the community and be able to go to the community center and be able to play video games and compete. It's
And
really awesome.
go make a living doing it.
Right.
Yeah, well, and it's something you could do at your house, but all of these people come to this event, they bring their own, I'm not a gamer, but like boards with like their joysticks and everyone has their own set of equipment. So you watch them and they come like when it's time to compete, they plug in their stuff and they've got their headphones, and it's this whole different world that I don't understand, but is really fun to watch. And there's a whole group of people who are really into it. So we're lucky that they're all coming to our area and we're able to host kind of something that's up and coming and is becoming so popular. So it's a fun one to watch.
And then in my previous life, I was in the volleyball world, and I was booking events at convention centers, these large-scale volleyball tournaments in the convention space. And I know at the Ocean Center, you guys do it in the ballroom and in the convention space. But I don't think people realize like how big sporting is, youth sports are especially, and volleyball being one of them. And you guys have an upcoming one there.
We do, yeah. The competitive arts are a huge group of business for the Ocean Center, and Joseph Volleyball Academy, they host 4 events at our facility every year. They're fantastic. And we just booked and signed for our biggest one for the next 4 years. It's called I'm looking at my cheat sheet.
Daytona 100.
The Daytona 100.
Yep. I've been
Heather's
there.
on it. It's almost 10,000 people and then over 3,200 room nights. So it's a huge economic impact for the community. So we have events like this that may not be open to the public. They're private because it's these teams who are competing and then the families that support them. So our public doesn't necessarily see. But we're bringing in thousands of attendees and generating thousands of room nights, and these people are spending money in our community. And then hopefully they come here for a competition and they say, this is a really cool place. I want to come back to visit on vacation. So we're exposing the area to these people. So it's a really big economic impact as well when we are able to bring these events in.
And then also like showing that it's not just an arena. Like you can empty this convention space, and I think AJ Joseph's tournaments are probably 30, 40 courts?
Yeah, our biggest events, we open, it's called an air wall between our arena and our ballroom, and we lay courts all the way through. We have courts in our exhibit hall as well, and there's one event that he actually goes out into the community and utilizes other spaces as well, because AJ's events are massive. So we're really glad to have him, but it's non-traditional use of our space. So we talked about our arena was for concerts originally. Well, it's great for sporting events because we've got this tiered seating where people can sit and watch. We host several basketball tournaments each year. We host the College Basketball Invitational, which is an NCAA D1 event we've hosted for 3 years in a row, and I believe they're coming back. So all different uses of our space.
For sure.
And when you talk about that and serving our community and a lot of people having an impact, you also have some exciting youth groups that come in the summer, and I know a lot of the local churches talk about it. I go to church and our church talks about it. The kids are excited about it. They're really just looking forward to going to these youth conferences, and having it in our area makes it so easy for a lot of the church in the area to participate. Can you tell us more about those?
So this year we have 3 youth groups that are coming. We have Passion Camp, we have Inside Out, and then we have the Methodist group that's coming as well. And that's in July. And we have between 4,000 and 6,000 kids. A lot of them are from out of town, and they come in, but then we also have our local churches and youth groups that are able to bring in their students as well. And it is days. They take over our entire building. Talk about concerts. It's private, but they set up in our arena and have worship services and have concerts with the lights and the sound and everything for thousands of kids. It's amazing. They utilize our exhibit hall space for meals. And when you talk about feeding 4,000 or 5,000 students, our catering partners, Oakview Group, do an amazing job. They get kids through there for lunch in 30 minutes, a half hour, special dietary needs. They turn everyone around and do dinner again. So it's really nice too, with our building the way it is, to be able to have an arena that hosts these sessions, and then to be able to move across to the exhibit hall. We have meeting room space. So it's just a really great facility, and it's a great way to be able to have these kids come in and again, then hopefully go back home, tell their parents what a great time they had. We have the beach across the street. It's just a great event and a great opportunity to host really good groups of people.
The food is amazing. We had the opportunity to host the state of the county there, and the food is absolutely amazing.
So good.
The staff was doing a great job. Everybody's friendly. It's just an amazing thing you have going on over at the Ocean Center. We have maybe a minute and a half left. I feel like we could talk for hours. What do you want to leave us with before we
I would
end?
say please follow us on social and check out our event calendar, oceancenter.com/events. We've got a lot going on. If you have questions, reach out. We are happy to help you understand what we do. Again, a lot of private events, but a lot of public events. We're working on concerts, so keep a look on that. And then the more that you do help and support us when we do have public events, the more opportunity there is to bring people here. So just come visit us and come say hello.
Heather, what's the social media plug? What do people need to do on social media?
Definitely follow the County of Volusia on Facebook. We've got an Instagram. If you are not signed up on Nextdoor, get yourself and your community
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Very, very briefly.
Question. He set the bar.
We're done, go.
It's in your book. Any question? Edit that over there.
All right. Everybody's back. And we are on item 7, resolution awarding non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchise to United Site Services.
Good afternoon, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Mr. Chair, you pretty much said everything. We have an anticipated revenue of approximately $55,000, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Chairman. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Mic's on.
Are you calling for the vote?
Yes, sir. Public Works and the engineering is crushing it these days. I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Santiago makes a motion to approve. It was seconded by Councilman Reinhardt. And questions for staff? Did you have a question? I'll clear your name. And any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Brilliant presentation.
Very much.
Motion carries 7-0. Tad, don't let us down. Item 8, purchase of modular building for Sheriff's Office Emergency Vehicle Operations Course. This is out at the racetrack, correct?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Thad Casebeer, County Engineer. As you said, this is for the purchase of a mobile modular building for the sheriff's track out there at the Speedway. This is based on a contract price from the Suwannee County School District, and it includes the installation as well as the providing of the building. So,
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve of the purchase by Vice Chair Robbins, and the second was who? Councilman Kent. Questions for staff? Any comment? Don Dempsey.
Well, I have just a question.
Sure.
Maybe you can give me a brief explanation. Why wouldn't this come out of the sheriff's budget? Is this on top or outside?
well, this was a part of the funds that were allocated by the council as a group, for a group of capital projects, the ARPA funds. So this was a project that had been a county desire, a sheriff's desire for quite some time.
Okay.
And when the ARPA funds became available, this was a way to go ahead and fund this particular element. So
It's all coming from ARPA money? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was actually approved last year, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. George Rectenwald.
Just wanted to add, originally, it was put in at nearly $15 million, and through working with the Speedway and trying to find other locations where we could do this, the original location would have been out near his training center, but that particular area is low and would have required a lot of fill. So the sheriff working with ourselves to be okay with it not being next to his training center, but picking a place and working with this Speedway, I think to put it, now, one of the most famous raceways in the world. It's also a recruiting tool, and everything is on track, and everybody's very happy with the progress out there. So I think they'll be using it even before we have the building put up.
there will be an agreement, a subsequent agreement that'll be coming back and forth between the track and ourselves to memorialize all of this. But we need to get, this is a long lead item, so we need to go ahead and get this purchased. Keep us on track with the schedule.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comment? Don, you good? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Purchase is approved 7-0. Item 9, Sheriff's Office purchase with Bell Textron for one Bell 407 GXI basic aircraft.
Good afternoon, Kylie Trevuzzi, Finance Director for the Volusia Sheriff's Office. This item is to approve a supplemental budget appropriation in order to purchase an emergency response helicopter from Bell Textron and sensor system from L3 Harris. The total purchase cost of $6,834,163.06. The purchase will be used to upgrade the Sheriff's Office aviation fleet, replacing Bell's helicopters, model that we sold to Bay County Sheriff's Office on March 9th, 2023 for $2,125,000. Of this, $2,234,166 of this will be paid for out of the Sheriff's Office sale of capital assets, and the remaining $4.6 million to be transferred from the Sheriff's Capital Facilities Funds and the ARPA Transition Fund.
Very good. Vice Chair Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Robbins, second by Councilman Kent. Questions for staff? Jake Johansson.
Real quick, what other aircraft did you guys look at before choosing the Bell 407?
We didn't look at any other aircraft. We had 3 Bell 407s, and that's what we're replacing it with. That's what our pilots are trained to fly. They work very well for our operation, and that's why we went back to Bell.
Same L3 Harris, basically.
It's exactly the same. It just has a new processor, new optics. It's just a better model.
Copy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess, well, one for staff. So all the funding for this, is this out of our funds or out of the question, I guess, should it be coming out of the sheriff's budget?
It is. I'll have Ryan explain, but she mentioned it in the talk. He had unspent money that went into, council had established a building fund, just like we do, to one-time savings. That's how we save up for items to build. And that money, and it was reason because of the timing of what they wanted to do, we went ahead and pulled money out of that fund to the building fund to fund this, and then we'll replace it back in the building fund based on any money he doesn't spend in this year's budget.
Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. As George said, $2.2 million of this is being funded by the Sheriff's Office through their budget, through their sales of the old helicopter and other capital assets. The $4.6 million is a supplemental appropriation of additional county funds. In the future, and this is a new process to us with Amendment 10, this is the first time a major purchase has occurred like this since Amendment 10. In the future, we have asked that helicopter purchases be included in the budget request for any future helicopters, so it's part of the original budget, and it's not a supplemental appropriation like this.
Because I don't want to tell the sheriff how to do his business. I mean, that's his ballywick. I looked at 6 different other counties surrounding us, and I noticed a lot of them are using OH-58s because they're a lot less in cost. And I guess my question is, did we look into the 1122 program that the feds have, or we could buy helicopters from the Department of Defense?
We did not. Quite frankly, they're a mechanical nightmare. They're replacing parts with used parts. We run a 135 operation where we transport patients, and we can't use those aircraft for Part 135.
Okay. Are we still doing 135 stuff?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I know it's, Lake County has 3 of those, and, they get their budget's a lot less, I guess, on their helicopters. I guess it's just my concern because the 407s they're like $1,100 an hour to operate versus like a Robinson 66, which is significantly less. And I'm just wondering why we need you do what you want. I just know that, I don't know how much life is left in these other 407s that we have. Are they going to be timed out pretty soon, and we're going to get another request for 2 new helicopters in the next couple years?
That is our purchase plan, if you will. That's what we intend to do.
Okay. Is it
our maintenance costs or operating costs is right around $600. That's because we do in-house maintenance. We buy our own fuel, so we keep that cost down from about $1,500 an hour, which is the national average for a Bell 407.
Right, and for for a 58 or for something, 66 is only $700 an hour, I think, and that's just the national average. I think it could be. I was just curious. I didn't know why we needed 3 407s as opposed to, because those are kind of the Mac Daddy in helicopters, right? Wouldn't you agree? A 66 is like 1.5 million
yes.
new. That's a turbine helicopter.
Right.
and we could do a lot of our training, recurrency training, all that stuff, search and rescue even necessarily on a 66 with, maybe a $2 million budget with the avionics versus $6.5 million. I just didn't know if that was part of the discussion in your agency.
It has been part of the discussion. We've got a gentleman that does our maintenance. He's our director of maintenance. He's got close to 40 years in the business. He's got experience across the board from fixed wing to rotor wing, and actually was a mechanic in the U.S. Army. And I take his advice with a lot. And this is the best decision for our 135 operation, which quite frankly saves lives.
Okay. I mean, I know that Jack Duval just got 2 new ones, 2 new 407s up there, but I would think that's a bigger jurisdiction. I don't know.
Yeah, it is bigger county.
All right, and this is already underway. This is kind of already in the work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, a question for staff, finance staff. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is really just a technical procedural move, because under the structure that we're under now, post Amendment 10, budgetary decisions for the most part are done within the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
The general gist of the budgeting process for sheriffs is they make a request for an original budget that's due to the county for June 1st. It's actually part of the 5-year forecast that we were presenting. If the public safety fund, it's the new way of funding it. After that June 1st request, it gets included in the budget unless there's some sort of disagreement between the elected body and the sheriff. There's a procedure for that in statute. Assuming that's not the case, it gets adopted in the budget, and once that's done, the sheriff has control over the total adopted budget that's been approved by the county council. This is a supplemental appropriation, which would be above that previous year adopted budget amount.
One more question. Given some of the changes that are happening this coming year going forward with the trim notices, right? My understanding is, based on your previous presentation or your colleague, the trim notices will spell out sheriff's office budget, correct?
They're going to say public safety fund, which is what we've settled on for the fine and forfeiture fund. Legally, it's called the fine and forfeiture fund, which by Attorney General's opinion is allowed to be spent on sheriff's office operations and everything it takes to run the sheriff's office. The property appraiser thought that fine and forfeiture would be a little hard to understand what it's for. So he suggested to us, and we agreed with public safety fund. So that new public safety fund will be for, that millage will be levied and transferred to the sheriff's office.
And where I'm going with that'll be, all the budgetary items will be within that millage rate noticed over there, so that then it's open to the public to see how much money is being spent in public safety, right?
Yes.
That's what so, right, it's more technical today for the most part. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I didn't know so if there's a request next year and the year after, let's say hypothetically, for replacement helicopters for the other 2, I mean, is that going to come as a special vote? Because this kind of took me, I was expecting this issue to come up with the budget discussions in a month or 2 or whatever, but it was just, first notice I had of this was on Wednesday at the agenda meeting. And but if there's a next one, is that going to come up similar to this, or will that just come up in the budget meeting?
We've asked that any future helicopters be included as part of the sheriff's original budget, so that it should not come up like this as a supplemental appropriation.
Is there a reason why this can't wait until this budget meeting coming up in a couple months?
As written in the agenda item, I believe the sheriff's office is at a point where the helicopter is ready for the next stage. I'm not sure if that's delivery, but a stage in which payment would be due before the end of the year. This is a supplemental appropriation request for the current year, not to be confused with item 11 for the trim rates, which is next year's budget. This is not about next year's budget. This is about amending the budget for the year that we're in right now.
This is stuff that was discussed with previous council?
There was a set aside for helicopter funds for the previous council, so the previous councils were aware of the helicopter needs.
Knew we were going to buy a new one at this price?
I don't think prices were discussed because it was just a set aside of helicopter funds, but it was about $2 to $2.5 million a year that was being set aside in previous budgets.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, debate? We have a motion by Vice Chair Robbins, second by Troy Kent to approve the purchase. If there's no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And carry 7-0. Thank you. That brings us to item 10, purchase of building at 1720 Mason Avenue, Daytona Beach for emergency medical services. Janine Jennings.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Janine Jennings, Business Services. I also have Jim Corbett, the Director of Facilities, with me, and we are looking at approval to purchase 1720 Mason Avenue. For the last 2 years, we have been looking at some options to relocate our EMS building. The ideal place would be someplace that already had had fleet bays in it, so a car dealership was always something that we were looking at. The last meeting, I think we went over the 5-year plan, and we looked at an unfunded EMS building at $23 to $29 million. So when we found this building, did the walkthrough of it, it's in great shape. It's a great location. We, along with 4 other bidders, put an offer in, and the owner accepted our offer at $3.2 million, contingent upon council approval and a due diligence, one of them being the appraisals. And so far, our appraisals have all come in well over the $3.2 million point. We'll answer any questions that you may have.
Vice Chair Robbins.
A motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Danny Robbins, second by Councilman Reinhardt. And questions for staff? Jake Johansson.
Real quick, where are they located now?
Carswell Avenue in Holly Hill.
And why are we moving from there?
Because it floods.
The building is in a flood zone.
Getting out in the public. Go ahead.
It has severe termite damage that we are looking at least $2 million in repair on the roof, and also having to move everybody out of there. It's in very poor condition. No parking. We have separate buildings right now. But we are planning to sell Carswell once we move into Mason Avenue. And It's an industrial area that our realtor feels like we'll make some money off of.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilman Troy Kent.
I apologize, Chair. No questions. Just briefly my comment, and I'll be done. Less than 30 seconds here. This is a smart move. This is a good move. This saves our county taxpayers a ton of money in the tens of millions of dollars range. And kudos to staff for sniffing this out, getting this deal, talking to us individually, jumping on this when the iron was hot. And I'm hopeful that this gets approved, and then we retrofit and make everything we need to do to make this place just absolutely right for our new EMS.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. To echo on that, great move. But also, my understanding is even with the purchase of this building, which already appraises more than what we're purchasing it for, which is great, even the retrofitting it would be even cheaper than building a brand new building, obviously.
Absolutely.
With the same site size, and it is bigger than the other one, correct?
Oh, yeah. Well, the size, it's just differently. Like the square footage is a little less, but the square footage is not efficient where we are now.
Gotcha.
So we have
So
some
configured the way we
expansion in
want it.
some areas that we can utilize the space more efficiently. The other nice thing is the bays. They're leaving everything except the lifts, which we couldn't have used anyway. So we're moving our lifts over, and then it's a fully functional fleet area.
Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Now that I've asked the questions, the comments, with everything, and I talked to county manager on this with everything. It's very important, Jim, that we take care to ensure that the mold, the mildew, the fungus, the flooding, the everything that you care about as a facilities guy is taking care of. The quality of life of our people is important, right? Personnel that are not living in squalor tend to work just a tad better. So I appreciate this as well, and I think that any time that we come up with a solution like this, that even after you do the retrofit will probably save us money, and keeps our people safe and in buildings that they deserve to be in, I wholeheartedly support. So thank you for the good work.
Jenny, just a quick question. Did the realtor give you any idea of what the fair market value of the current location is?
They were looking at 1.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any other comments or questions. The motion is to approve the expenditure of $3.2 million for this property. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are spending a lot of money really fast. Okay.
I'd like to mention that Mr. Santiago also said aye to that motion, so it is 7-0.
Who's listening to you in the bath? Okay. Item 11, fiscal year 2023-24 trim rates and budget overview. He's back.
Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. So this item is basically just to reaffirm the rates that that you guys are going to set for the trim notices that will be mailed out in August. If you remember, during the 5-year forecast presentation, those rates were based on the June 1st values, which are preliminary values, and these are based on the July 1st values, so it just slightly changed some of the rollback rate calculations. So there's some backup information here for the budget for your review. Just as a point, your recommended budget book will be in your Dropbox by the end of business today, and the budget book will also be posted on the county's website for public review. So if you have any questions, once you review that, you're more than welcome to reach out. The rates we listed there, those are the rates that we are asking you to set today, be mailed out on the trim notices. A reminder, the rates can be lowered after they're set, but they cannot be raised, so these will be the maximum rates. And then we also need the first and second budget hearings set officially, September 5th and September 19th. They're the dates that we are recommending. They just cannot be held on the same day as the school board, which is being held on September 7th. And then finally, just remaining steps in the process. August 1st, we did extend the invitation per council direction to the constitutional offices to present their budgets to council, with the exception of the clerk of court, because the funding she gets from us is very, very small, and it is related to Article 5, so it is a requirement. And then August 15th, you'll hear the Advertising Authority's budget request presentations. We'll give you forecast updates for potential budget changes, and then your first and second public hearings there.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve trim rates and budget overview as presented with dates.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. And for questions and it's question or debate, Mr. Kent?
It's actually just a very brief 30-second comment.
Go ahead.
Aaron, thank you. This was presented to us. We did our homework. You did great, just giving us the overview highlights. Thank you.
Okay, and so the motion on the table is to adopt the tentative trim rates and set the first public hearing for the budget at 6 p.m. on September 5th, 2023 in the Thomas C. Kelly Administrative Center, 123 West Indiana Avenue, DeLand, Florida. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. And that brings us to item 12 of resolution increasing the non-ad valorem assessment for stormwater utility in the unincorporated area of Volusia County. Ben Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you today is a look at our non-ad valorem assessment for a stormwater utility. This is from the presentation that Aaron presented last meeting, which shows the 5-year forecast and shows the revenues being outpaced by our, not just our operating capital, but just operating costs alone associated with our stormwater program. The budget that we presented to the council is consistent with our level of service and presented at a flat budget, essentially, absent the increase in personnel costs. This is the utility fee itself is the same fee that's been assessed since 2005. At the time, they set the fee at $72 per year or $6 per month. They also set a cap at $96 per year or $8 per month. This revenue only increases as we add parcels. It decreases as the cities annex those parcels into their incorporated limits. There is no indexing for inflation on this fee. As you see here, Volusia County is second from the last in terms of the stormwater utility fee compared to other municipalities in the area. What I will note is in your packet is the 05 rate study, and it had a similar comparison, and almost every single one of these entities increased their fee in the 18 years or so since our fee was raised to $6. And the way we've been able to maintain this $6 per month fee since 2005 is, as a whole, the Public Works Department has gone through some efficiency studies and then actually gone back and looked and see how we did it implementing those studies. And the bottom line on that is we've become a more efficient group. We've done more work with less equipment, with less dollars, and the same number of staff. Specifically, the Drainage Task Team or the Stormwater Utility Division has seen an annual savings of about $175,000 a year by implementing those efficiency recommendations. In that rate study, they describe different levels of service, specifically to our maintenance operations as well as our capital program. We've managed to achieve the level of service A, which is the highest level of service in that rate study, without increasing the rate over these past 18 years. That same study recommended an $8 per month rate by 2009, and it also said that in order to achieve that level of service A, we'd probably have to go to about $10.65 per month. What we've done through these efficiencies in our maintenance operations, as well as our ability to go out and get additional funding for capital projects such as grants from the Water Management District, from the DEP, and even using ARPA funds most recently, we have been able to achieve that capital program level of service A at a far less level of service rate. So with all that being said, the proposed action before you today is to increase the stormwater utility fee to $7 per month for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. Follow that on next year with an increase to the $8 per month in 24-25. And then we have a rate study underway to look beyond the $8 or the $96 a year to see what we have to do in the future. If you in the packet, the rate study was very comprehensive. It looked at all the different maintenance operations. It looked at our staff. It looked at the tax base. It looked at all those different things, and it comes back with a very accurate recommendation of what they think the rate should be. So once we get that back, we'll present it to council and discuss moving forward from there. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Vice Chair Robbins. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bartlett, of that $700,000 or this increases, how much is actually going to our projects and improvements and services versus, or on the other hand, staffing? Is it like 80-20? Do we have a usage list for this money? Because I heard, and you know how I feel about this, we've been reaching the highest level of achievement. It's like my old adage in Daytona when I was out there, work better with less. But I'll save my comments, but do we have a project list or anything of where this appropriation or where this money will go?
Absolutely. So one part of this, a portion of this money, as you can see, our operating expenditures are about $200,000 greater than our revenue. So $200,000 is going to go towards that and maintaining the current level of service. The other portion of that money will go to our capital program. Now, a lot of times we use our capital funding in our stormwater utility as match for grants. We multiply that money. We make it work for us and try to get it back many times over. So we are part of multiple BMAPs, Basin Management Action Plans, the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan. All those regulatory requirements have a laid out set of projects in order to achieve those nutrient reductions that we're looking at. We also have identified stormwater projects and many of the basin studies that we've done to look at flooding. We anticipate more flooding projects to come forward given the recent events of the last storm. So basically what I would tell you is $200,000 at least this year would go towards maintaining those existing operations. The other $500,000 would be going towards using that as match money to go out and get grants for various water quality projects and flooding projects. Now the water quality projects, we don't have an option on those. Those are regulatory requirements handed down to the state by us. Back in 2005 when they initiated this fee, we didn't have all the BMAPs, we didn't have the reasonable assurance plan, we didn't have all those things. These are additional regulatory requirements for stormwater that have been imposed upon us by the state.
And that 320 some odd $1 million that we're getting in or that we got in, can that get us up to, can we use those federal dollars instead of putting another fee? Because the way I look at it is you have $7 here, $4 here, $5. Before you know it, it's already out of control. Is that an option, or can we kick this can down the road for a little bit, see what we can use to get up to speed in our requirements by the state, as you had mentioned, with those federal dollars coming in? And also, too, and I brought it before, if it would behoove us to wait till after 2024 election before we start adding additional fees on it, just food for thought.
Yeah, so, obviously anytime you're looking at raising fees or raising taxes on the public, that is a very serious decision. And as staff, we don't bring these decisions to the council lightly. That being said, to your specific question, the money from the CDBG-DR can be used for stormwater and resilient projects. Again, those are capital projects. They can't be used for ongoing operational maintenance, which is, one of the deficiencies that is outlined in the 5-year forecast. So yes, it can be used for some of those capital projects. It can be used as match money for other grants, absolutely. But there still will be a deficiency in the operating side that money cannot be used.
Mr. Bartlett, what would our figures be if we just got you the 200,000? How much would we have to raise it to cover the operational?
Well, according to this chart, that number is just under $200,000 for the upcoming budget, and then it's increasing to almost $390,000. This is just the operational difference in the 5-year forecast. So it goes from 200,000 to 390 to, and I'm trying to do quick math here, to about 600,000. So that number is widening in just terms of operation. So, we're not adding people. We're not, other than salaries going up, health insurance going up, that's strictly our operational costs. And so that operational funding equates directly to our level of service that we're capable of providing.
How much, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but what do we need to get us by on the operational side, rather than going full boat? And we can maybe look at using the federal dollars instead of putting on the backs of a local fee. Use those and just use. I'm trying to drill down on what we need.
I understand,
money-wise.
and based on my discussions with budget and looking at ours, I think the plan that we recommended is what we need to achieve and maintain our current level of operation, level of service.
Okay, for continued questions for Ben, Troy Cannon.
18 years, no increase. Was there any interdepartmental transfers during that time to make sure the stormwater utility fund was whole, or was the stormwater utility fund always whole during those 18 years?
Yes, sir. It's been solvent those entire 18 years. What we've done is, like I said before, gone out and get outside funding through grants and most recently ARPA funding approved by council to supplement our capital program.
And I see, Ryan, I'm glad you're walking down, because one of the questions I heard Mr. Robbins ask, and I was hoping to get an answer for that as well, instead of the $1 this year and the $1 next year, because listen, I love that we've operated lean and mean, and you've done more with less. That's great news. But this is a tax. Some people say, no, it's not. I'm going to argue and say, yes, it is. This is a tax, and this hits our, it's just like a tax on water, in my opinion. It hits your poorest in your community the hardest. And I love that the county was able to be lean and mean and not have an increase for 18 years, but it then puts the burden on this brand new council who inherited something where we're going to hit you with $1 this year and $1 next year. What is the actual amount, Ryan? Do you all know if you crunch the numbers? Is it a quarter? Is it 50 cents to get the 200 grand that Mr. Robbins has been talking about? Can you guys crunch those numbers for us here?
We could come back with that for sure. I was actually coming up to address the transfers piece.
Okay, good.
Because you had asked if there were any interfund transfers. If there is a stormwater project that is done via a grant, we don't actually perform that work in the stormwater fund. We will have a separate grant fund. So while there might not have been transfers into this fund, as Ben said, there's been plenty of grant-funded capital projects that have been done in separate other funds, including, and most recently, ARPA.
Okay. Can you guys try to crunch the numbers and see what we would have to raise this rate this year for the 200 grand instead of $1? The dollar, I guess, is what, 700 or some odd thousand we would take in. Is that right?
Right.
700 and some change.
So if it's 700, yeah, using that math, it'd be roughly 5 cents that would collect an additional 200,000. If 700, yeah, it's about 700,000 for 750. What was the number? 777. It'd be roughly 25 cents.
Right. It doesn't give staff exactly what they're asking for, but at the same time, it gives our residents a little bit of relief. We can sit and go back and forth about, is the 75 cents that big of a deal? But to our most vulnerable in the community, I think it very well could be. I'm not a definite no on going the whole dollar, gentlemen. I'm just saying, Danny, there's your answer, a quarter.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Ben, you mentioned a rate study. When's the new rate study gonna?
We anticipate having that done within the next probably 6 months or so.
Got it. So after this year's budget, but before next year's budget. And I think I asked this question in our one-on-one. Is there any discussion within the rate study to talk about rewickering, how we do ERU?
Yeah, actually, in the previous rate study, there was a significant discussion. They actually changed the way they look at the ERU calculation, and you know that applies when it comes to stormwater. You're looking at impervious area on so you're not looking just the house. You're looking at concrete. I would anticipate that the rate study would also include a look at how we calculate the ERU and whether that's still appropriate.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could do it by square foot and just charge people by square foot, but that gets a little tough in a county.
I have gone through that in Orange City. They implemented a stormwater utility, and they did a similar process, and it's, you know, 6 one way, half a dozen the other. What you do end up getting is a lot of homeowners will call and say, wait a minute, I'm at 1,900 square feet, not, you know, 2,100 square feet.
Yeah, or I no longer have a driveway that's pervious, yeah.
And all that's based on what the property appraiser would calculate.
Thank you.
Okay, one last question. This is interesting. You notice that there has not been a motion made yet. So everybody's got questions, and it sounds like, here it comes. It sounds like we're all kind of thinking the same thing, or we have the same question. You and I talked about it at yesterday's meeting that, you know, could we we're getting $329 million from the Transform 386. We also know that there's a lot of stormwater issues. The storms revealed that to us. Deltona just had to go up quite a bit as a city in stormwater, much more than this. But we're in a year that we're really pushing to go to rollback and to reduce the tax burden on our constituents, because they're dealing with the same problems you are and we are as a government, that all the prices are going up, insurance goes up. Well, every property owner in Volusia County has to deal with the same thing. My question is, Is there, can we not get money from that 329 million to take us through the next 2 years to lessen the burden on our residents?
Well, let me jump in, because that's not fair to ask him that, because he doesn't control that money. Let's remember the 329 million is for the entire county, cities and county. So there's a little over $40 million that can go into capital mitigation projects. That need is being assessed right now, and that will be not only county need, that'll be city needs. So I just want to point out that, yes, there's money there. The amount is probably much less than 40 million by the time you get all the cities put into that equation. So I can kind of see some of the thought there. I think we can do something like you being suggested. We can go for a lesser amount and try to cover the $200,000 shortfall in operations this year, and do the study and come back to you next year after we've completed the study and discuss where we're at that time. So we will continue to try and balance our capital projects by what we've been doing, which is really the using it for matches and going out and getting other grants. I think the field will be a lot more competitive again than it has been because of all the flooding and stuff that happens statewide. So I would imagine it would be a competitive time for grants, but we're good at it. So.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think colleagues, off the heels of what we just experienced, the buzz was all about flooding, right? I don't know if it's the right time to, lack of a better term, go short, I guess, on stormwater funding. I think it's a reasonable request. Mr. Reckenwald, may I ask a question first, Mr. Chair, before I go to the motion? If we could still modify this before, or is this a one and done?
Well, this one today, you're up against a little bit of a time clock for a non-ad valorem assessment being on the tax bill. So I would have to see what Mr. Bartlett says, what our deadline, but I think it's approaching. But that would just be for this coming year. And like I say, we can do the study and come back for next year at this time, and there would be an update to what he's showing you now. Whatever we don't deal with this year, we'll just be dealing with next year. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Reckenwald. That being said, with the county manager's update there, I move that we approve the stormwater ordinance and utility fee revisions, and something we can address after we can update it later next year.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by David Santiago. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt
And I had a
Reinhardt.
comment too.
And Matt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm glad, Mr. Reckenwald, thank you for sharing that, because the Transform 386 project is countywide. And there's a lot of feedback already with regards to people that are going to be submitting for that. And to commend you, Councilman Santiago, with recent storms that just occurred, to cut that short now and then come back and say, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't have done that. We have to be careful on both sides. That project is going to address infrastructure issues. It will. Isolate it to specific incident or areas that were really affected by the storms. Deltona, Midtown, things of that nature. So that's where we have to be careful. That's why I second that motion. Thank you.
Don't forget all the flooding in Ormond also.
Vice Chair Robbins.
The only reason I kind of wanted to hold on this, we're only talking about $700,000. That's not going to get a spit, in my opinion. But the bigger portion of this is several years ago, I wasn't around for the sales tax referendum. What year was that? 16, 18? But what I'm getting at is stormwater and infrastructure funding was one of the biggest aspects of that referendum. And where I'm kind of scared is the public voted that down. Is this government's way of circumventing the people's vote and getting fees for this, or the start to get new fees without going, or, you know, in lieu of going with the sales tax? And is it kind of a slap in the face? I stand by my assessment. Interested in what my colleagues have to say. I believe that the folks said no, that we can do better, and they want us to keep things tight in this department by their vote. And at best, I'd be willing to possibly compromise on the operational end for that 200,000. But other than that, I'm a hard no.
Councilman Johansson?
I have a question and a comment. Are we in debate?
Yeah.
Okay. Question. When we apply for grants, what's the percentage that we usually contribute on average? 10, 20,
they
50,
vary.
70?
Some are one-to-one grants. We've been successful at getting a St. John's grant and DEP grant using one match for the other.
Right.
So we've had projects as low as like 10% from the county funds and as high as 50%. But I can tell you we're out there scouring the
700,000 could be 1.4. 700,000 could be 2 million.
Yes, sir.
So 700,000 isn't always just 700,000. Number two, and a comment to kind of chat a little bit about Mr. Robbins' comment. Before we voted the sales tax down, we were all asked to come up with a group of projects that we would do. You didn't just go out and say, guys, I need projects. You had projects, right? You just said, here's my list of things that are on my 10-year plan, and we could get them done in 5 years or in 10 years with this half-cent sales tax.
A large part of the stormwater projects were actually water quality projects, because that was a major concern. We had the Volusia Water Quality Summit,
right.
I believe in 2013 or 2014, and that was a major concern for every municipality as well as the county, and with the oncoming BMAPs and Mosquito Lagoon concerns and all that. So a large portion of those projects were that, and yes, we identified a lot of them, and they were part of that, and they continue to be part of our plan moving forward.
Yeah, so since we're in debate, I'll bring it up that just because we voted the sales tax down doesn't mean the requirement doesn't exist. It still existed. It just was an opportunity for us to pay for it a different way, but those projects are still out there. And you know, I think by and large the half-cent sales tax was voted down because people didn't want additional tax because they didn't know where the money was going to go. But you're proposing $1 increase and you're showing us where the money's going.
Yes,
it's in just your projects. It's not going to go to some special waiving some impact fee or something else that this.
And also
this
maintaining our
doesn't know.
current level of service as well.
Absolutely. And it's an enterprise fund, and therefore the money that is given in the stormwater fee has to be used for stormwater.
Absolutely.
And no others. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I love bar graphs, and this just paints a great picture for us. It shows us, I'm really proud that Volusia County is at $6 right now when you're looking at comparison with stormwater utility per month. $2 you'll see in 2 years puts us up with Holly Hill. Who knows if they'll go up as well, but it'll still make us, I would say, third lowest, because Lake Helen, aren't they the one that has the FPL supplement in Lake Helen? Isn't that why their rates are so low, George?
No, that's DeBerry.
Is that DeBerry?
Yeah.
DeBerry.
Lake Helen is just very small.
Yeah.
And
Well, they earned it. They earned that lowest rate ranking then, so I'm not going to knock them off of there. They've earned that, and it still keeps us in the bottom 4, which I really like. To go along with Vice Chair Robbins a little bit, would the maker of the motion and the second be willing to compromise here a little bit with maybe 50 cents this year and 50 cents next year? My reasoning for that is, I've already talked about it being a tax, and 18 years, no increase. I've told you all this before. I don't like that. I like small incremental increases every year so you don't get hammered with this $1 this year, $1 next year. If prior councils had done 20 cents a year, some years 15 cents, we'd be right there where we're asking to be right now. And I think that's much more appropriate. Would the maker of the motion and the second be willing to budge on 50 cents this year, 50 cents next year? And then make it.
The maker of the motion was David Santiago.
Yeah. Let me ask a question from staff first, if I may. Given that proposal, that offer from Troy Kent, would some projects either be not done that you have scheduled for this upcoming year or partially done? How would that affect potential project completions that you may have on the books?
The projects that are ongoing are funded primarily through ARPA funds. However, we have commitments on other, mainly water quality projects to do, looking at in the near future. We're moving into design. So some of those projects might get delayed a year or so, depending on where we're at. And what I would say to that is, with these BMAPs and the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan, there's timelines laid out on when you try to hit these targets on the reductions. And when we had all the public meetings and did all those kinds of things, we talked about, okay, here's the list of projects that we're looking to do. Here's the anticipated reduction. If we do these amount of projects in this time, we should see the results and the cleaning up of the lagoon and the other impaired water bodies, the Halifax River. We're doing projects up in the North Penn and those places like that. So the impact would be, unless we were able to get those, it could just delay them. We might be lucky and get grants or receive other funding. That's never a guarantee.
Thank you. Councilmember Kent, great appeal, and I agree with you that it's a tax. I'm gonna do a Troy Kent on my finger here. It's a tax. I don't care how government cans a message. If it's government being paid to a government, it's a tax. But I think we have to do these projects, folks. It's the wrong time to send that message. It's for water quality projects that are largely mandated, from what I heard earlier in your presentation, that are probably not going to get any cheaper next year if we put them off. That's my best guess. So I think keep the motion going, and let's just do these projects. Certainly next year, when we figure out all this other money that we're getting from the feds, we can modify this and not do the second increase.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
We have that option.
That could change, and we'll have the rate study as well, updated rate study. Look at all.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
You guys meet me halfway at 25. We go over 25. I want to go with the group, but if we go over 25, suggest to me a cut somewhere on a tax. You want to suspend gas tax for a little bit?
You saying 25 cents?
If we're going to go over 25 cents, what other relief can we provide? I know it's going to tick off some people by me doing that, but I'm trying to drill down on anything. We're scraping, and I want to send a clear message of what the goal is here. If we're going to be adding these fees, where can we compensate it? What else can what can we take away if we're going to be doing this? If not, I'm out.
Mr. Chairman, may I reply?
You may.
All right, listen, we're a team up here, so I'll concede to your, I'll amend my motion to be, you said 25 cents, right? Is that what you're saying? All right, I'll amend my motion, Mr. Chair, to account for that, to the 25 cents. Is that what you're saying, right? Not a buck. Right. That covers the 200,000, and I think a little bit more to do some stuff. If my second will agree to that?
I'll agree to that.
An amendment?
You're making an amendment to the motion to only increase by 25 cents. And you were the second, Matt, were the second on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment.
The attorney has a question.
Michael Dyer.
To avoid you trying to amend your own motion,
You want me to withdraw it?
just withdraw it, and I think that's.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion in my attempt to amend.
Okay, would you like to make a new motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to, trying to find the actual language here. Adopt a resolution increasing the amount ad valorem assessment for stormwater utility in the unincorporated areas of Volusia County to amend the increase to be 25 cents.
Second.
Increase.
Second.
Each year or just?
Yes, for the next, each year for the next 2 years.
And the council's okay with us coming back?
Yes.
With the study?
I believe there's a consensus for that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so the new motion is an increase of 25 cents for the next 2 years by David Santiago, and the second on that is Matt Reinhardt, better known as me. And where is Ryan? Are you okay with that arithmetic?
No.
Want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing.
Sorry, Aaron and I were discussing how this would be in the future. What was the question exactly, the arithmetic that you're looking for?
Well, the proposal now is to increase by 25 cents the next 2 years.
Yeah, it'd be approximately $187,000 to $200,000 a year that the increase would be, which, as discussed, if you were looking at the stormwater assessment versus the operating expenses, would help fill that gap.
And then you're going to come back with a study, what kind of time frame?
Well, hopefully, we will get back to you probably in the spring, so part of budget preparation for next year.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Discussion, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Ben, I got a quick question for you again. You said the operating gap was 200 this year. Did we expect it to be 200 next year with your quick math?
No, sir. Actually, it's
right
there. It increases.
It increases. So why are we even talking about 25 cents next year? Why don't we just say 25 cents this year and we'll wait for the rate study? Because 25 cents isn't going to cover squat next year.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think you're right about that, Jake. I think we know we're gonna deal with it anyway next year, so it doesn't bother me either way, because we'll have to address it for the next one based on the study. So, it's
Whatever.
you know,
I just want to point out that if I don't, there's a couple things I don't want to happen here. I don't want for us in a year to go, hey, we agreed for 25 cents for 2 years, and when Ben says, well, we're not going to make it. Well, you know, we're all going to have to go back to today, figure out what time we spoke to it, and realize that is what we heard. The other thing that I want to make sure is that when staff, obviously I come from a city management background, so this is sensitive to me. When staff comes back and says, well, we never got to that project this year in Ormond, in Port Orange, in Daytona, and you go, how, why? It's because we didn't have the money. So just, I'm not opposed to holding it to 25 cents. Just remember this meeting. We'll all be happy when the taxes come in low. We won't be happy when he doesn't come to the table with your town's project or your district's project because we had to delay it a year because we didn't have the funds to get the DEP or the St. John's grant. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I just kind of want to point out an observation I had is when Mr. Robbins was making his motion. Ben, I saw you wince. It's almost like a little stitch in your side. And then when Mr. Santiago was kind of backing him up, Can you just, be frank with us and tell us what you think that proposal, how it's going to play out?
Well, it'll definitely bridge the gap operationally for this year. But as Mr. Johansson pointed out, that operational gap expands. And so with council agreeing to take a look at the rate study that comes back, it's going to make some recommendations, I'm sure, and we'll have a more, the last rate study was done in 2005, and but this current rate study will show us where we're headed and what the revenue needs will be to maintain the level of service that's desired by council.
And the 50 cents that was proposed earlier, would that give you more cushion to work with than the 25 cents?
Well, we're looking at, when we plan, we don't plan just for next year. We plan for, 5 years down the road. And as Mr. Johansson points out, that gap is concerning as it increased. And there's a lot of variables. We have experienced record inflation in the last 2 years. That's something that wasn't anticipated and it's probably hastened this discussion. So not knowing what we apply, whether we'll get grants, whether the 386 money will be available for some of those projects, there's a lot of unknowns. So we tend to be very conservative, but the proposal as it stands would bridge that gap for this year. And trust me, we understand the gravity of proposing any additional fees or taxes on the citizens. And we take that very seriously as well. That's why, we make every effort to be as efficient as possible.
Thank you.
David Santiago?
Just one thing quick. I conceded to the 25 cents because largely our earlier discussion said that the 10 cents covered the gap. Did I miss something? I believe we said the 10 cents covered the 200,000 shortfall. It was the 25 cents. It was. Okay. All right. Very good.
Councilman Trent?
Kent, but I'll go with Trent sometimes. It's okay. It's all right. No. So I'm really impressed that we're down to 25 cents, and I'm not trying to spend more taxpayer money. But, Don, you brought up, the 25 cents, because I had mentioned the 50 cents. Staff wanted $1 this year and next year. I'm way more comfortable with 50 cents. I just want the council to know if it would allow more projects, which I think it will, to possibly get in the pipeline and get done, I am okay up to 50 cents. It's 50% of what they were asking for, and I just want the council to hear it publicly from me. 25 cents is fantastic, but I don't want to tie staff's hands too much with what they could get done for us. Because I think Mr. Johansson brings up a good point, when I'm barking about District 4 to George, hey, there's a few projects up here, and George, rightfully so, you should say to me, I just have one word for you, sir, 25 cents, and I'll go, gotcha, right here.
All right. Last one, Mr.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
This is why debate and discussion is good, right? We get accused of talking a lot, and sometimes I think we do, but these are important topics. So I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to withdraw my motion. There we go. And I'm going to concede to my colleagues. I could see body language. I could see the comments. And Danny, you still get, half of what you were trying to get to, and others get what they're trying to get to. I make a motion to approve the assessment rate to be no more than 50-cent increase.
I've been sticking with you this long. I'll second.
Thank you,
Stuck
my
with
friend.
it this long.
Real quick, we're doing it for 1 year and then we'll bring the
Then we're going to do the rate study, yeah.
The third try is that we go to 50 cents for this year.
Sorry, we get a vote.
And then we will come back next year. And what I think I think it's a good compromise. And one of the things that'll let us do is see if there is any of the Transform 386 money that we can use that helps us. I hope that you don't go away from here discouraged. Everybody up here realizes that stormwater is critically important. We also realize costs for everybody. So that's where we are here. So since I don't see anybody's name on the board, I'm going to call for a vote real quick. All in favor of 50-cent increase, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes
Thank
7-0. Well done. Oh, boy, Russ. Item 13.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
How many
members of
times can this
council.
go back and forth?
Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. Before you is an ordinance for your approval. One, it adds ordinance 82-34 park rules to the Code of Ordinances, which allows the county manager to develop park rules. The enforcement would be trespass or towing of vessel or vehicles or removal of private property. That's a new ordinance. It also amends ordinance 234-2 to allow the manager to develop parking rules for county property, which would also be enforced through trespass of the individual or towing of vessel and vehicles and removal of personal property. Obviously, certain signage and things have to be posted to take effect, and that would occur. And I am here to answer any questions that you may have, but this is for approval of the ordinance that has been advertised. And you have staff is here from Parks and Coastal if you have any questions about the parks.
Thank you very much. For questions for staff, David Santiago.
Yes, staff, would you like me, there's a question to a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-31.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Matt Reinhardt. Motion was by David Santiago. Now for questions, Don Dempsey.
Just a question. Would this ordinance also include a no sleeping in vehicle provision?
That could be a park rule. It would probably be no camping, just to, because I think that'd be considered camping overnight if you're in your car sleeping.
We could, in the rules that we promulgated, we could address that. And quite honestly, this was brought forward because in working with the sheriff's office, we realized we needed some additional tools to deal with some outstanding issues.
I mean, I understand there might be issues with somebody sleeping in a car and an officer's ability to go up and knock on the window and order them out of the car unless there's an ordinance that would allow them to address, people sleeping in the car, which is a problem at a lot of convenience stores, a lot of stuff. And so I don't know if I can suggest that, but I was just curious if it contained that because I think that would be a useful tool for the sheriff.
This would authorize your manager to be able to develop rules such as that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more questions, comments. Danny Robbins.
Spoke too soon. Mr. County Manager, would it help to extend this to our waterways as well while we have them up here?
You're talking about the mooring fields and things. I think that's something we have to work on a little bit more because there's some state law that comes into play and maybe more of a state issue or a city issue if it's in the intercoastal in an area where some of the cities actually have taken the intercoastal in all the way across the island. But we are definitely looking at the issue. It could be a revenue source to have a mooring field, but there are certain requirements. When you have that, you have to have some facilities associated with that nearby on land. So we're working on that very issue. And part of that too, I know it relates to even some of the issue here where people were coming near our park and parking in the water. And of course we do have certain things for them that they could use facilities, but then it became a boating hazard because they chose to park right where people were trying to, get in and out of the water in the boat ramps. So so we'll be working that other issue.
Very good. No other comments, debate? We have a motion to approve ordinance 2023-31, which allows a county manager to improve, to come up with more rules to deal with issues that we're facing in the parks. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 14, reading of ordinance 2023-15 mobile food dispensing vehicle regulations case, and I might add this is the last item of the day. So make it good.
Quick as could be.
Good.
Clay Irwin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. State law preempted us from regulating mobile food vending vehicles, but we can amend our zoning to allow where they are and are not allowed. This was brought forward as a discussion item to the County Council before staff initiated the amendment back in 2021. We've been working on that since then. There's been versions brought forward to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. In front of you today is the final version from both staff and your PLDRC. Basically, we created two methods of addressing these things. In the non-residential zoning, specifically commercial, industrial, office, and the commercial portion of PUDs, these can be allowed, but there's going to be specific criteria. It would be approved by a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is approved by staff upon proof of meeting the criteria. Basically, what we're looking at is if you're trying to set up a mobile food vending vehicle, that you're doing so in a parking lot that is not required. In other words, there are additional spaces not to impact the existing businesses, cannot be in a buffer area, cannot impede safety vehicles from being able to access the site, cannot be in a preservation or conservation areas. And most importantly, you have to have proof from the property owner that you're authorized to be there. We put in hours of operation so that it is not tethered there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That was approved by your PLDRC and as part of the ordinance in front of you. The other issue was pertaining to agricultural uses. It was originally identified to be allowed in A1 and FR. Now it's basically being allowed in all agricultural areas, but it would be allowed by special exception. And the reason why we were seeking a special exception approval of this instead of a conditional use permit is that a mobile food vending is a commercial activity. You would expect to see it in a non-residential zoning. However, in some of the agricultural areas, we do have basically residential types of uses. So therefore, if you were residing on your 1 to 2 to 5 acre site and next door your neighbor decided to have 5 or 6 food trucks on the Saturday and Sunday, we felt that may not be in character with the agricultural areas. And we felt that the adjacent property owners should have a voice in the approval of such use. That's what's in front of you today. If there's any questions, staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. For questions for staff, Danny Robbins.
Just so we're clear, we can have like boiled peanuts, peaches, and fruit stands on agricultural property.
Yeah, anything that's associated with the Right to Farm Act is not covered, is not prohibited by this.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Vice Chair Robbins makes a motion to approve the first reading of this ordinance, second by David Santiago. And Don Dempsey. Okay, Jake Johansson.
So, Clay, we talked during our one-on-one about public areas. Is that covered by a different ordinance or?
Public area, land and uses authorized by Volusia County are exempt from our zoning regulations. So those would not apply to that. They would be able to utilize them on county parks and those types of things.
Got it. Thanks.
Clay, is all the criteria already laid out? Are you still writing that, or?
No, this would be it. What you see in the ordinance right now is
everything stays the way it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? We have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Robbins, seconded by Councilman Santiago, to approve Ordinance 2023-15, a mobile food dispensing vehicle regulations. Yes, sir. Don Dempsey, before we vote.
Clay, just real quick, because I didn't. So if somebody wants to set up a food truck just for a one-time special event, like near Bike Week, and they want to be over by wherever, but do they have to go through the whole process of all this application, or can we issue temporary licenses for like 3 days, like we have for camping and other special event type permitting?
Well, actually, temporary campgrounds are approved by special exception.
Right.
And so that would be required. Let me rephrase that. If it's a special event and they're coming in for that as part of like an outdoor entertainment permit,
Yes.
that's a staff approval and can be done for a one-time situation. This is for approval to continuously have that available for a food truck to knowingly be out there 3 to 5, 7 days a week, whatever time frame.
So if somebody, like I know downtown DeLand, once in a while will have a food truck event, and they'll come in and they'll have their rib barbecue competitions and stuff like that. They have to go through the whole permitting process to do that, just to go once every 6 months or so?
No, that would be for the specific special event would go through that process. You would not have to go through and get a conditional use permit because it's not associated with a permanent location for a mobile food vending vehicle. It's just a event in the downtown. That's a separate special event permit. You still need permits. We need to make sure that it's meeting fire code. We still need to make sure the generator's set up correctly. Have to do a variety of different things like that, but it's a separate permitting process. This, if this does not get approved, you do not have a zoning that allows for mobile food vending to be set up on a permanent or quasi-permanent basis.
Right, and I understand why you're putting this in place. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be too onerous on these people who just do it occasionally just to make a little extra money at one of these little events.
Well, again, if it's a sanctioned special event that's approved through our process, that's one thing. If somebody just wants to go and do it once in a while, that's a different animal. In other words, like if it's not tied to a sanctioned event or it's not tied to a conditional use permit or special event, then they're not operating within the zoning regulations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody's good? And we have a motion to approve by Danny Robbins, second by David Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 15 is removed, and that brings us to final comments. County Manager. I'm sorry, hold your spot. We do have someone from the public. Yes, he was. He spoke this morning. Yeah, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson.
You have 2.5 minutes. 5 minutes?
You cut it down from 10, which is the first thing on my list. I had written this before you all changed the numbers. At the last meeting, Troy had mentioned that it was going too long. 2:30 was a bit late. For me, it's a little bit late. I haven't done that since Daytona Beach meetings lasted until 2:30 in the morning. The 10 minutes that you all have twice gave you like 2.5 hours on a topic. So if you had 3 or 4 contentious topics, it could be as much as 8 to 10 hours. And you found out tonight that 5 minutes was a piece of cake. Really, you could get what you wanted to say in 5 minutes. Then you got a second bite of the apple for another 5 minutes. So I'm looking at your clock up there and I'm saying, you know what? None of you spoke basically more than 3 minutes on your second 5 minutes. So you can cut another 2 minutes off that. The public can talk for 3 minutes and get what we want to say. You can, after you talk for 5 minutes, you can come back for 3 minutes for your finalization. You'll save another half hour. So if you think about it, you could, if everybody, almost every one of you except one, spoke under 3 minutes. So you can do it. All right? I won't tell you. It wasn't you. Secondly, think about the reefs again. You saw all the damage that was done along the coast. If we had put the reefs in, and I have some papers I want to give to George, if we had reefs out there, I understand my plan to put reefs out there for Daytona Beach would have given us sand 400 feet wide for Daytona Beach. And then Jennifer said, what's her name said, that we can't do that because it would steal sand from further south. Well, if we went from Centennial Park all the way down to Coronado with reefs that we can do cheaply, almost for no cost, we could end up having all of our land protected, and what would we suffer, which is the naturalization anyway, of all that property that's in the reserve south of Coronado. Nobody lives there. So if the sand came and went, who would care? It's natural. But all of our properties would be protected. Because what happened is those reefs would break the waves that did all the damage. So I'm asking you to think about that, just to protect, because we're going through a huge thing in Daytona Beach and just south of us, that our tourism is going to be suffered, and your tax base is going to be suffered as well. Also, look, I was reading the Canadian magazine Maclean's.
Your time's up.
You're Yankee. I'll be back. Have a good day.
No doubt. No. It's always good to hear from you, John. Okay, I think he's allowing you 3 minutes, George.
I'll be well under that. Just first off, I have to get something clarified. The holes on the beach that I took off, just wanted to discuss it here again. It was something we agreed to put on really late, and I think Danny had originally brought it up. And then a further discussion, is that something, again, we want to pursue and put back on, or?
No.
Okay. Well, is that, you all voted on it, so I want to make sure everybody is okay.
There was a concern from one constituent in the last 3 years. I mean, I think if people just know not to do it, they're not going to do it. But I didn't really expect it to go that far, but we did our part. I don't think there should be a law about it.
Okay, yeah. And then I owe Mr. Robbins an apology. The other item that he's trying to get on, we were supposed to have it on. That was the item of decreasing the amount of distance out for boats to be able to come in and fish. So I'll be back with that at the next meeting. That was something we should have had on, and we didn't. So I apologize for that. But we are ready to go with that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, County Attorney Michael Dyer.
At this time, thank you.
Okay. Then we'll go to council, and Don, you're first up today. Councilman Dempsey.
No, it's been too rough of a day. I have nothing to say. Yeah, you'll hear from my lawyers, all of you.
You don't want to have one last vote on anything?
I'm pretty far back, so yeah. Thanks, guys.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. We voted on the consent agenda, the removal of derelict vessels on the St. John's, and I had a brief discussion with staff, and I'd like to encourage county staff to, at the next city manager meeting, George or something, to try to develop some kind of collaborative effort to get the cities and the county together to come up with a good way to start removing these derelict vessels on the Halifax River. It's a mess. I know it's a legal bind. I know it's hard to move these things. I know it costs a lot of money, but if we could start north and work south, start south, work north, something, figure out a way to lead the charge, or have some city take the lead and write some MOAs to ensure that we can get these vessels out of not necessarily out of the waterway, because, well, it is out of the waterway, but it's starting to become an eyesore. It's starting to really talk about affecting our economic status here. When you take a boat down the Halifax and all you see is derelict vessels left and right, you can't go to. I'm from Port Orange. You go to our deck down under. You look at that boat's been there for 2.5 years. You just want to get rid of it. And secondly, as much as I really appreciate the exuberance and the excitement in the chambers, we have business here, and we did a great job at taking a step forward and being out of here before 3:30 probably. But George, if I think we have or had or occasionally have like a sergeant at arms or a master at arms that's in the audience. If we can just either take a 3-minute pause to let people leave and shake all our hands, or otherwise get them out into the hallway to do their celebrations, that'd be great. As much as I want to go down and congratulate them and take 5 minutes, if you give us 5 minutes, I'll gladly do that. But as you heard my frustration earlier, as soon as the noise, including the clapping, gets up, my hearing aids pick that up, and they don't pick up whatever the heck we're saying in the microphone, so I'm at a loss until those people leave. And so if we can make some effort, I guess it's a special consideration for the old guy that can't hear, but please be cognizant of that and do our best to get people moving so we can move on, or give us a break so we don't have to move on amongst the noise, if you will. Thank you.
Jake, let me add to that real quick. That was my mistake. That item was 3 years in the making, and out of a concerted effort to have the meeting be briefer today, I just pushed on. I shouldn't have. I should have stopped and let everybody celebrate. Those people deserve to celebrate. I wanted to celebrate with them, but I pushed on. It was a mistake. It was my mistake, and you don't need to take. So anyway, I'll take care of it. And if you are done, Mr. Troy Kent, affectionately known for here on out as Trent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's better than the buddy I hung around with in high school, Joel, and the teachers just called us Troll. Council, I have 2 words for you. Thank you. And even to Don, we disagreed on it, but I love the way his mind works and his viewpoint, and I respect each and every one of you. I told you, I think at the second meeting, even if I don't think there's an idea that I'm going to vote for, if you bring it up, it's important to you, it's important to me, I'll second it so we can talk about it. That's how much I respect each and every one of you up here. I was at a beach this past weekend, and I just, something about me, I don't like to see anybody do anything better than us. And George, we probably already have this. I know I've seen handicapped beach accessible wheelchairs that the county has. The ones I saw this past weekend were like Cadillacs. And then there were also strollers, inflatable tires. I would love for us to have handicapped beach accessible wheelchairs and strollers for kids at strategic places throughout our 47 miles of beachfront. And people should have to get their ID registered so that it doesn't go missing, or whatever we have to do to make sure we're whole. But I think that we should have those out. And then not only should we have them, we need to get this pushed out from a social media standpoint to our residents that we have these and they're there for you to use. We want you to be able to access our beach. And, if you have a disability, your county's here to help you with that. And then my last couple comments that I have here, and Don's not here, but I'm all for hearing comments from everyone. I don't want to stifle anybody's comments. I'm all about doing my homework and coming prepared so that I'm not slowing any of us down, and that together, we're working collectively as an elected body. Congress limits themselves with time limits. So we do have close to a $1.2 billion budget, and we need to be streamlined to make us more efficient. Rules keep us out of mayhem. And I'll just also, just state, not to beat a dead horse, because I'm going to support and help everything I can on the west side. But Don, the comment about, people moved here and there weren't dogs on the beach, so that's why they might have moved there. Someone might have moved there 38 years ago when dogs were allowed on the beach, and then the county took control and changed the rules on them. I just wanted to put that out as a possibility. And in the future, because I want to get more Little League fields, and I'm all for listening to an idea about a dirt bike track, but I would hate it for someone to use that mindset on you and be like, well, you moved to an area where there's not a dirt track. You moved to an area where there's not a Little League field. So, you made that decision to move there, sort of like you moved to an area where there's not allowed to have dogs on the beach. I'm just saying that argument could be used against people for things, and it just didn't hold water with me in that aspect. And last but not least, I love that we honored our lifeguards today. And there was a picture of Andy Romano, Schoonamaker, and Ted Cassidy, and several other gentlemen. But that was the Ormond Beach Life Saving Corps. And Andy, God rest his soul, told me that he was the first captain of the Ormond Beach Life Saving Corps. Back then, you worked 6 days. You got paid for 5. You gave 1 day to the Corps. And he hired Ted Cassidy, who became Lurch on the Addams Family. And he used to put Ted Cassidy, just a little bit of historical background here, he used to put Ted Cassidy by the Nathan F. Cobb shipwreck in front of the Casa del Mar in Ormond Beach because the rip currents would rip by. And he'd say, Ted, get out there and spread that big wingspan and catch the tourists as they come flying by. It was a great picture, a great piece of memorabilia and history. And I thought that our chairman and our vice chairman, you knocked it out of the park with that proclamation today. With that, Wyatt, happy birthday, son. See you in a little bit. Happy birthday.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Chair, real quick. Trent. So we can get the ADA stuff locked in. I'll second your motion if you want to do it, and we'll get it on the tracking list, and we'll start pushing it.
I appreciate that. If we need a motion, George, or do you just need to hear from your elected officials to say, we'd love to get something like that rocking and rolling, make sure we have enough. We might have enough already. I haven't asked you. That was kind of...
No, that's a good question. I'll talk to the guys and see where we're at. And you don't need a motion. It's something we need to be working on anyway.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Now I'm ready.
Go ahead, Matt Reinhardt.
Other known as me. So we have Trent, we have me. First off, I want to thank publicly the city of Daytona Beach and Daytona Beach Commissioner Stacy Cantu for inviting the council members to participate in the 4th of July parade on Main Street just recently. Myself, Chairman Brower, Councilman Johansson, and who was the guy in jeans? Yeah. I put it out there. And I also want to thank Emergency Services Director Jim Judge. I saw him here earlier. Did he leave? Okay. And Volusia County Fire Chief Joe King, as well as all of our EMS and firefighters who have provided accommodations for this to participate. And I hope this is something we can do on an annual event. Not having a city, we're the county, it's kind of hard to have a parade. So it was nice when the cities reach out to us. So I appreciate that. I know we all got the memo from George about the, I'm sorry, I'm jumping things here, with regards to Donna Butler being assigned as the Director of Recovery and Resiliency. And with regard to the Transform 386 project being headed up by her and their upcoming meetings, just a quick reminder to those people that want to have their say in that. I can speak to my district, District 2. That meeting will occur on Thursday, August 3rd at the Daytona Beach Regional Library from 5 to 7. And I would encourage all to attend because I've been speaking about that with regards to especially the Midtown residents and Beach Street area. And lastly, we have a phenomenal community information division. and they do a great job. And I realize that this is not in my district, but I would like to remind everyone of the opening of the new Veterans Services Office in Deltona that will take place on Monday the 17th at 9 a.m. I personally did not have the pleasure of serving, but I appreciate those that have done so, and our veterans organization does a phenomenal job at helping our veterans. And that new office will have operational hours Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, from what I read, from 8 to 5. Of course, the purpose of the service staff counselors on hand to assist our veterans in preparation of claims, things of that nature. So that will happen, like I said, on Monday the 17th. I plan on being there, so I would encourage those that would attend. Thank you. That's all.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
I'm going to make you guys pay for that 25 cents, just letting you know. Don, I'll be having a hot dog cart in your front yard in a couple weekends. And David, you're next. A couple things that I have been kind of working on and just talking to staff about, no direction or anything. I entered a lot of stuff that I would like to have entered into record. The first thing I'd like to talk about, I sent an email to staff and the sheriff to explore Broward County's mooring districts on the water, and I'm glad that council is on the same page in terms of looking at ways to circumvent the state. And my suggestion was if there was something we can adopt in partnership with our cities to almost establish almost like a no parking zone where it would give local authority to bring them to an area or ticket them. Just something to think about. Also, to have a conceptual plan also entering into record. I don't know if we could pull it up. There's a piece of affordable housing property that we had set aside. I believe it was in Matt's district. It's about 20 acres. And I throw out a concept and I'll throw it out. Is there any way we can pull that up? There you go. And long story short, the goal or my thought behind it, and we'll see what council thinks. It's a community geared around or giving first preference to our heroes, our first responders, our teachers, and our veterans, and kind of work that model possibly into affordable housing. It's a great, in my opinion, recruitment tool, great use of property and retention tool, and kind of use it as a transitional thing. Just gives folks something to think about. And if you look at this conceptual, as you come into the right, there's a daycare, and there's a track around this to promote health in different stations for our first responders to work out and kind of unwind. But just throwing that out there, something to think about and go back to next couple of weeks and we can talk about it. Go ahead, David. Do you have something?
Can I just respond to him?
Go ahead.
Conceptually, the first time I seen this, I like the idea. I just wanted to throw out so that if it does get support to come back to us, I'm sure staff need to look at the possibility if there's any fair housing issues, because I love the concept.
Yeah.
They'd have to look to make sure we don't have any
Absolutely.
violations on that.
No, absolutely. And I think it was at a point where we needed to talk about it, just for everybody to kind of brainstorm. What else? Translucent paint on the highway. Do we have that picture? This is something that the engineers in, believe it or not, Australia are using. We have some deadly crosswalks up and down from the north end, North Penn, all the way down to my district down in Bethune for at night. And if we want to explore a pilot project where we can look at something like this.
I love this.
And then I have a problem down on, I know it's a state portion. Whatever you want. Turtle, yeah. But down by Rasley Road, south of 44 on 415 is bad. And then up there, Don, on 17, I know is a hot spot up there towards Barberville. At night, just the fatalities and the crashes are bad. But if you guys are on board, we can think about something to help all of us out.
Go ahead. We can look into it. I will say, we like to use our products that are on the Florida Department of Transportation's approved list. It kind of gives us a little protection when the engineers can use products on that list. So we can find out where that is and see if they've been testing this as well, because that would be helpful. Because if they've got it on the list, then it makes it a lot easier for us. Go ahead, Ted.
Okay, that's well said, George. A big part of what we do is based on the testing that both at the federal and state levels, and we just build on that. We try not to go out and cut new ground. Something like this is something we take a look and see if anybody at the national or state levels is looking at it, try and see if it's in place. One of the concerns I would have in something like this is that the color of the striping is very important, and when you go to the glow in the dark, you lose some aspects of that. We use the retroreflective thermoplastic, and so when the car lights hit it, it lights up much in the same fashion that you get from the glow in dark, and it's only when you have cars coming through. One of the concerns I would have with this is if a car were driving, they may just think, I don't need to turn my lights on. I can see the stripes and do something like that. It wouldn't really be a positive necessarily in that effect. But again, we'll take a look and see if when somebody's looking at this nationally or state level, it would probably be more appropriate for somebody along those lines to be doing some testing on this.
And they very well may be. So we'll take a look and see where they're at, because the thermoplastic is effective, but it is expensive. It's a different, you know, when you're putting that down, you're actually putting a molten plastic and then it's hot, and then you come back behind with glass beads basically and put them in. So, and that is, if it is something cost effective, we only do the thermoplastic on the bigger thoroughfares. The local roads are still on the paint. So this is definitely something to look at. But I just caution that there is a DOT approved list that we like to.
Yeah, if there's, you know, like I said, if we look at it, crosswalks, even if we can try it, if it does materialize.
I think the crosswalks are a great location for it, because then
by the homeless center, the homeless coalition, where they cross there. So,
and that would be a DOT road.
Yeah.
We talked to them about it again if they're doing some testing.
Cool. Excellent. And then thanks, Ed. Another discussion. Do we have the ADA mats for the sand? Something I talked about with staff the last, I think, few months. Oh God, I just got rid of my thing here. Hold on. I know our beach is very different, so I don't know where we'd be able to apply this, but Suzanne had some good suggestions or ideas, and I know possibly working with Coastal and kind of brainstorming this, if council has anything to brainstorm, but it goes kind of with Mr. Kent's, and I had this on my list to kind of bring up and officialize it here the last few weeks, just haven't had the energy. But it's out there, it's something to think about, and give staff something to think about. Tax cuts. I received my business tax receipt in the mail. I know we've been looking at it, and I've said everything in the last few meetings. I'd like to lock down a date, because now we're looking at giving relief in that area, but business tax receipts just came out. I'd like to get some sort of plan in place, or to refund these receipts as they come in, where we can still retain their business information for tracking, whatever tracking information we need. I'd like this to come back in no more than 2 meetings, and I'll make that motion, come back with a plan. I brought it up, it was approved our council and the council prior. It's been about 2 years or so where we've been talking about it, and where it's been approved 2 separate times. I'd like to just lock this down and get this off of our plate, give some relief to our businesses, and I'll make that motion.
I'll second that. Can I maybe morph that a little bit?
Morph.
Only because I think the council did have some agreement to the conversation on the CST, and I know staff's working on it, so I don't want to preempt that. But I think we should give just as equal credence to looking at that CST, because remember, CST affects everybody, businesses and individuals, and then the council can decide where they want to go.
We're scheduled for both of those on the August 15th meeting. I will say, now the business tax receipts, that revenue that's come in that's the budget that we're in today. So that's something that money's more or less been spoken for, because it's part of the revenue for this year. However, we are looking at, and we'll have a plan for you, because you need to, if we're going to do anything on it, we have to do it out ahead so it'll be in effect for next year, because that would be the same thing. If you didn't have them, then we would be taken out. So, and then we'll have the communications as well.
And lastly,
Councilman Robbins, before you get too far, I also just wanted to tell you, I really like this handicap mat before the picture goes away in specific locations. I'm right there with you on that.
and then lastly, like I said earlier, it's not going to make any friends. I requested some information on our gas tax. Obviously, we're maxed out. Nobody wants to talk about it. But you know, we got that information out there. I'm looking for some sort of relief. How much relief? All this stuff adds up, whether it's a couple dollars in their pocket a week or a month. It adds up. I know the county manager and the city managers work very hard on coming up with a plan, but even if we do it at a county level, not to affect our cities, that is a good faith, clear message to our constituents and our taxpayers that we are just doing everything in our power to keep whatever money we can in their pockets.
Vice Chair, I want to talk about it. So here's two.
Not now, though.
Not
right?
now. No.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm a second on.
Okay. We can bring that back and what's comfortable. A couple meetings. Get out of
Yeah,
budget.
that's going to be a little farther out. Probably
November.
Yeah, let me get back with. We talked about the goal setting, and it'll be probably September, October timeframe, and it will, because you hit it. You know, that tax is not. It's the way they collect the tax. It's collected at the distributor. They don't break it down to where in the county. We just know it's going to gas stations. That gas is being sold in gas stations in the county. And then, of course, we made the agreement, so it would be hard to not affect the cities. Let's just say it that way. But we'll come back and we'll take a look at what we're getting and what the potential could be for some savings.
Absolutely, you know, and that's within our authority to do so. But also, too, we're going into non-peak season for our tourism. So in reality, this fall and all the way into the spring would be a good time to suspend it if council chose to do so, or at least put it on hold for our taxpayers. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Robbins made a motion, seconded by Mr. Santiago, for the BTRs, and I wanted to let you know that I need a vote on that.
Yeah, and I think in order to vote for it, I'll ask, the motion was by Danny, but David Santiago kind of expanded on it. Would you like to, one of you like to restate the motion?
Whatever you want to do is fine.
I mean, I think this county manager kind of sort of addressed it. I think we can just withdraw.
You already had them on the plan.
Yeah.
for
It's
the
coming
goal
up.
setting.
So I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah. We don't need a vote.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things. I know we mentioned motocross earlier today, came up again, and it reminded me of a meeting I had with a constituent and a presentation that I was given regarding BMX stuff. And I don't ride a bike, but I probably should. But it was very impressive what I seen and the opportunities was happening in certain geographical regional areas. And I just wanted the council to consider asking staff, because we're going through a study right now that we have an outside consultant that's looking at different things for, you know, some of our venues. I wanted to see if the council was okay with allowing staff to add that as one of the items they look at. Not that we're endorsing it, but just in considering it in their study to give back to us the information. If there's no objection, or Mr. Chair, how you want to handle it, if staff can include that in their review. If you want a motion, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion. I move to direct staff to include BMX sports in the sporting feasibility study being done by the outside consultant.
I'll second it. I just I had a couple questions.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion by Santiago, second by Don Dempsey. To include BMX in the outside study for
Recreation.
outdoor recreation.
You
Yeah.
had a
What's your
question?
questions?
Oh,
That's
my
sufficient.
question is of staff. Where are we with this consultant, and what exactly do they have within their scope?
The contract was just recently awarded. It's below the threshold to come to county council, so it's just getting initiated now. The scope will have to be revised to ask them to look at a BMX. We can do that through a revised task assignment, so we've got note of that. Beyond that, I think it is our promise to council to bring you an update at certain points of the study's review to give you an idea of what their results are, but it's just initiating now, primarily looking at recreational athletic fields and other indoor recreational and athletic facilities as far as the scope, mostly for western Volusia County.
Okay, what about the outdoor recreational activities, like motocross, side-by-sides, stuff that we've discussed over the last
So
6
the
months?
motocross request has been sort of on a separate track because that's an independent facility. And as I think we've discussed with Mr. Dempsey, we did initially identify a handful of county-owned properties that we thought could accommodate a motocross field, an activity area for residents and visitors in the 35 to 40 acre range. But there is also an idea of creating a more event-centric facility that would require additional acreage. So we're studying the real estate availability to see if we can acquire and present some options for council on a larger facility.
Okay, this isn't just for motocross. That's one of the components that we'd like, but like we discussed for the last 6 months, we need a place for people to come ride their side-by-sides or their UTVs. There is absolutely nowhere. We don't have a place in Ponce Inlet or New Smyrna already to go to. We don't have a place now in Ormond to go to. We have nothing. We have nothing within 8 miles of the west side to go to. So we have nowhere to go to. So all these people who are moving into Volusia County have 0 places. We don't have one like the Dog Beach in Ponce Inlet. We don't have another like New Smyrna. We don't have another one now like Ormond. We don't have any place to go. So when a guy wants to bring his little boy out to ride a dirt bike or a go-kart or a four-wheeler, nowhere. So I don't know why this isn't really getting more traction than where we are.
Well, you just made it part of your goals in the goal setting a few meetings ago, so that is, it is getting traction because it's one of the stated goals, and it was expanded at the meeting to include off-road vehicles. So it has the traction that it needs, and they are looking at it. But
30 acres.
Right now, we don't in our inventory have acreage that would meet that. So it will mean a little bit more extensive work to go on out and locate acreage for that purpose. And with the idea that you'll need also with someone, because where that will it be compatible with who's around it? So, some of the acreage that we have would be right up into a residential neighborhood or something like that, which I don't believe would be probably desirable. But we'll look at that. That's exactly what we have. We've sent people, I think Brad Burbaugh and a team went and looked at another facility down in Central Florida. And so they've been out looking to see what's out there so they can know what to hunt for.
Okay, because is it proper for staff to contact me and get any of my input? Because I haven't been contacted by anybody over 6. Just curious if this is getting pushed, that's all. I'm all about getting a BMX facility too, because we don't have that. We have one at Strickland, which is great. But again, we have nowhere to go on the west side for BMX, and we have definitely nowhere to go for little kids on their side-by-sides.
BMX in DeLand Springs at the The park by the spring,
Is there one up there?
the great one.
Oh, you're talking about Chuck Lennon. No, that's not for little kids. And no, that's not like a racetrack. That's a different type of course. But no, you're right. That's one of the better
Mr.
ones.
Dempsey, I will facilitate a meeting with you and the rest of the staff. I know you and I have met with some of the other professionals, and I will make sure that the staff is here's your specific input and maybe the input from the individual that you and I talked to.
Thanks.
And Mr. Robbins would like to add to, he had something for you on that one.
Don, real quick, I'll let the cat out of the bag. But in August, when I'm going down for the python hunt in South Florida, the one that you chickened out of. So the big cypress, I have a model, and I'm putting it together. The big cypress, and there's some state and federal land down there. They have over 1.5 million acres of dedicated trails, but it's in the most environmentally sensitive areas, probably in the whole United States, and they're making it work. They have limitations. They have a draw. They have keys to the gate if you get drawn, so they can limit and vet who they go in there and keep track of. I was on the trails. It's pristine. There's no garbage, no nothing. Whatever they're doing it right. Give me an opportunity to get that information together and get it in front of the council. And before we go out and maybe spend a bunch of money on buying private property, maybe we can start a dialogue with this model, with maybe our state or our federal representatives, to see what land is or may be available that we can maybe partner on here locally, where it's not going to hit our taxpayers by buying something, if that's okay.
Yeah, just to I mean, this is already being done in Pasco County and several other counties. West Palm is
I'll just say, if I can get this through where we can possibly use Tiger Bay, okay, this model can possibly do it.
Right.
I'm not making any promises, but this model is working. No one is shutting this down. Staff is not shutting this down.
Right.
I'm looking at it from an aspect where, how do we not put that? I'm for it, 110%. Let's do it. But I'm looking for a proven model on the most sensitive property, period, because that's the excuse that was given to me when we talked about it a couple of years ago. Well, it's too environmentally sensitive, blah, 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 blah. I found a place that's doing it in the most cherished property in the United States. Let me bring it back. Let me get it to staff. It may save us a bunch of money. I think it's going to help you out, and if that's cool.
Years at Tiger Bay, we had the biggest Enduro race in the country. The Alligator or Enduro was held during Bike Week, right through Tiger Bay, and it stopped, and there's nowhere to go.
But we get it. We have to rebuild some relationships. Some people, I think, got alienated throughout the years.
Okay.
Give us a chance. Okay, my next item.
David Santiago.
I'm firing things up here. If I may, Mr. Chair, I want to talk a little bit about the junior lifeguard program. I know that Chief Secretary is still here. And if I could just ask him one or two questions and just kind of just talk to the council. Is that program still in existence?
Yes, Andy Etheridge, Director of Beach Safety. We do still have the junior lifeguard program going. It's currently in session right now. We did have to make some changes this year. Typically, we have about 100 campers per session each week, but that takes staff. So, in the situation that we're in, we had to limit it this year a little bit, so we cut it in half, and we left a little bit of wiggle room for people. We didn't want anyone sitting on a wait list. So our model is we have a ratio of 1 counselor to every 10 campers. So again, that takes staff to manage. So it is still going, and it's still very successful. It's still very sought after.
Okay, I realize staffing. I just want to throw the council, because when I seen the video today, my daughter participated in it. I drove every day, twice a day to drop her off and then pick her up in the afternoon. But she loved that program. She's 27 years old now, and she still talks about it. I just encourage, and unless there's objection, to find ways to build that back up and maybe even bigger. I mean, if we need to, hopefully this council would support it, whatever you might need. But those are memories and that people have forever, and it probably creates a pipeline potentially for us, right, with some of the shortages that we're suffering here in this county and everywhere else. So thank you for that, Chief. I'm good there. You know, and then I'm gonna throw out kind of a little bit of a different one. It's still about beach. We had a lot of conversations about beach today on many different levels. And sitting here also, I remembered, at least, I think I was a city commissioner or a first-time state representative freshman. I had heard, whether it's true or not, I do not know, but I had heard that there was interest in doing some filming in Volusia County because of you know, our beach safety, some of the things that we do that are innovative, and you know, hearing the chief hearing the video today that we have more rescues than anywhere else in the state. You know, we have a awesome entity there, right? And specifically to Daytona, I was at the beach this past weekend, and I went through the I don't know what it is, the signage. It says, you know, the world's most famous beach, right? And a lot has changed in what's occurred in Daytona over the last 20 years, right? And I think some would argue whether that title is still there or not. I don't know. I'm not saying it's gone, but I think there's dialogue about that. But where I'm going with this, I wonder if the opportunity to consider allowing a production crew to highlight what's happening in beach safety, right? My wife and I watched the show Bondi Beach. I don't know if you've seen that in Australia. We love it. We watch it all the time. And it just highlights the rescues and the things. And I know it's kind of out there, but it's the world that we live in. I don't know if there's any interest in considering seeing if there's a production interest to, and what the benefits are to highlight our beach safety folks and, you know, bring back some of that. Matter of fact, we loved Bondi Beach so much, we actually toured it when we flew to Australia. We said we want to go to Bondi Beach because we'd seen the TV show. So we talk about tourism. We're a tourism county. And I think it all, even if there was support for it and did come to fruition, it might even help with recruitment, you know, to want to come and work here. So, yeah, listen, I could put on some red shorts, but I don't have the six-pack. I can tell you that. But just, you know, I think the chief's coming up. I just want to throw it out there, guys. I think, you know, in today's world, it might be a possibility, and it may even bring in money.
Yeah, I forgot to mention earlier that on Thursday night, we are doing a Facebook Live event, working with Community Information. They are broadcasting our interzone competition. So it will be on our Facebook. It will be on our, I'm not sure if it's on our Instagram, but it will be on our YouTube page as well. So if you're interested in watching our lifeguards in a competition in action, we will be broadcasting that live. So that's a real fun thing that we do every year. And I think we're working toward honing that production capability a little bit. They've got a lot of things that they can do back there. So I think the interest is there. I like where you're going with that. And, you know, my team's ready to do whatever is necessary. So.
Listen, I'd love to see us on Discovery Channel. I know that's way out there, but listen, it's Volusia County Beaches. We got a great entity here, a professional.
Thursday night, 6:30, Facebook Live.
I'll think it's Discovery Channel, okay.
YouTube channel.
Awesome. Guys, I know it's a interesting out there idea, but you know, everything starts with an idea. I don't know if there's any interest in seeing if put it out there, see if someone's interested in doing a production.
I told you, if it's important to you, it's important to me.
Well, I make that as a motion to kind of let staff say, go out and look to see if there's any interest to bring back to us.
Mr. Chair, you currently have a motion on the floor by Mr. Santiago to include the BMX sporting and the feasibility study. And it was seconded by Mr. Dempsey. We would need a vote on that before we can do the next motion.
How about I amend my motion to include direction to staff to look at production interests for Volusia County beach safety?
Yeah, I thought the county manager took that off and said, because it's already in the works, but if you want to add that.
Let's do them both.
Okay.
I took it that you withdrew that motion.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right.
You did, because he's got it coming back to us
I did
already.
do that. Then, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a new motion to direct staff to look at options to consider Volusia County beach safety production opportunities.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Troy Kent. Motion by David Santiago to look at the possibility of producing our version of Baywatch in Volusia. No, it's a serious proposal to spotlight the professionalism of the Volusia County Beach Patrol.
Yeah, the rescues and the activities.
And that has created some questions here, some dialogue, starting with County Manager George Rechtenwald.
We've had interest in the past, I will tell you that. The issue usually gets into wanting some editing control, content control. So, you know, if it's truly something that would highlight the great work of our lifeguards and the life-saving, you know, we would have probably brought that to you. But some of those shows turn into a lot more than just that, and maybe now, because it would focus on the lifeguards and not necessarily the police work, because a lot of the police work might not give always the best view if that's all they show, you know, and they do so many good things. So that's why we wanted to make sure we had some control of the content, so it just didn't become something about, you know, the more negative side of what they had to do.
George, I think that's a legitimate concern, as I would have that concern too. I think putting it out there, if the council agrees, let's see what comes back.
Well,
and then we'll
exactly.
discuss it.
This gives me a better feeling that if you guys would support something like that, then I would definitely make sure that they know out there we're open to hear offers.
Jake Johansson, you have a comment on Santiago's motion?
Yes, so I've had the opportunity to be involved in some of this stuff when I was active duty, and you know, George brings up a good point. It kind of starts to become something all its own, and you know, we don't want to use our lifesavers to monitor dog poop on the beach because their job is to save people. But as soon as you get into a production that anything more than local or anything more than something, and like a ride along, and it becomes a consuming issue where Andy's going to have to pull half his staff to do the video while half the staff is saving lives, and it just takes on a life of its own. So I like the idea of a short, sweet, something a little bit better than what we can do, but not a Baywatch.
Yeah.
And that we do it carefully. Content aside, it just it will consume. It has the opportunity to consume our staff and consume our lifesavers because it gets fun, and that's what they want to do. And you know, you heard Declan today about. I didn't think, I just did it. Well, now they're going to be staging stuff like that, and it's going to take 80 extra people to do what one person did, just to reenact what happened. And you know, if you're spending time out on the beach, you know, a good portion of our savings are just dummies in the water that they go out to pluck out, and it's not worthy of a TV show. Bonnie Beach or whatever the hell it is, and Babe Watch, or it's a lot of drama, right? No, it's a lot of drama. So I'm not opposed, but I say use caution and don't bite off more than we're willing to chew.
Jake, if I may real quick, I want to clarify, and I agree with you, because all the concerns are legitimate concerns as a proposal. I want to make sure we clarify very clearly. Not proposing a Baywatch. That's a drama, fake thing that they make. Bondi Beach is one that I watch. It's more of exactly what's happening on the beach. It's filming on what's life-saving stuff. It's more of, I guess you could call it a reality show, right? But certainly, wheels need to be, barriers need to be put in place if we go down this, and I think we have a professional here, if it happens, that can make sure that we run well. If it doesn't, and if it happens, we pull the plug.
Our police, we already kind of do this with live PD.
They do?
We can do it with live you know, they put like those Axon cameras on, you know, on cops, and it's boom right there. They could put it on their floating devices. And
I agree. Well,
but
I
no.
think we should explore it. I think we have a motion,
We
right?
talked about the boxing kangaroos. I mean, but I guess that's out of the window.
So the motion on the floor was from David Santiago to explore the possibility of media filming the professionalism of our lifeguard corps, what they do, what's happening on the beach. Right now, we could even tie it to, we're rebuilding our beach. There's a lot going on down there. And it would be nice to have a historical video reference of it. And I think it would be interesting to the public. I think it would be viewed by the public, and I think it would be encouraging to the lifeguard corps. So, Danny, did you still have a yes? Okay, is there a vote in favor of that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we're just exploring.
Yep.
We
My
do.
last one.
I will add to you. In fact, I'll send you some information. And we have a local filmmaker too that lives in Orange City. You might even know him. So you could talk with him.
I have one last item, Mr. Chair. Ready? Oh, and this one may interest you. So congratulations to our staff. I think all of us already know we won a legal battle. Again, the appeals with the West Volusia Hospital Authority. Yeah, where's the money? We're waiting on the money. You know, I wanted to tell you, members, that the West Volusia Hospital Authority is something that's been at least discussed by me and many others, even back when I was still in the legislature. It's not a hospital authority that, in my opinion, operates efficiently and carefully and properly with so much taxpayer funds that they get. An example of the position that they took based on some poor legal guidance. And there was recently a audit also done by the state that, you know, didn't show favorable operating practices either. I'm actually tired of this organization, and I don't think they're doing what they were originally created for. The legislature has the power to make changes to this organization. We don't as a council. I wanted to throw out the idea to council to consider directing staff to bring back considerations for us, options on a few of them. And I'll include a few, and staff can elaborate more on what options are. But either one, to recommend to the legislature, our local delegation, they would be the ones that could do something. Either one, eliminate the West Volusia Hospital Authority. Two, have it absorbed maybe by one of our existing better run hospital authorities. Or three, find other legal mechanisms to ensure that we can deliver some of the statutory requirements with some of those funds. My initial research that I've done, this move, though not all may like it, could have a potential significant taxpayer savings to our homeowners and property owners out there. So I'm done with this group, and better service. Yeah, so I'm done with this group, and I'd like to see if there's support to give staff to look at options.
Somebody please second that.
Yep.
Second by Danny Robbins, and we'll open it up to comments. Mr. Troy Kent.
Sure. I would thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased he got a second. I was just going to say you're tickling my buy-in bone with that, because no, I think you're onto something there, and I think it's time that, you know, sometimes you say enough's enough. You know, enough of the shenanigans, enough of the games, enough is enough, and I like where you're going with that.
Okay, Michael Dyer, before I call the vote on this, I know this is catching you off guard, but is there anything you'd like to add to it?
No, I know in my absence, Heather Wallace sent out a memo that we sent out to council in spring of 2022. Council at that time was having a similar discussion. Just for background information, we can build on that, return to the council with some options as Mr. Santiago outlined. Basically, you got, in the memo outlined several options. A dissolution or merger of the district would require, as Mr. Santiago said, passage of a special law by the legislature and then a referendum approval. But I think there are some other options as well, and we can return back to you and have a conversation.
Mr. Chair, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
I think time is of essence here too, because I don't know if the Volusia delegation has announced their delegation meeting that they have before they go.
The last I heard yesterday, they had not yet, but it could come at any time.
Yeah, because typically that's something we would present to them as a delegation to get them to vote on there as a body, as an initiative they want to do. So the clock is ticking.
Yeah. There's some funding consequences that we just need to talk through, which the memo touched upon a little bit,
Right.
but be happy to do it.
So the motion then is to bring back those considerations, because the hospital authority is, one of the things they're created to do is to pay for Medicaid, and they're not. So we are. So that has to be taken care of. This is well thought out, Mr. Santiago, to either eliminate the West Volusia Hospital Authority, to absorb it into one of the other well-run, better-run hospital authorities, or some other legal mechanism that the county attorney just mentioned. Because the people of West Volusia deserve the same level of service that the rest of the county is getting, and they're not. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, this is just a motion to address it, maybe at the next meeting or something like that. We're not voting for elimination yet.
Right.
Okay.
To give us options to consider to vote for official vote on direction.
Oh, okay, all right.
And Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Does this, were they given a time frame to pay that money? Just out of curiosity from that? Immediately. So, and I know time is of the essence, like you said, Councilman Santiago. I guess I'm always fearful if the vote is to abolish it or whatever, to do away with it. Do we want to make sure we get the money first?
Yeah, I think that's something that, I think that's something.
Is that
maybe
something that, I
staff-
mean, I'm maybe thinking way in the weeds on that.
Well, we have a court judgment that for year one of this process, about $2.5 million that they're directed to pay us, and that's what we just won on the appeal. Council authorized us to file a second lawsuit for this current fiscal year's obligation, roughly another $2.5 million. I think there's the same arguments there we're going to make, and I would anticipate a positive result. Be hopeful. It's the same.
But
argument.
if they, I guess my question was,
if they were dissolved,
if they dissolve it before we even get to court to get that other $2.5 million for this year,
that's one of the things we need to look at. They certainly, I know they have represented they have the funds currently, and they're holding on to them. So that's something we need to look at.
So, Troy Kent, I'll let you ask your question first.
Yeah, and this isn't on the agenda, and because he just brought it up, it just came to me really quickly. I just wanted to publicly say to Michael Dyer, you and your very competent legal team have been knocking it out of the park lately, and it's something I know that I appreciate, and I believe this entire council in this county appreciates. But you guys are competent. You are on top of your job. You are doing a fantastic job representing Volusia County and making sure that, for lack of better terms, other people aren't kicking sand in our face. So, I know that you've got a big team you're running, but I just wanted to publicly say, you send us these emails, and I apologize I haven't addressed it earlier, but, I'm not tired of winning. So keep it up.
Thank you.
So before I call for the vote, to kind of go back to what Councilman Reinhardt said, if we vote to go forward with this, investigate these considerations, does it interfere with your current lawsuits at all?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I think really what I'm hearing from Mr. Santiago is more information on what options you would have to seek legislatively dealing with the district. So I think
Okay. Then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And proceed 7-0.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm going to skip most of what I had, but piggyback on how you started off with lifeguards, because this ended up being the lifeguard day. I think it was appropriate. Their it's interesting, Mr. Santiago, a lot of the old timers, lifeguards have gotten together and discussed exactly what you brought up, for purposes of how can we help the current guards? How can we lift their spirits, lift their morale, help them? We're 3/4 through a season, I guess, and so we're talking about many different options, just as private individuals, people that want to help. And one of the things that was decided yesterday, we met with the owner of the Ocean Deck, Ken Botts, and he is going to host it's a lifeguard reunion / recognition of our current guard force. However, the timing for him, because of his season, really didn't lend itself until October. So we set a date for October 5th. Most of your current tower guards will be back at school, but we want to. That does give us enough time, and you can come up if you want. Enough time to really promote it and get them back. There's a lot of old-time guards from around the country that will come. I don't think Lurch is with us anymore, is he? But there's some other famous people, John Tanner, and we want to really do something special for them and make lifeguarding the professional career that it can be and should be. So.
That's great. I honestly, I do appreciate all this support. I mean, this is wonderful. My staff, a lot of changes, but the important thing is that they're still stepping up to the plate. They're happy, they're healthy, they're loving their jobs. They're back to that core mission. So it's good. An event like that, I still have year-round staff, so they would all be interested in doing something like that. And it's good to see the old and the new mixed together because it keeps things moving. And next year we'll have more new and we'll have more old as things progress. So those events, regardless of the time of year, they're good. We do a yearly Christmas party, and we try and incorporate that old guard mix in there as well. And the stories are great. Most of them we know are embellished, but it's good to hear them anyway. No. But it's good to get the old and the new together. It really builds that camaraderie. So any time of the year is a great time.
Okay, good. And thank you. The other thing, this kind of springs from that and from the parade that Matt mentioned, the Main Street parade. I think you were on a fire engine. I was in an ambulance, which was really interesting. I got to talk to a long-term EMS professional, good man, very happy in his job. But I also got to talk to a lot of the firemen there. I had about an hour because I instead of going to the event at the band shell, I ran into some firemen and they wanted to talk. And so we had a very productive conversation. And out of that, I think that we are in need of to do a workshop with really focused on public safety with specifically the lifeguards, because we're in a rebuilding area now. Lifeguards and EMS. Fire, not so much, except that they have a definite interest in EMS because they work so closely together, and there probably should be some fire department input on that. So I would like us to consider after budget season, because it's going to be busy now, having a workshop on those three areas of public safety. It's one of the key responsibilities of local government, and to hear from staff, but also to hear from the leadership of those three legs of our public safety. So I can't make a motion, Would anybody be willing to make a motion to at least have the county come up with a date to look at that, maybe this fall?
Chairman, would you just clarify for me, what exactly information are we going to glean from the workshop?
Well, what I hope to glean is where we are right now with lifeguards and EMS, our EMTs and paramedics, of their working conditions, how they interact with each other, if there's changes there. With EMS, we have a static model. Should it be more dynamic? I think it is somewhat dynamic there, but they have a lot of questions and some really good ideas that I think deserve to be heard. And I think it would be respectful and responsive to them to give them a public forum where they can talk with us and with staff about those things, working conditions. Mostly it's working conditions that they're concerned with and how they interact with each other.
Right, and I had said earlier, and I mean it, anybody up here that wants to talk about something, if it's important to you, it's important to me. This is just a little different. I've never had a workshop where a rank and file come in and have an open mic dialogue to just kind of tell us what's going on. I would think that would happen with management, that those conversations would happen with George and his team, and then that would go through collective bargaining and that avenue, which is why I wanted clarification on that. I'm just not 100% sure on if a workshop is needed for that, but maybe I'm missing something, Council.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
I think I want to defer, if you don't mind, Chairman, to George and Mike, who might answer my concerns.
I agree with really with Mr. Kent. I mean, the proper way, and we have many opportunities. We collectively bargain with rank and file. We have, the chiefs of those various areas all have different setups to get information from their people. You have a new director at EMS who's really just out trying to get his arms around everything. So, and we've had workshops just recently in the spring on those areas. We can come back with those type of workshops with a little bit of expansion. But we've heard, and we continue to hear from the chiefs and the areas of those areas, and that's really who we need to be talking to. And that, they can solicit the information from the rank and file. That's the way it's supposed to work. And that's the way we're set up.
And it could work like that. The chiefs could be part of a workshop with staff, having heard from their rank and file.
Exactly. Well, the chiefs would be the level, the chiefs, and you've got, if it's going to be on that, what you described, that would be Jim Judge, is the director of all of those areas. So, Mr. Judge, Chief King, Kevin Captain, and Andy, who you just heard from a few minutes ago, they would be definitely involved and part of that discussion.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Chair, respectfully, I think we may be getting into dangerous territory, although great gesture. If you look back, there hasn't been a better time in Volusia County, and we should all be proud of this, for our first responders than now, since we came into office. And with this new council, record funding across the boards, we're hitting the angles with the sheriff's office, fire department. They had a good budget, praised us for working together. EMS, we just approved a $3.2 million building. We're getting respite stations. The guards, they're looking at that, but I just think, although, like I said, a great idea, the county manager and the folks need to get that worked out. I think it would kind of be jumping chain of command if we were involved in that, that conversation. I don't know if a workshop would be the right thing, just because that's not we're policy. And that's day-to-day operations. So I think if George has something that needs to come to us with that, but they have a lot more projects on their plate right now with addressing our first responder needs all the way down to corrections. So I don't think right now a workshop is necessary for whatever it's worth. I think we're overstepping our bounds if we do that.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. Just as a reminder, I mean, clearly the folks you're talking about, they're all employees of the manager. Manager works for you. You're right in the middle of labor negotiations currently with beach safety officers. You have settled contracts with fire and EMS. Discussions about working conditions or so on are exactly what should be occurring at the bargaining table. In my opinion, not in a discussion with council in a council meeting. I mean, there's established forms for that. But I do think that whatever you do, just be cautious that you have a manager, those employees report to the manager, and council should not undermine that relationship.
Okay, I'll handle it in a different way. Let me ask you this. If when you get through the negotiations with the unions, do you come back with us with the final deal? Do we get any input into what's being offered?
Every final deal comes back to you, and you guys approve it, or not, although the history has been recently that you've approved those deals.
Any contract has to come to the council, just like it has to go to the membership of the bargaining unit. You will not be getting the contract for ratification unless the bargaining unit for the union has agreed, at least tentatively. Maybe your vote is right before the membership vote, but usually you're voting after the membership has already approved the contract.
Okay. But I guess my question was, do we have input into what that contract looks like? Or is it just up and down?
You guys can definitely have input with me, and yeah, we can typically we can do that one of two ways. We can do it in a briefing situation, or we can hold a executive session where that has to be done very specifically, for that particular contract, for that particular unit or series of units. Some of them have subunits, but yes, we can do it that way as well.
That's good. That's fine. Why don't, if I could start with you with a briefing section, that maybe with you and Mr. Captain.
Sure.
Is that all right? Yep. Okay. Okay, Jake Johansson.
And quickly on that subject, having been through 1 or 5 of these, the ratification that we get is voted on by the unit, and it's not unanimous, right? It's just the preponderance of the unit. So there might be some people that are winners and some people that are losers in individually in that contract. And it's, at least I viewed it to be normal that some people come away not entirely too happy about it. But the way they get to resolve that is to either hire a different union rep or not approve it if it's the majority. So I think our staff does a good job of compromising with what the taxpayers would expect and what the staff wants. I get kind of the feeling that Chairman, maybe you feel that they're not paid enough possibly, or we should give them more. I think that's guidance that we need to provide to George and his staff as they go in and negotiate these contracts. One thing that I was surprised, and I came here late, and I think most of the contracts were being negotiated or started before we got here, is that the county manager lets us know, hey, in June, we're going to start negotiating, and then we get input. You were here, so maybe you did or didn't get that, but I would expect that in the next round, which may occur after some of us are gone. So I don't know, but I think it's important that we all have policy input. It sounds like that the ship has already sailed in a bunch of these, though. So that's all I have.
Let me just add, respond to that real quick, Danny, before you speak. It's just to relieve your thought there. I'm not anticipating or looking forward to a gripe session. And in my discussion, waiting for that parade, I didn't hear any complaints about pay. In fact, I think the last contract that was voted on for EMS, if it wasn't unanimous, it was pretty close. That's not, these were, what I'm concerned about is men and women that have been here for 15, 23 years, that have ideas that should be discussed and considered on how we work. Emergency medicine changes all the time, and our relationship between fire department, ambulance drivers, and lifeguards, they all depend on each other. I want those ideas to percolate up and to be heard. It's not necessarily a part of, I need this in order to ratify a contract. It's, could we be better? Could we do this better? And I'm looking at a way to give them a platform, an opportunity to be able to share some really good experience on how that could be better. So I'm going to take it up with the county manager, and I'm fine with that, and Kevin Captain, and we'll go from there. Danny Robbins.
Chair, I'll just throw this out there. I don't believe a whole lot in the generalities, but and I don't want to beat around the bush, if you have specific ideas, I'll help you package that, just like Troy and any of us would for a motion, policy change wise, to help you achieve. I didn't get kind of where you're going. I think something's lingering out there. I think you just need to say it, and we'll help you, or for discussion. But I didn't hear a specific issue that would warrant a special session for us. That falls under or a workshop. That falls under the county manager. But if you have something laid on the table, and I'll put it in a motion for you, we can get information. But if there's not, I think we're kind of spinning our wheels here, and I think we're in, like I said, kind of dangerous territory.
Okay. Well, I'm not spitting. I think I've said twice. I'll take it up with George and Kevin, and then we'll perhaps bring something back to council. And Jake, you still have something?
Yes, sir. One last thing. I won't do it this time, but next time I will bring forth a recommendation for a staff-wide beneficial suggestion program, which would result in, if somebody brings up a great idea, some collaborative process, some economy of scale, some great program that saves our county X amount of dollars, then we can execute that process and possibly reward or award the group or person that does it. That would cover what you're talking about. People with great ideas down in the deck plates or down in the trenches, and spur a little bit of collaborative thought that we might not have because we're operating in silos.
I think I'm done, so let it be noted that this meeting is adjourned at 4:12 p.m.